If you ever feel like it's also over, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? makes a dollar and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes a dollar and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Like now, I'm probably in the chat right now.
What's going on, everybody?
Hasan is streaming.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. You're probably in the chat right now, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. That was Cam Kardashian's Expelled. It's 66 degrees here in sunny California, Los Angeles. Officially had to start switching my attire at the gym to pants. It's officially beanie season. It's officially wearing pants when you're in the outdoor gym season. It's officially December. Remember, 1st of December is not a thing that people say, but, you know, the 1st of December is upon us. It is descended upon us, as a matter of fact. Now, this is a very special day. It's a very important day.
You know we finally here,
That's
right?
because it's also,
Friday,
it also happens to be a motherfucking Friday.
Sunday, what?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Friday, finally. I thought yesterday was Friday, and I thought the day before was Thursday. I was totally wrong. Today is actually Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fucking Fans Mom Friday. It's Friday, baby. Yeah, Mufasa, get after it. It's the freaking weekend, baby. It's the freaking weekend. And I hope everyone's having a great one so far. No matter where you are in the world, obviously there's certain parts of the world where people are not having a good time. And we're going to be talking about all of that as always, but I digress. We have Immaculate Friday vibes coming up on the HasanAbi broadcast. Anyway, that's it. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Oh my God, I did it again. Why do I always do this? Why do I always do this? Why do I? Look at this fucking lump behind me. Just dead. Just dead. She had such a fun. It was such a fun time earlier. Anyway, Hasan Positivity Year, it hasn't really been that fun or positive, let's be real. But anyway, we almost shut down JNF Conference in Denver last night. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Friday, and we're going to have decent vibes, immaculate vibes, hopefully. Did you hear about the new dog medication that can extend the life of large dogs? What? I have not heard about that. That sounds fucking awesome, though. Anyway. Oh, snap. There's CC on Twitch now. Hell yeah, there is. You can click on the closed captioning to see, but the auto captions are pretty bad, is what I heard. It's not good enough yet, but it will get there, okay? Improving our accessibility options. Anyway, I digress. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and then press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, my parents are here, obviously. While I think I've been doing well on my diet, I still keep gaining a little bit of weight. I haven't been able to break underneath that 245 number for some time now. For like the past week, it's really fucking frustrating. But yeah, yesterday, as always, I just fucking ate my goddamn chicken. That's what I've been doing. I've been eating my goddamn chicken. I've been putting the work. I've been putting the weight. Take supplements that burn fat. No, I don't want that. Maybe you should talk to a doctor about it. I do. My doctor's like, bro, your dick's too fat. It just weighs you down. That's what it is. It's kind of fucked up. I'm like, doctor, what's happening? Like, you got fat dick disease, you know? It's fucked up. I'm like, thanks, doc. Anyway, have you seen this Taps clip? Nick's sincere message to Hasan Piker and fans. Oh, brother, what? Oh, I don't even want to know what the fuck this is about, but we'll take a look at it. Can't wait for you to be on the special release broadcast with Nick this weekend. Okay. Kaya is snoring behind me right now. It's fucking crazy. She's literally just straight up snoring. This is the first time I've heard her snore in a while. She's passed the fuck out. She's honk shoeing and me. Yeah, I'm on season 2 of Rome now. I've officially moved on to season 2 of Rome. I got Rome on the mind. Roman Empire on the mind, baby. Spoiler alert, Caesar's gotten shanked. Caesar got fucking shanked, yeah. Real British style, lads. Fucking shanked. They said, I've shanked you. They say, you too, Brutus. The fuck you doing then? Fuck you doing, Brutus? Brutus, what the fuck you doing then, lad? Yeah. It's so fucked up that I'm being made to think about the Roman Empire daily, like straight. You be? Yeah, I was not a thinker of Roman Empire at all. But I'm thinking about it now. Not really, actually. I think it's cool. It's like weird. It's weird thinking about like how advanced they were in comparison to what the fucking Eurofats did after. You know what I mean? Like it's wild. It's wild to consider the fucking Angloids. You know what I mean? Like the Angloids dying because they just don't know how to wipe their asses and stuff. Meanwhile, it's like in the Roman Empire. Your Roman Empire is the Ottoman Empire. Son, do not betray your roots. No, for real. Caesar got Chauvined? No, Caesar got George Santos, in my opinion. Technically, he did get Chauvined, but like it was more so because he was, much like George Santos, a king, a god amongst men, and a queen. You know what I mean? Like he did it all. But yeah, AOC disappointing us again, shaking my head. Found out my company's going under and I'm losing my job today. Thank you for providing consistency and hopefully I'll be able to keep subbing. Brother, if your company's going under and you're losing your job, you shouldn't worry about subscribing. You should worry about fucking, you know, figuring your life out. Who gives a fuck? You know, this content is free. But I'm sorry to hear that. Don't listen to him chatter. Yeah, I love non-subscribers in the chat being like, don't listen to him. You should keep subscribing. Even though you might your employment circumstances are dire. These are the guys. These are the people who are like the Pokemon cookie guys who are like, if I don't get the Poke cookies, like I will literally perish. I will die. Listen, take care of your own self always. Okay. Can we watch JAubrey's George Santos vid? Of course. A 5-minute video about how Hamas is the Viet Cong. I mean, they also did this was a Financial Times article as well. There are differences. I mean, there are certainly differences. I think at that point, ideology does matter. You know what I mean? I do think that your emancipatory group being consistently Marxist or consistently socialist is good thing, because ultimately when it comes down to it, your civil governance is going to reflect that. Goddamn, I jumped right into the fucking news. All right. Japanese guy who visited Hebron a couple weeks ago. Wait, what? Really? That's kind of cool. Such a minor drama, but have you paid any attention to the charity scandal from the completionist? What the hell is a completionist? I'm completionisting in your mom. Fucking got him. Oh my God, we're back. We're so back. Boys, we're back. No, I don't know, chatter. I'm kidding. I actually have no idea what that is. I'm sorry. Your mom calls me the completionist would have been a much better thing to say. But yeah, no, I worked out this morning. I tried doing handstands again. God damn, it's so fucking hard. Have you seen this documentary that popped up by Mike Klum on YouTube? What is this? Who is Mike Klum? The Dark Sad Life of Boogie 2988. I don't know who I don't know anything about Boogie 2988. I probably won't watch this. Like, one, it's like an hour long, and two, it's just like, I don't really, I never fuck with the lolcow shit that much. Like, I don't know why. I just don't understand why people enjoy, like, people destroying their lives. Like, I know a lot of people on Twitch like it. You know what I mean? I know this is like a big internet thing. I just don't get it. It's just like sad. Like, what I don't want to yuck anybody's yum, I guess, but it's always been like very sad to me to watch someone who is like very obviously like ruining their lives, and they're kind of doing it for your pleasure almost at a certain point. Like, there's a lot of guys like that. The Boogie is like he's like what is it? Dark Side Phil, right? There's one, and then there's the Crimson Chin. There's a couple of them. There's a bunch. There's the Nikocado Avocado, right? Oh, the Wings of Redemption, not the Crimson Chin. The Wings of Redemption. And then there's like the classic one that's like, they're like trans or something. Christian. There are, I always see that in my periphery. You know what I mean? I always see this stuff in my periphery. To me, it's just like gross. I think that's my most normie quality, is that I find all that stuff to be like really weird and really gross. And I've never been like, I don't know. I've just never been into that. Someone said in the chat, it's like modern day circus shit. To me, it does feel like that. It does certainly feel like that, where it's like you're looking at something so grotesque. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people also take it one step further. Don't even use 4chan proudly for a while? What? No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? That is... No. I don't know if you know this, but before I was on Twitch, I was getting pussy. So, no. I definitely wasn't on 4chan. Are you going to cover this today? Oh. This... I mean, there's nothing to cover. I'm excited. It's like a modern day freak show. Contra cringe video is so good and goes into this in depth. Free George Santos school walkout. You know, George Santos is sort of a lolcow. I think that you could basically, man, watch out. There's a super cool streamer on the loose. Basically, you could say that about everything. Like, if you want to just rob something of all of its context. The difference is George Santos is a fucking congressperson. What was a congressperson. 1 minute react. Chad Vice works if you listen. Yeah, I will be watching the JAubrey on George Santos. When you start calling people like George Santos a lolcow, you've gone too far. Lolcow video makers are only wanting to use people for content who are struggling mentally. Yeah. I don't know if there are perfect boundaries that I can define here, but it certainly doesn't go into like mainstream media. You know what I mean? That's more of a statement, a devastating statement about yourself. You end up revealing something about yourself rather than vice versa, rather than having that fit contextually. You know what I mean? More damning that you said that. It's like calling a historian a lorehead. Yeah. It's like, it's similar to thinking that like commentary YouTube channels are journalists. They're not. They're commentary YouTube channels. You know what I mean? They're not doing investigative reporting. Some might actually fit the standards. I would say that CoffeeZilla, for example, has really good investigations, right? But like, more often than not, most people are just a YouTube channel. Jake Tapper is a React Andy. Exactly. Wait, you're not a journalist, Hasan Daddy Lamau? I'm not. I am not a journalist. I am a commentator, a political commentator. I'm not a journalist. And I do it online. And I do it on Twitch, so it's even more different. Anyway. Stop stealing my viewers. Sorry about that, brother. Here, take a day off. Think about that. Anyway. Where was I? Have you ever checked Oki's weird stories? I feel comfortable calling him a journalist, I think. No, he's in the no watch list. Alpha male reality show. Love that. Julianna, on the other hand, is on the yes watch list. Yeah, when that chatter asked me if Fog of War came from video games. Yeah. So. Trump posted this in response to the video. Oh, that's awesome. All right, we'll get to the news. There's not much going on in my life, so you know, that's all I got is George Santos, baby. It's George Santos time. It's his time. He's going to reclaim his time. We're going to be talking about George Santos. I don't know if you've seen this, but I thought it was pretty cool. The Hermit Kingdom, the Vice News documentary on North Korea. Yes, I am very familiar with this. This is the Dennis Rodman one, right? I mean, they've gone back a million times over. This is like, I would say that, like, does this predate? I feel like this predates the fucking Rupert Murdoch purchase. God, Vice was so fun. I mean, they were always like annoying. They were always cliquey, annoying, and like wanted to be really cool. But there was a lot of good stuff on there, you know? And a lot of great journalists that came from Vice, for the record. Noah Cohen. Noah Cohen literally was a Vice journalist at a time. You know? Pretty sure. I think so. Cope about last night's debate. Ron DeSantis cleaned the floor with Gavin Newsom tonight. Well done, Ron DeSantis. Yeah, it was a mid-off. I will say that. Anyway. No base for Vising got kicked or we mutual? What? Had no idea Murdoch owned Vice. That is both confusing and makes kind of some sense. They don't fully own it, but they got a 5% ownership stake, which greatly blasted Vice's valuation into the billions, actually. And then it was an unstoppable force for a while, even though it was low-key a money pit. This is a long time ago. This is ancient lore at this point, but that's like when I was at the Young Turks, when I was on the come up doing biz dev for TYT, so I was like very aware of what was going on. Anyway, all right. George Santos expelled. Homophobic. Six-day truce is over. What will happen next? UAW calls for a ceasefire. DeSantis v. Newsom and more meme reviews and FUNDAY Friday later. It's anti-Semitic what they did to Santos. I know, exactly. At a time when like anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, it's kind of wild that they would just like come after a Jew-ish congressperson. Now I didn't say Jewish. I said Jew-ish. And that's it's like, I guess it's kind of anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic-ish, maybe. I don't know. Really fucked up regardless. First, we sit there. What do? We make fun of a Jewish American leader, an American Jewish diplomat, okay? After he dies. And now we turn around and we expel. You want a vacation so bad? Wait, what do you mean? George Santos. Anyway, my blast off tweet is up, is live, is ready to go. Unproblematic King Giorgio Anthony DeValder Santos. We're going to be talking about that, obviously. We're going to be talking about DeSantis, son of a 9/11 victim, George Santos. It's like he's all of it. Ukrainian refugee, Jewish Ukrainian refugee, George Santos. Yeah, we're going to be talking about George Santos' clips in a second. Don't worry, he's fucking popped off. But before I do that, let me watch my favorite bald, who I've asked to play video games with, who does not respond to my Twitter messages.
But like I'm not saying we should bully them, but I do think if you are a normal person, you have an obligation to, when you see someone that's building like middleware for Uber Eats that like connects you with the driver 2 clock cycles faster, and also as a result you get paid $10 million a year and the driver gets 10 cents, you have an obligation to like make fun of them a little bit, whether they hear it or not. Because somehow the ego got too big. I don't know how it happened. Like, why are there venture capitalists with egos? You didn't do anything. The capital did everything. It doesn't make...
It's kind of fucked up. You better watch it.
Make any sense. Like, you literally, that's the point. You looked at an idea and said, that idea is pretty good, here's some money, and then the founder of the company that you invested in did the stuff, and also the people that worked there. Like, you shouldn't have an ego. You should be on your knees like, thank you, thank you. But like, we need...
Be careful, Hasan.
Every genre, it might have been made in, this made in evolution, apparently. You can go third person or first person. I just don't know. Give me Super Mario RPG, man.
What is he looking at? I don't even understand. I mean, I've DM'd him a bunch of times on Twitter. He does not respond to me, so I just DM'd him on Discord, and I said, can we please play games soon, or do I need to have Justin Trudeau on? For you to come on my stream and collab. It's a guess that game kind of deal.
Type one letter and then just pick a game.
The reason why I love NorthernLion is because, well, one, age appropriate. There's no inappropriate age gap there, okay, in collaborations. Hey, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Okay. That's number one. Number two, the reason why I like NorthernLion is because, like, he basically will just like sit there and do Sudoku. You know what I mean? Like, he's like an old man opening up the fucking newspaper, whatever the Canadian newspaper is. I don't know, like the Daily Pardon or whatever. Okay. What the fuck do they have? Do they have newspapers there? The Daily Gazette? Yeah. And then they just like, he opens it up and he plays Sudoku, but on stream. Like, all of the games he plays, I feel like are so boomer coded.
Excuse me? It was 7 Days to Die, and I got it by typing A into the search bar and clicking a game randomly.
This right there is why he's not collaborating. Disrespect to our culture. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Anyway. Did you see Trump's reaction to the debate last night? Oh, don't worry. We're fucking doing that. We're doing that right now. We're going to get to that in a second. Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to do more collabs and stuff. More gaming, more collabs. I got to bring back variety, or else my brain is going to fucking... I'm going to lose my mind, as my brain is becoming poop. This regular guy went from this to this by listening to the netizens' opinions.
By listening to netizens' opinions. He's Xiaoai 同学 on Xiaohongshu. In December 2021, he posted a photo with the caption, "I can't find a girlfriend. What do you think is my problem?" 2 years later, he looks like this, is engaged and tripled his income. Even viral as the man who always listens to advice. Under his first post, he said he's born in 1996, 170 cm tall, makes less than $500 a month, has no house, and drives a second-hand car. A netizen said, "Your only advantage is your character. You can calmly accept others' opinions." Someone told him to change his hair. He immediately styled it sideways. Netizen said, "You instantly look 10 years younger." Went from looking like a civil servant.
Bro, even China's got their lolcow in the opposite direction. Like, if we did this in America, they would drive the person into suicide immediately. In fucking China, the comments are like positive and telling them to do cool things and then like fixing a dude's life up. What the hell is happening, man?
Servant to a real estate agent. Netizens told him to lose weight. He said on it. He lost 5 kg in 3 weeks, but netizens said now he looks like a gangster. So he put on contact lenses and a beanie to look friendlier. Netizens told him to focus on outfit coordination. He sold his DJI drone and used that money to buy new clothes. He said, you make suggestions, I'll implement them.
Wait, what? Netizens told him
to focus on outfit coordination. He sold his DJI drone and used that
he sold his DJI drone to be a fuckboy. What
money
the hell?
to buy new clothes. He said, you make suggestions, I'll implement them. The first outfit got the most votes and that became his new skin. He carefully marked which netizen gave him the advice for every change he made. He got the K-pop boy group haircut and bought a new iPhone to take better photos. Netizens said this is like a real-life idol development show. Many female netizens commented, if you can recognize your problem and are willing to listen, you're already better than 99% of men. The funny thing is, XiaoAi is about to get married, but many who gave him advice are still single.
That's a funny ass way to end that. Yo. That's crazy. Rip the commenters. Surely that's an isolated case. I want to look at his abs. Oh my god. He just
Freestyle is sideways. Netizens
my man fucking listened to comments and actually had a positive impact on his life. That's unheard of. That has never happened in the history of the internet. What is this? Daily reminder that you're an insanely hardworking person who puts his best foot forward for the betterment of everyone, and your commentary is important. You've done such an awesome job covering devastating news the last 2 months, and I commend your dedication. Thanks for being such a good source for us. Thank you for your kind words. I will continue doing what I'm doing. Anyway, okay. Let's close some of these fucking tabs, dude. Oh, update on the North Texas groom. North Texas groom in the $59 million viral wedding of the century is accused of shooting at the police. Jacob Legrone and Madeline Brockway wed in lavish nuptials in Paris this month, but the new groom could face life in prison. Turns out, attacking a public servant was actually just straight up shooting at cops. I don't think so. While attending a motion hearing Thursday in Fort Worth, Legrone avoided reporters with the help of a bodyguard who pushed away a television camera, led his client behind closed doors. His new wife, Madeline Brockway, was not in attendance. The newlyweds' nuptials in Paris this month were dubbed the wedding of the century on social media. What is happening in this fucking story? Ain't this guy HasanAbi head? Shut up. Don't say that. The bride's father, Bob Brockway, owns a group of Mercedes-Benz dealerships in Florida, but lives in the Fort Worth area. Wedding registry was very expensive. We know that already. Here's a photo from the wedding. Or a video from the wedding. God damn, that's loud. Following the wedding, the couple reportedly settled in the Fort Worth area. It is not known whether they plan to remain in North Texas or are here for Legrone's legal battles. The unusual saga began in March when 3 Westworth Village officers responded to a home after receiving multiple disturbance calls, the city said. When they arrived, officers were fired upon and Legrone was arrested. He was later released on a $20,000 bond and indicted in August. How? Wait, okay. Here's what I don't understand. Like, what is happening with the American criminal justice system? Like, one guy shoots in the direction of cops and then is arrested and then released on a $20,000 bond, able to leave the country and have a $59 million wedding. Other people get shot for having a butter knife on them. Like, what's going on here? I don't even think this is white privilege at this point. There's got to be some sussy ass shit going on. It's Texas. Maybe he didn't know it was cops or something. Maybe it was a misfire in the house or something. Because there's no way they let him go. Like, we're talking about Dallas, Fort Worth, guys. This isn't like some bumfuck Idaho suburb where, like, the cop knows every single person individually. You know what I mean? This is not some like fucking rural ass town. You got like the actual Dallas Police Department. Don't say, bro, it's Texas. Some of you guys literally don't understand. Some of you guys don't understand that like Dallas, Texas is very different than, I don't know, where King of the Hill was shot. Like, I don't think the Dallas Police Department is just like letting you go if you shoot in the vicinity of the cops. Unless there's like additional details that we are unfamiliar with. Like, that's not a thing. Law tip. This man is innocent. Set him loose, Your Honor. This country was founded on shooting at law enforcement. Also, real big law tip. A part of this is his race. Obviously, black dudes shoot the cops, and it's absolutely over, plus death penalty, probably depending on the state. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that even white guys don't. Even white guys can't get away with like actually shooting at cops and then have it show on their record as like disorderly misconduct against a public servant. Born in DFW, anywhere in the Metroplex, you ain't gonna get away with shooting at a cop. That's what I mean. Like, I don't think you can. If cops roll up to your house and you actually shoot at them, your survival chances are very low. That's number one, no matter where you are in the country. But also on top of that, the fact that you were able to travel internationally beyond that, like, nobody's got that juice, man. That's crazy. We're not talking about a DUI, you know what I mean? We're talking about like shooting at cops. There's something off about the story is what I'm saying. Like, unless he is literally a police officer, okay? Unless he is a straight up police officer who's off duty and was drunk and like other cops came to his house and he accidentally fucking fired in their vicinity, you're not getting this light of a sentence, I feel like. There's just something else that's happening and I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on there. That's all I'm saying. Like, no, giving money to the police union will not help you. Giving money to the HasanAbi union in the form of a gifted sub, though, on the other hand, will allow people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Okay? If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Free? Why are you covering breaking news? Yeah, the breaking news that is heating up the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Here's the Thurman ad right now. This is literally billionaire white shit. They never get convicted. I don't think there's more to this, honestly. I don't even understand why his father-in-law is so rich. Like, a lot of this story just doesn't make sense. And I'm looking forward to finding out more about it. In the meantime, speaking of finding out more about things, we have no idea what has happened to this baby. What has happened to this baby? Do we know what happened to this baby? George Santos just left Tim Burchett's office with a baby in his arms. When asked if it was his baby, he said, not yet. So, anyway, that's George Santos. We'll get to that in a little bit. But, you know, I guess that's what Congress gives you when you leave. The weird part about that is that, like, I assume when I see a congressperson with a baby, I assume it's an adrenochrome baby, right? But, like, when the baby is still alive, it's much harder to extract the adrenochrome. So I don't know why he got the adrenochrome baby before instead of just like going to Planned Parenthood and purchasing it. Mom, it's a joke. I'm being sarcastic. Why are you listening to my stream? Put your headphones in, please. He goes, what are you talking about? What are these things? Oh my God. Anyway. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. All right, we'll start off with George Santos, and then we'll move on to Israel. Palestine, of course, we're going to be covering that as well today because the 6-day truce is over and the relentless bombing campaign has started. Judging by some of the initial devastation I've seen thus far, it does seem to me like the second part of the ethnic cleansing campaign is supposed to be more quote-unquote restrained. But we'll see how it goes. But let's do...
this is an ABC News special report.
Good morning, I'm Terry Morano. We are coming on the air for a historic moment unfolding on Capitol Hill. New York Republican Congressman
Yeah, we're going to be
George
watching
Santos
the JAubrey vid, too.
has just been expelled from Congress. He is only the 6th person in American history to be voted out of the House of Representatives. The results of the bipartisan vote really weren't that close. A 2/3 majority of the members present was needed, so the House is now made up of 221 Republicans and 213 Democrats. The final vote, 311 voting to expel Santos, 114 voting against it, and 2 members voting present. This vote narrows the already small majority held by Republicans in the House of Representatives. Prior to the vote, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson told Republican members to vote their conscience, saying he himself would not be voting to expel George Santos. But many Republicans, especially the New York delegation, decided they have had enough. Santos, who was inside the House chamber at the time of the vote, he's been a lightning rod for controversy since before he was even sworn into office. His ousting follows the release of a blistering report from the House Ethics Committee, which accused him of stealing money from his campaign for personal use, including paying for rent, for designer clothes, for Botox, and even for an adult website.
I mean, queen shit. King
we are
shit.
going to go now.
You know what I mean? It's just like that's what you're supposed to do. What am I supposed to do? Fucking spend it on what? Like lame ass bullshit, like trying to get reelected? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. What is there, a law in the books that tells me I can't have fun with my campaign contributions? I'm sorry. Oh wait, you're telling me there are laws against it? Hold on. It's yeah, I I took the be gay, do crime mantra quite literally.
The ethics panel spent months interviewing 40 witnesses, pouring over 172,000 pages of documents to reach that conclusion. Santos has also been indicted by a federal grand jury. He's pled not guilty to 23 federal counts, including fraud and identity theft. Throughout it all, he has been defiant, insisting that he would force this vote. Now he's lost it. So let's get right to ABC senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott. Rachel, this is a historical moment. George Santos, the first person expelled from Congress who was not either a traitor to the country, 3 were Confederates who had been expelled previously or been convicted of crimes. He's been convicted of nothing, but the House decided he had enough.
Terry, we just watched history unfold in the House today. Congressman George Santos has officially been expelled from Congress, making him the 6th member of the House of Representatives to be forced out, the very first Republican member of the House to be forced out of Congress. This momentum has been growing for months, and this could not have happened today without the support of Republicans. In the end, you had more than 100 Republicans say that they support this push to expel Congressman George Santos from the House. From the moment that he walked through the doors here on Capitol Hill, he has been defiant. He's been accused of lying about his professional resume and his background. Then he pleaded not guilty to those 23 federal charges, including identity theft, unemployment fraud, and wire fraud. But it really was this latest report from the House Ethics Committee, which was blistering, accusing him of blatantly stealing from his campaign, using that money to fund trips to Atlantic City, even on Botox, designer goods, that really caused this momentum to start to grow. This push from
I'm sorry. I love how gay his crimes are. Like, it's awesome. Like that other guy who like was also criminally charged. What was his name? Fuck. The one who I think he was in California, the representative from California who like had his son buy a bunch of V-Bucks too, and also he was like buying vapes and shit. What was his name? Like that was very bro-y, right? Taking campaign contributions. Duncan Hunter, yes, Duncan Hunter, taking campaign contributions and then like spending it on. What did he use it on? Not to be confused with Duncan Hunter Senior, by the way. This is Duncan Hunter Junior. He was sentenced to 11 months in prison, scheduled to begin in January 2021, but then he was pardoned by President Donald Trump. And his crime was taking campaign contributions. In February 2017, Hunter's campaign offices were raided by the FBI as a part of the criminal investigation. Agencies, computers, other electronics, financial reports. They also seized a hard drive from the election CFO, an Alexandria, Virginia-based company that handled campaign finances on Hunter's behalf. The raid was not reported to the media until August 2017, after court documents intended to be filed under seal were accidentally released to the public. On March 2017, House Ethics Committee revealed that Hunter was under a Department of Justice criminal investigation for campaign finance violations, and that it was deferring its own investigation as a result. The Office of Congressional Ethics report stated Representative Hunter may have converted tens of thousands of dollars of campaign funds from his congressional campaign committee, listen to this, for personal use to pay for family travel, flights, utilities, healthcare, school uniforms, and tuition, jewelry, groceries, and other goods, services, and expenses. Some of those goods, services, and expenses included vapes and also video games, if I'm remembering correctly, which was awesome. Hunter said that he repaid the money to the campaign and denied wrongdoing. He also announced that his wife would no longer receive a $3,000 per month salary for consulting with the campaign. Yeah, he bought Steam games, yeah. Now, of course, that was Duncan Hunter, who was pardoned and did not serve his prison sentence. He was supposed to go to jail for almost a year, 11 months. He got out. Okay. In a statement issued through his lawyers, Hunter said that he repaid his campaign approximately $60,000. Hunter returned from international travel in order to address the issues around his campaign funds, promising to correct any inappropriate or mistaken charges. Meanwhile, the indictment also alleged that Hunter spent campaign money on personal relationships with 5 women in Washington, D.C. Anyway, this is a different Hunter, not Hunter Biden. So Republicans didn't give a shit about that. But George Santos, on the other hand, was a slay queen.
Republicans to say he needs to be forced out. And so now here you have it. Here we are. They expressed some concerns about the precedent that this would set. That's why you saw every single member of House leadership, including the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, reject this push to expel Congressman George Santos. But this is effective immediately. As of right now, Congressman George Santos is no longer a member of Congress, Terry.
It really is a remarkable moment and a precedent, as you say. But for practical purposes now, the House Republican majority has been narrowed in the House of Representatives, already very slim. It's now 221 to 213. What happens next now that the 3rd district, congressional district of New York, doesn't have a member of Congress? What happens next?
Yes, and Terry, Republicans were worried about losing a lot of their majority here, too. They went from a 4-seat edge now to a 3-seat edge. That is going to make things more complicated with pushing through their own priorities in the House chamber. And so, as I mentioned, this is now affecting.
There are so many aspects of this that's hilarious, all the way from the fact that the Democratic Party was so goddamn confident in their districts in New York and so reactionary in their messaging that they lost an important seat in a district that is like otherwise a blue district, to a guy like George Santos, who had so much oppo research on him, that the fact that every single person in the New York Democratic Party was not immediately fired or like thrown in jail for the malpractice that, in my opinion, constitutes extreme criminal levels of negligence, okay? If you're a staffer, if you are a staffer and you did not blast all of the George Santos lies leading up to the fucking election and just kind of drop the ball on that and then lost, you should straight up, you should just go to jail. You should go to jail, skip go, don't collect $200, go to fucking jail. Okay? Yeah, Santos district isn't even slightly blue. You mean not is even slightly blue? Isn't even slightly blue. It's a blue district. It was a collaborative effort that the Democratic Party basically lost. The New York Democratic Party especially basically lost that district. Okay? A guy with that level of opposition research in a blue ass fucking state, a Democratic stronghold, is not supposed to win. Okay? That's a ridiculous situation. It's insane. Anyway, so the fact that, I mean, no matter how bad Strong Island, Staten Island, no matter how fucking reactionary they get, no man with George Santos' background is supposed to win elections in a place like New York. No man with George Santos' background is supposed to even get through the Republican side. Okay? That's another way that that's another part of the part of the situation that I find rather odd, because like, the Republicans, of course, vet their own candidates. They're supposed to vet their own candidates. The fact that even the Republican guys were like, even the Republicans actually let this one slip is wild. Okay? Is wild. Because his entire background is crazy. Anyway. So all of that stuff, I mean, this entire story is wonderful. We've followed the George Santos story closely because, I mean, he's the GOAT. Yeah, New York Times didn't even pick it up. Empire Rock, pretty much. But then, all of this stuff comes to light after his dub. Okay? All of this stuff comes to light. Then Kevin McCarthy has a really unique problem. A very slim majority in the House of Representatives, and he wants to stay in power. So what does he do? He defends George Santos, hoping that it'll just go away. George Santos, on the other hand, is a ride or die con man. He's not like the type of person who's like, I'm poor, and that's why I need to steal this loaf of bread, or I need to steal this like designer bag so I can sell it so I can pay rent. George Santos is not doing crimes because he's desperate. He's doing crimes for the sake of doing crimes. He's doing it for the love of the game. So that's when you realize, like, oh, he's not going to stop, which he never did. And I told you guys this from the jump. If you go all the way back in time when the George Santos stuff was coming out, I told you a lot of the things that people yell at George Santos that we all joke about, that we all laugh about, are not necessarily crimes, like the whole reality, the lies that he told about how his parents died on 9/11, that was fake. How he was from Ukraine and also Jewish, that was also fake. All this stuff that I told you that his parents survived the Holocaust, also fake. None of that stuff will get you to lose your job. Okay? Lying about playing volleyball at the high school that he went to, which he didn't go to, lying about playing volleyball at the collegiate level, at the college that he went to that he didn't actually go to. All of this stuff is just padding your resume on steroids. But what I told you back then that he would actually land him in trouble is his campaign contributions, because that is a clear violation of the law. Okay? And he did that. He did the one thing you're not supposed to do in the United States of America. There's already so many amenities you get when you're running for Congress. There's already, it's open season to just like give unlimited funds to pretty much every politician by way of dark money PACs, super PACs. And he still was like, nope, YOLO. And here we are. The Republican Party finally, after the Ethics Committee investigation concluded, came to the conclusion themselves that he is now too much of a liability. Now, what I also find hilarious about this is that it turns out George Anthony DeValder Santos wasn't just stealing from homeless veterans. He wasn't just stealing from the American population. He wasn't just lying to his own voters. He apparently also allegedly stole from Republican congresspersons and their mothers. Like, please, dude, where's the clip? We got to roll the clip. I've never seen such a fucking insane. I don't even understand how he did this. Like, I saw this video yesterday and I was like, what are you saying? Does anyone have the video? Yeah, he's Robin Hood. Let me see if I can find it. Max Miller just sent this email to all the House Republicans, which he, by the way, also talked about on the floor of the House of Representatives. Max Miller did. Colleagues. All right. Oh, here it is. Let's watch this video and then we'll talk about the email. I promise you're not ready for this, okay? I promise you. You are not ready for what you are about to see. Here's Representative Max Miller, who had some things to say about George Santos.
Just very brief. I myself have been a victim of George Santos, and as well as other members of Congress, in terms of defrauding through public donations. I had received an ethics complaint from the FEC, which I had to spend tens of thousands to defend myself. You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
Apparently, earlier this year, I learned the Santos campaign had charged my personal credit card and the personal card of my mother for contribution amounts that exceeded the FEC limits. Neither my mother nor I approved these charges or were aware of them. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees in the resulting follow-up. I've seen a list of roughly 400 other people to whom the Santos campaign allegedly did this. I believe some other members of this conference might have had the same experience. While I understand and respect the position of those who will vote against the expulsion resolution, my personal experience related to the allegations and findings of the Ethics Committee compels me to vote for the resolution. Since I alluded to this on the floor yesterday and because of the significance of the question before us, I believe you're entitled to this further explanation for my position. How? He was swiping cards? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the best part about this is, you're right, Zenso Lipsist. How much you want to bet if he hadn't maxed it out and exceeded FEC limits, which is what, $2,700, I think? Which is why it's always funny whenever motherfuckers are like, Hasan, wow, the only political donations Hasan has ever made is to Bernie Sanders. And it's like, whatever, it's like $2,700. I forget what it is, or $3,300. Wow, that's a little amount of money. It's like, yeah, dumbass, more than that would be illegal, you fucking idiot. It's literally illegal. So stupid. Like, that used to be a fucking hater talking point where people would be like, wow, Hasan claims to care about political activism and he's only fucking given Bernie Sanders amounts that don't exceed the FEC legal limit? Idiot. Anyway. In all seriousness, Santos would be immortalized an American folk hero via Broadway musical within 20 years. Yes. Every lie George Santos is told by New York Magazine, updated this morning at 11:24 a.m. This article has to be updated every day for you to keep up to date with George Santos's lies. Because every new day is another opportunity for him to tell a lie. And also, every new day is an opportunity for us to find out about a lie that he told that he got away with. It's fucking awesome. This article is homophobic. It is. It is homophobic. He should be able to do it. Now, we talked about Max Miller, right? Well, there's a follow-up to the Max Miller clip. Let's take a look at what George Santos had to say after that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos is recognized.
I'd like to move to have the gentleman from Ohio's words stricken from the record, please.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but the chair will remind all members to direct their remarks to the chair and not to others.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but I would remind members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
You ain't ready for this either. He is such a messy bitch.
Hypocrisy, as I mentioned. My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis?
Bro, he literally said, why is he bringing up the fact that I stole his and his mother's credit card and actually got them into legal trouble? Why is he bringing that up when he's a fucking accused wife beater? I love this. George Santos, you are a legend, okay? It's great. Keep revealing all the skeletons, okay? I am such a fan. Santos. Mr. Santos walked out of the chamber before the vote was finished, descending the House steps to a waiting car. Mr. Santos told reporters he was ready to turn the page on Congress. Why would I want to stay here, he said. The hell with this place. What, Mom? What's going on, Mom? Yeah? Door's unlocked. Mom, there's someone at the door too. I'm just talking to the... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna call it. Okay? Okay. Santos like a corruption elemental. He's the corruption of our government given its physical form. He's a legend. He's fucking awesome. Okay? And you need to respect it. She's hurt and injured. You need to help her. I know. I am. I'm working on it. Everybody calm down. Okay?
immediately. So in the next 7 to 10 days, we will see the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, call for a special election. The special election would then have to happen in the next 70 to 80 days after it is called. But one thing that is important to note here, there is no guarantee that a Republican can hang on to that district. That is a district that President Biden won. It's a district that Congressman George Santos flipped as a Republican, and it will be very tough for Republicans to keep that seat, Terry.
So much at stake, the precedent and the politics. Rachel Scott in Congress, thanks very much. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live and abcnews.com as well. And we'll have a complete wrap-up on world news tonight. I'm Terry Moran. Have a good day.
This has been a special...
Fuck yeah, dude. Here is Giorgio Antonio DeValder Santos saying he expects to be expelled from Congress. Which, of course, did end up happening.
All right, get this. Just 2 hours from now, House lawmakers are expected to hold a vote to expel New York Congressman George Santos. It comes following the release of a scathing ethics report that includes campaign finance abuse. Congressman George Santos joins us with an exclusive interview ahead of the critical vote. We'll decide if you're going to be packing up your office today. Congressman, how do you think this vote's going to go? If 290 vote for you to be expelled, you're gone.
Well, Brian, look, this is the prerogative of the members of this House, right? If they
Okay, the Botox is working, though. He does look snatched as a motherfucker. Excuse me. Like, you can't hate on him. You can't. Look at this. Look at his face. What happened?
choose to do so. I haven't whipped it. I haven't campaigned. I want people to vote their conscience, and I don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable. So if it's their choice to change precedent and loop me in with 3 Confederate turncoats who were expelled for treason and 2 convicted members who were convicted in a court of law, so I'll be the first person to get expelled from Congress without a conviction or without committing treason. And it sets dangerous new precedent for the future to come. It's the demise of this body eventually.
So, I mean, the things that they're saying you did, you deceived donors, providing what they thought were going to be contributions to your campaign, but were in fact payments for your personal use. You reported fictitious loans to political committees to induce donors to give you more money. Used connections to high-value donors and other political campaigns to obtain additional funds for yourself through fraudulent means. Use campaign funds for your own benefit. Did you know at the time how wrong this is?
Bro, oh my God, bro. The laundry list just keeps going and going and going. He is just, Brian Killmeat is like, hey, I will give you my last name right now, son. Your shit is
Brian,
fucked.
I haven't unpacked this, and I won't unpack this as out of respect to the process that I'm going with the DOJ. For me to go ahead and start talking about this, I go ahead and A, forego my rights. B, I undermine the process and the due process that the DOJ has afforded me. Unlike the Ethics Committee, they've been gentlemen about this. The prosecutors, the judge, everybody has been very gracious and above board. So for me to go out there and start talking about this and unpacking is exactly what my opponents would like me to do to incriminate myself, to hurt my chances on my criminal.
I've never seen a more guilty person on television in my entire life. I mean, he literally, dude, just say, I'm not going to talk about it right now because there's a case going on. That's it. He literally is just like, bro, he's like, well, you know, I've done really illegal things, like the most illegal things you ever thought about. I'm doing illegal things right now. And because I love doing crime, I don't want to talk about the crime that I'm doing and will continue to do forever. And so, yeah, that's why I won't be talking about all the crimes that I love doing. Because I'm currently under federal investigation. Would you agree to have George Santos on stream? Fuck yes, dude. Are you kidding me? I would love to. George Santos is literally winning the convo by having better eyebrows. I mean, that part is true. Those are not just like regular old eyebrows. Those are eyebrows that the American taxpayers and George Santos campaign contributors paid for. Some of which didn't even know they were paying for that. They didn't even know they were donating to the George Santos campaign, apparently.
Okay, so obviously I won't be answering any of those questions to you today, sir.
Right. 3 money laundering charges, 7 counts of wire fraud, 23 criminal charges overall. So they had a couple of votes. They did not work. This one might be different. Historically, there's only 5 members of Congress who have been expelled. What would it mean to you to be the 6th? How do you process that?
I mean, it's really, it hasn't sunken in.
Say it's homophobic.
But it's really a tough thing to digest. I mean, especially when...
It's homophobic. It's Latinx phobic. Okay? It's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Ukrainian. It's anti-victims of 9/11 and their family members. I am all of those things, and I stand before you, a man who himself was a part. You know what? I've decided I was also a 9/11 survivor in some ways. Yeah. You are behaving in very anti-Semitic ways by coming after a 9/11 survivor who also is Jewish, whose grandparents actually survived the Holocaust, and were Ukrainian as well, simultaneously. It's true. That's what's happening here, and he should say it.
I've come here, all of the work I've done in this body has been above board. Nobody can actually question my ethics and my conduct in Congress, unlike...
Wait, what do you mean? They quite literally can, and they quite literally did. That's exactly what the ethics committee did. Question your ethics and found out that you are deeply unethical. God, he's so delusional. I love him. I love him so much.
Some of my colleagues who are on drunken tirades going after their former staff, but I'm the one being pinned for all of this nonsense. And here I am, like, about to join a long history of due process of people who committed atrocities. Meanwhile, I have been only accused. This is, I have a scheduled I have a scheduled court appearance for September 9th next year to start a trial. That's what's on the books right now. But these guys want an expedient, conclusive decision now. They don't care what the facts are, so much so that they put in the report that I was exonerated from sexual harassment, but then Michael Guest, as an author, put it in his expulsion resolution. It's contradictory to his own committee's work. His committee didn't suggest expulsion, but here he is, writing this on with the Long Island Republicans in New York. And look, that's just hypocrisy at its finest.
So yesterday, you went ahead and fired an ethics violation to Jamal.
Trump needs to make George Santos his vice president. I've decided. Many people have talked about like who is going to be the VP. You got it. We know. He's right there, man. He's right there. And he should be doing that not for like any reason. Like, and there's no George Santos constituency other than obviously messy gays, which not exactly a big coalition there, but it's like the entirety of the what's the podcast? Fuck. The not even Red Scare, no. Not Fear End for sure. No, Seeking Derangements. Thank you, Arcanic G. That's the entirety of the Seeking Derangements podcast, the entire fan base of the Fear End podcast. That's pretty much it. It's like we are the George Santos constituency. However, Trump needs to do that specifically for the love of the game. He needs to do it because he absolutely loves people who do cons like this.
Bowman for pulling the fire alarm. And you said, Bowman said this in his statement: no one in Congress or anywhere else in America takes soon-to-be former Congressman George Santos seriously. This is just another meaningless stunt in his long history of cons, antics, and outright fraud. Your reaction?
Well, the reaction is he's a criminal. He admitted to it in court. He obstructed a federal proceeding. And
that's so funny. Like, Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm is the worst thing that anyone could have ever done. I say, as I stand before a federal investigation for like 100 different crimes. It's like screeching about a fucking jaywalking ticket, dude. It's fucking awesome. Please do not pay attention to my current crimes. You sound homophobic. True. What's up with your mic? I'm just like cleaning it up a little bit. There's a lot of dirt that is picked up over the years in the little nooks and crannies. So I just want to try and, you know, there's gamer gunk. You know what it is? It's not even anything. It's just dust for the most part.
Look, and everybody in America knows, had he been a Republican or a member of the general public, he would have been indicted on a felony charge of obstructing an official proceeding, much like the J6ers in Washington, D.C. today.
So I know Matt.
I love the this is what Jamal Bowman did is just like the January 6ers, except the January 6ers shouldn't go to jail and Jamal Bowman should go to jail. What Jamal Bowman did is very similar to what the January 6ers did, okay? And if not worse, but also he should go to jail and we should take out the January 6ers from jail.
Gates says he's not.
And also the January 6th was good. It was good and valid and great.
To vote to expel you. Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan, Lauren Boebert will not vote to expel you. It probably won't be enough. Do you think you're going to get expelled today?
Well, look, I don't know. I've accepted the fate. Look, I believe that if it's God's will to keep me here, I will stay. And if it is his will for me to leave, I will leave, and I will do so graciously.
George, as they roll through all the things you said and everything about working at Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, being Jewish, have you been doing this?
Yes, he hit him with the being Jewish. Come on, dog. That shit's crazy. It's perfect, dude.
Oh. This your whole life, just embellishing and making things up. Is this the first time you've been forced to pay for this?
Brian, look, I can go.
Dude, Killmeat's actually doing a great interview for once. I mean, dude, it's impossible. It's impossible to look at George Anthony DeValder Santos, and like try to find something that's defensible. The fact that he was able to get away with it for this long due to like, you know, internal affairs within the Republican Party is a testament to how fundamentally broken the Republican Party is. I mean, he was a liability from the jump. Like anyone could have fucking made that call. He was a massive liability, which we're going to get into in a second, by the way, when we talk about the JAubrey video, the fraud who fooled America, the lies of George Jebediah Santos.
And rehash everything that I've said, but it's been so wildly documented on all of the questions you just asked. And to the short.
He ran unopposed. No, that doesn't matter. What do you mean? You think the Republican Party doesn't vet its own fucking members? That's crazy. Like, not having... First of all, that's not even true. He ran and lost time and time again. He ran and lost twice, I believe, in the New York area. So the idea that you think that the RNC is just going to dump funds into you without, like, doing their due diligence is crazy.
Short answer is, would I have not said certain things? Would I have done things differently? Absolutely. I'm an adult and I'm mature enough to acknowledge that. But to think that I've built my entire life based on what the media is trying to package over the last couple of months is not fair. It is not true, and it is dishonest. So I have a life. I have people around me who've been in my life my entire life who are appalled at what the media has been doing. So I think that should tell you enough of who I am and my character.
You don't think you brought this on yourself?
Oh, look, in some way, I think we all bring stuff on ourselves, right? I just acknowledge I bear responsibility, but what has been made out of mistakes that I've made in the past that I've admitted to on national television, on this network with Tulsi Gabbard last December, I dare most members of Congress have the same courage to come on here and tell the entire American public on national television exactly what I did and own up to their shortcomings and be humble and have the humility to do so.
All right, and just a final thought is, you expect to be expelled today?
Look, like I said, I don't expect, but I do believe they have the votes. Congressman Lilota said he had 150. He walked it back to 120. Look, 150, 120, the difference is they need about 77 Republicans. If that's the numbers they're dwelling with, I think they have it.
Well, you're my congressman. There's going to be a special election if you're expelled today, and then we'll see. And then we got another election in November.
I hope you have a shot at a conservative, Brian, because you won't know what a conservative looks like on Long Island once I'm gone.
Right. Although the Long Island is pretty red. Congressman, thanks so much. And Peter King did have that seat for a long time. Congressman Santos, for now, best of luck.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Killmeat.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
For now, best of luck. What a great way to send him off.
Republicans from New York are ready to unseat scandal-ridden Congressman George Santos.
The representative is being accused.
What the fuck? Where did this caption just pop up out of? This is like crazy. Anyway, we're watching the JAubrey video.
Use of identity theft.
Wire fraud, false statements, falsification of records.
Scamming a disabled veteran out of money he was raising for his sick dog.
Now denying reports that he once performed as a drag queen in Brazil.
I never claimed to be Jewish. I said I was Jew-ish. Claiming, for instance, he had a role in Hannah Montana.
I'm just struck, not necessarily that a politician would lie, but that you would think no one would find out.
Well, I ran in 2020 for the same exact seat, and I got away with it then.
That photo, by the way, is the greatest snapshot of all time. Like, that is, it goes so fucking hard. It will be remembered for generations. It's one of the hardest going photos out there. Nothing goes as hard, okay? Straight fucking diva shit. So clean, so nice with it. Botox looking perfect. His beats looking snatched, whatever fucking people say, okay? He beat it up. He's slaying. He's the slay queen. He's serving mama. Slay mama. God, he's great.
There's an old saying I find hard to disagree with. Politics is just show business for ugly people.
No, get those lights off! Off!
Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho police.
They're too bright. Turn them off. Freedom! Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Through a cynical lens, American politics can be seen as a deranged spectacle for the entire world to laugh at.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Wait. I call upon all nations to stop these terrorist killers. Now watch this drive.
A never-ending source of
JAubrey just popped off with like some of my favorite moments of all time, including my least favorite moment of all time, where we found out that George W. Bush actually has really good fucking reflexes.
Entertainment that favors vapid theatrics over any actual substance.
How many AR-15s do you think Jesus would have had? Well, he didn't have enough to keep his government from killing him.
What do you say in response to the Pope?
I'd say ISIS wants to get you.
But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny. If our country's going to hell, we might as well enjoy the ride there.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to
But I don't think there's a single politician today who epitomizes our government's absurdity quite like George Anthony DeValder Santos.
Is it true that you have an OnlyFans page and you can peel a banana with your feet?
I just discovered what OnlyFans was about 3 weeks ago.
That was a lie.
I was oblivious to the whole concept.
You just can't tell the truth. All right, so...
You may have heard his name before or seen his picture on the news, and what...
Wait, I didn't catch that part. I didn't know she said that.
You can't tell the truth. All right, so...
The whole concept.
You just can't tell the truth. All right, so...
Oh my God. Isn't that the VJ, by the way? That literally, God, American politics is so fucking stupid. It's such a dumb fucking... Oh, it's a clown show!
So,
you may have heard his name before.
Gagged him.
for is seen his picture on the news, and well, that would be because George has become one of the most polarizing individuals in all of Congress, but that's not for any traditional reason. He was elected on a number of false pretenses.
Where's the TOS?
And I know your response to that may be, doesn't every politician lie, though? To which
149, we passed it. 212, sex toy. We passed both
I
of
would
those
say yes,
TOSs.
but also you've never heard of George Santos. This guy's entire existence is made up. He's lived about 1 million different lives, and as a result has put himself in the crosshairs of the FBI, the FEC, the GOP, the Brazilian government, the House Ethics Committee, and the nearly 1 million constituents who make up his district, just to name a few. I mean, he's facing 23 federal charges as we speak, and there's no guarantee he won't be charged with even more after this video comes out. Because when we look into his actual biography, we discover a man who has scammed, thieved, and manipulated his way to the top in a manner so unbelievable, he's had to escape entire countries. I mean, we're talking about an entirely different brand of criminal. He's like a Looney Tune, a Grinch-like figure, as some have suggested.
George Santos just left Tim Burchett's office with a baby in his arms. When asked if it was his baby, he said, "Not yet."
But before we get to anything he did, it's important to establish somewhat of a base understanding of where the man comes from, which I'm gonna attempt to lay out as best I can, but keep in mind, this guy has lied about literally so many elements of his life that it's actually hard to get a straightforward timeline of events. So if anything here feels a bit disjointed, it's because George himself is a very disjointed and confusing person, okay? Not my fault. This is a guy who baselessly claimed his niece was kidnapped by Chinese communists, that he survived multiple assassination attempts, and that he's run a real estate empire on top of meeting Jeffrey Epstein. He's also lied about where he went to school, where he worked, where he got his money, that he was in—
Every group's got that one guy, dude. Every group has to have, first of all, every gay person knows a guy like this, okay? But every group needs to have just a lying guy in general. Doubly fun if they're also a messy gay on top of that. Okay? It's just like, I mean, I've talked about this before, like, when I was in college, there was this dude in our group of friends who would do these, like, unimaginable things, these incredibly impressive things. And after a while, we realized, like, oh, he's just lying, right? He had this like one-up disease. You'd say something like, oh, I went on a jet skiing trip and it was awesome. And he'd have to follow you up with a story that he completely made up and be like, oh yeah, well, I went on a snowmobile and did a flip. And after a while, we started having a little game where we just like start a story. We'd start a story specifically knowing full well that he's going to fucking, raise the stakes. There's different kinds of liars. You're saying it's giving LeBron. LeBron is like a white lie type of guy. You know what I mean? He's like, I would classify LeBron as a guy who lies about things he doesn't need to at all, but it doesn't even benefit him in any way, and often is doing it for the other person, like for the sake of the other person, like, oh yeah, I love watching your movies, that type of thing. And like, it's a situation that you could totally avoid if you were to say, well, I haven't watched that movie, I'm really sorry, right? But LeBron is the type of guy who goes, yeah, I love that movie, it's my favorite movie of all time, to the guy who made the movie. You know what I mean? And there's no reason for him to do that. Oh, that's my favorite quote. I've actually never heard another quote that I like as much as my favorite quote, that is the quote that you just mentioned. And it's like, why did you say that? There is no reason for you to have said that. Okay? Whereas the type of dude that I'm talking about is like pathological and can't stop himself. He can't stop himself, and there's a purpose for it. Hasan talks a lot without saying anything. Well, one, I'm a Twitch streamer, so yes, you're right about that. But two, I think what I'm talking about right now is fairly personable if you have ever had friends. Or even if you've like watched anime, every crew needs a Usopp. There you go. Usopp is a great example. So, like, these are the types of dudes who just like lie about regular, banal, nonsensical bullshit things. But then George Santos takes it one step further. He's the guy who lies for gain. But I would categorize him as like pathological in the maximum degree, where he both lies for personal gain, as he has done time and time again, but he also lies when there's no reason to. Okay? He just lies for the love of the game, just to tell a good lie, which is why he's the best. Okay, this is an incredible conversation.
An actor on Disney Channel into one of my favorites that he produced a Spider-Man musical on Broadway, which is especially bizarre to me because that specific musical he wrongly said he worked on was a commercial failure that lost millions of dollars and even
that's what I mean. Like, when you lie, not for personal gain, but you lie in a way that like serves you L's. You know what I mean? That's when you know someone is absolutely just lying for the fun of it, for the sake of being able to tell a lie. You know what I mean? Like, what's the worst thing you can think of? What's the worst movie? What's the worst song you can think of that is just like universally panned by critics? George Santos goes, I played a role in making that. For no reason. For no fucking reason. It's like, well, why did you say that? It just like kind of shows you to be a loser.
Resulted in the injury of several cast members. Why you would want to tie your name to that, I just don't get. Half the time there's nothing to be gained from these lies at all. In a 2022 congressional debate, he actually stole his opponent's answer to the question, what's your favorite holiday tradition?
Oh, this was awesome.
In front of him.
So Mr. Zimmerman, name one of your favorite family traditions.
New Year's Eve, I hope my nephews and I, my brother and sister-in-law, I get together in our sweats, watch a stupid holiday movie, some sort of stupid comical holiday movie, and eat the food that we shouldn't eat all year round. Haagen-Dazs is always a staple.
Mr. Santos, your favorite family tradition?
Our favorite family tradition is just family time. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday night or if it's a Sunday night or if it's Christmas. It's sweatpants, pints of Haagen-Dazs all over the place.
He literally copied bro's own family tradition right down to the
Yeah, he to his face. To his face. I love that. Like, that's so disrespectful. That's so ridiculous. To his fucking face. He's just sitting right there. I love that.
This man's a fucking menace. But where does it all begin, right? Well, even that's the subject of debate. As the story goes, George Santos was brought into the world on July 22nd, 1988 in Sunnyside, Queens, and was raised in a basement apartment in Jackson Heights. And if we're going off this Wikipedia biography for a user named Anthony DeValder, last edited by him in 2011, we would learn his drag career began at 17, winning several gay beauty pageants between making the rounds at Brazilian nightclubs before going into acting on various Disney Channel shows, and landing a role in the 2009 film The Invasions.
For the record, Wikipedia editor, some of them are the strongest soldiers, and many of them are fucking insane. Okay? That's a red flag. If you're a Wikipedia head mod, that's a red flag.
Starring Uma Thurman, a movie that doesn't exist. All because he was inspired by the Steven Spielberg film Independence Day, which Spielberg didn't make. So this biography doesn't actually clear anything up, unfortunately. In that case, what do other people tell us about George? Well, as his former coworker, Barbara Hurtis, told Patch.com, he used to tell us he was born in Brazil, and that he would travel back and forth, and that he came from money. Which we know for a fact that George has lied about coming from money. Once telling a judge he worked for Goldman Sachs in 2017. The reason he was in court, by the way, was so he could testify on behalf of a family friend who ended up pleading guilty to ATM skimming and later told the feds that it was George who taught him how to do it. But that's a different story entirely. The transcript here is hilarious to me because when the judge asks, "You worked for Goldman Sachs in New York?" George's response was just, "Yup," which in hindsight was a bold-faced lie, one of many that he'd actually copped to once.
Like, a lot of this stuff is just resume padding, right? And it probably gets lost in the sea of other lies. Like, my favorite types of lies are not George Santos saying he worked at Goldman Sachs, which is so verifiably untrue and so easy to verify, especially if you're running for fucking Congress in New York. Are you kidding me? Like, you fucking accidentally wave your hand around, you're going to slap a couple fucking Goldman Sachs workers, okay, in that circuit that he's a part of. It's wild. However, that's not his best type of lies. His best type of lies aren't... They're the ones where he says things like he was a varsity athlete for the volleyball team and had a horrific injury that stopped him, but he can still play really well and he will actually play on the intramural intramural Congress volleyball team. Shit like that blows my fucking mind. It's like, it's so specific. That's such a specific lie. And you have to follow through on that. It's like the top of the hour ad break. It's coming for you. You know what I mean? And when I say it, it has to be the truth because I'm going to serve it. And you're going to see it unless you subscribe. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Now, of course, you can get a subscription. You can subscribe on your own, or you can get gifted a sub to avoid it. The Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He realized there was nowhere else to run. Before beginning his political career, or any career
Los
for that
Pipos.
matter, we know George was living near Rio de Janeiro with his mother in 2008. Or he may have been living in the US and visiting his mom in Brazil, as some of his friends have now stated, but that's a detail. The point is, he was around 20 at the time he stole the checkbook of a man his mother had been caring for and used it to rack up around $1,300 in fraudulent checks, according to Brazilian court documents. To make matters worse, this elderly patient his mom had been working as a caregiver for was deceased at the time George took his checkbook and forged his signature in order to buy luxury clothes for his boyfriend. And
excuse me, he wasn't using it. Hello? What is he gonna do? Take it like a pharaoh? Take it to his grave with him? Yeah. I'm sorry. He stole from a dead person? Yeah, it's the best type of person to steal from.
Despite him insisting he's committed no crimes in America or abroad, Brazilian police records indicate a different story. That George actually confessed to the crime over a decade ago, not just pleading with the store owner through a Brazilian social media platform, but eventually appearing in front of authorities in 2010 and admitting to the fraud alongside his mother, while also telling him he was a white professor, according to police documents. And I think one of the wildest discoveries I made while researching this video is the fact that his lawyer for this was reportedly convicted for his connection to a gang-related murder and was defending George while on house arrest. That is just something you can't even make up. As far as the store owner goes, he recalls having to pay for the stolen items out of his own pocket at the time, recently telling Mother Jones how visibly deceitful George came across. Now, George didn't acknowledge the fraudulent checks again until this year when he agreed to a $5,000 settlement and a confession in exchange for avoiding prosecution. The reason he just now settled this thing is because when Brazilian police tried to subpoena him originally in 2011, George was mysteriously nowhere to be found. He wasn't with his mom. It turns out he wasn't even in the country because, I guess, for whatever reason, George decided to leave Brazil behind right then and make a new name for himself up north in the land of opportunity.
I mean, he did go to the one place where you can kind of pop off. Like, America is a collection of con men. It is a country built around being able to con other con men. This is the greatest place to be if you are a con man we literally had Donald Trump as president. And the perfect place as a con man to actually thrive, the perfect field, the perfect sector to thrive as a con man is politics. So he kind of did all the right things.
Much like Connor Roy, I don't doubt George Santos was interested in politics from a very young age, but he didn't become very vocal about them until 2019, giving his takes on the hot-button issues of the day on Facebook, along with schmoozing Republicans at various events and fundraisers.
Today was a blessing for me as a patriot to come down here to Mar-a-Lago.
During these early days before he was really established, George made appearances at Mar-a-Lago, donated tens of thousands to the New York Young Republican Club, and attended CPAC, where he likely caught COVID at the very start of the pandemic in March 2020. This, to my knowledge, is the first time anyone in the media had even uttered the name George.
He made the Hajj. Yeah. It's one of the pillars of being a conservative. You have to do the Hajj. You have to make dua underneath the disgusting golden arches, okay, of Mar-a-Lago. You have to.
Santos on live television.
He even got COVID. Like, that's it. That's perfect. Getting COVID at CPAC is a blessing.
Guest tested positive for COVID-19 and joins us via Skype in quarantine. Welcome, New York congressional candidate George Santos. George, great to see you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm in recovery.
It was also shortly after he launched his first congressional campaign, running for the U.S. House of Representatives in New York's 3rd congressional district. George was going up against the incumbent Democrat Thomas Suozzi, who ended up taking the win by a surprisingly narrow margin, actually.
2 weeks after Election Day, Democrat Tom Suozzi has won re-election representing New York's 3rd congressional district. Suozzi had 53%, Republican challenger George Santos 47%.
Traditionally speaking, the Nassau County Republican Committee would otherwise be pretty strict about letting a newcomer into the fold with such minimal political experience, but the pandemic dissuading anyone else from running, coupled with the fact that the county had moved more towards the left in recent years, meant George was kind of the sole Republican candidate and became the nominee by default. And while his campaign would inevitably prove unsuccessful, it would give him the chance to mingle with constituents and work the media circuit, essentially priming his voter base for a grand return in 2022.
Hi everybody, George Santos here, running for New York's 3rd congressional district. I will fight socialism until my last dying breath because I despise it. Socialism has been tried in every country and failed miserably, and I count on you to send me.
I love how fucking stupid Americans are, dude. You could just say these things and then they will literally be like, hell yeah, brother. No questions asked. That's, god damn it, dude. Oh, fucking Christ. It's just so mind-boggling to me that people still go, Hasan, you're a leftist grifter after all this shit. It is so easy. It's so easy to grift. It's just literally in the opposite direction of the way that people think. Ah!
To DC to represent you. We need as many volunteers as we can get for this process. I think it's about time we put Thomas Suozzi into the retirement section.
In many ways, this race was a way for him to make an impression, which he certainly did, networking with the Trump family.
Like, not to use a Family Guy reference, but that 9/11 bit is so prescient, dude. This is it, dude. This is it. Just substitute that for, like...
Try giving short, simple answers.
Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
A lot. Because that's what Jesus wants. 9/11 was bad.
I agree with that. What are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
What about our traffic problem?
9/11.
That's it.
And buying entire tables at young Republican events. What's pretty funny though is that despite all his efforts, George didn't even live in the district he was trying to represent. And when reporters pointed this out, George claimed an address that in actuality belonged to his campaign treasurer. That same treasurer who would later admit to fraud and to implicate George in a scheme to embellish his finances, but trust me, we'll get to that too. It was also during this first congressional run that fellow candidates in other districts districts began to wonder how legitimate his fundraising claims really were. There seemed to be a pretty wide gap between what he said he had raised and what he had actually reported on campaign finance disclosure forms. As congressional candidate Josh Eisen told Intelligencer, I would look into his filings and see that he had raised almost no money. Everybody in politics exaggerates a little bit, but he was saying he had a 6-figure quarter, and it would turn out that it was a 4-figure quarter. One consultant plainly labeling him a walking campaign finance violation, and that it's been reported George came up with ideas to try and avoid campaign finance law, with one scheme that would allegedly involve getting donors who had maxed out their donations to him to give to the political action committees of other candidates, who would then funnel the donation back to Santos, as Intelligencer states. But these things weren't explored in depth at that time, because
My favorite thing is just doing campaign finance violations in a country that has made it legal. Okay? It is so unimaginably hard. It's like getting arrested as a foreign agent. Just fucking, if you're going to lobby the government as a foreign agent, like, they let you do it, unless you're AIPAC, in which case, of course, you don't need to register as a foreign agent because it's the American Israeli Political Action Committee. So it's different. Obviously, don't say that they're foreign agents. Do not say that AIPAC represents the interests of Israel, a foreign nation. Do not say that. That is anti-Semitic. Don't ever say that. Oh, wait, did Benjamin Netanyahu recently just meet with the heads of AIPAC? That's neither here nor there. Anyway, but again, I digress. It's just like half of the stuff that these goddamn criminals get arrested for is basically not filing the right paperwork. Okay? It's just so fucking funny. It's like, how do you get arrested, or how do you get prosecuted or investigated for this kind of thing when the law has made it legal?
He was still so low profile enough that nobody really cared to look into him, honestly. His opponent figured, why waste money and resources on a background check that could end up giving George more exposure when he could otherwise just kind of cruise through an easy win without all the hassle? So in fear of Streisand affecting the young Republican, Suozzi opted not to prioritize opposition research, keeping George's lies under wraps for at least a couple more years.
Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi sees a victory on the horizon, banking on 90,000 absentee ballots. A newcomer to the political scene is singing a very different tune. The 32-year-old Queens native who works in finance credits his current lead in a vote to an underestimated campaign which connected with voters.
Directly following his marginal loss in New York's 3rd District, George Santos was furious, believing he had actually...
I said George Santos. Because he was, get it?
He won the race. He began to allocate money and staff to a recount that never happened, along with accusing the county's GOP chairman of sabotaging his campaign because he's gay. According to Intelligencer, some of his own staff members were starting to worry about his mental health when he reportedly suggested finding a way to somehow throw out Democratic ballots as they came in, a hysteria that culminated when he went.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay when Trump does it, but it's not okay when George Santos does it at an incredibly low level. Excuse me. This is why I'm saying Donald Trump needs to literally make George Santos his vice president. Okay? Perfect fit. Perfect VP. Perfect VP. Okay? Trump Santos has a nice ring to it. Just saying.
Went to Washington, D.C. to attend an orientation for new congressional members, even after it was abundantly clear he had lost. Refusing to leave the room even as Suozzi was announced the winner. And if that wasn't enough, he'd then make a speech at the stop.
What are you doing? He attended the orientation
Steel rally one day ahead of the January 6th riots, arguing his election had been stolen from him, just like Donald Trump.
I remember this part. This was awesome.
They did to Donald J. Trump. They stole my election.
Watching that rally from home was one of George's former roommates, who couldn't help but notice the Burberry scarf he was wearing looked a little familiar.
While they were roommates, Greg Morey said Santos stole his Burberry scarf and later wore it during the rally ahead of January 6th.
That's awesome.
I saw that video and I just not very happy.
Those campaign finance problems I mentioned earlier, though, would absolutely bleed into his second congressional run in 2022. The successful one, which means people actually looked into this stuff. For instance, we know he was spending lavishly on the second campaign trail, racking up around $40,000 in flight expenses, buying his staffers expensive clothes while still treating them like shit.
Also, once again, you know, we got a situation. We got a situation on our hands that is also identical. Who amongst us does not have that gay friend who just steals their expensive clothing? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. The parallels are there. Austin doesn't lie, though. That's the difference. And Austin is nowhere near as... I mean, he's messy and he loves drama, but it's nowhere near...
shit, apparently. He also had a tendency to spend $199 at restaurants and hotels, which is just under the legal threshold of $200 for expenses that campaigns are legally required to track. To give you an idea of how rare an expense like that would be, FEC data shows 90% of all House and Senate races across the country did not report a single transaction between $199 and $199.99 in 2022, while the Santos campaign, on the other hand, reported 40 of them. In fact, Politico states that George's campaign accounted for roughly half of all expenses by all campaigns that cost exactly $199.99, a statistical improbability. Not to mention the countless donations from people who either don't exist or don't recall sending George any money. His cousin, for example, was dumbfounded by a pledge for $5,800 that he says he never made, adding to the overall mystique of how George managed to scrounge together a $700,000 sum he loaned his own campaign in 2022. But we'll explore all that and more in just a second. What's important right now is that he won, partly thanks to his district being redrawn 6 months before the election to include a much more Republican area. He was already running unopposed, which made him the Republican nominee, making it easy for him to beat the Democratic nominee, Robert.
This is why I suspect people were coming in here and being like, well, wasn't he running unopposed? Doesn't matter, brother. You don't give money. You don't get any fucking RNC donos without like a little bit of background checks. I mean, normally, which is why I'm shocked. Like he had to have been the luckiest motherfucker out there. I don't understand how he just got away with so much.
Robert Zimmerman in a newly red region. This redrawing of the county lines was truly the best thing he could have asked for. It was a gift. But unfortunately, everything to come after this would be the exact opposite of a gift.
We picked him up pretty early as a fraud and a braggart and a liar, which, you know, you come across sometimes in politics, but he was off the scale.
But first, brief word from our sponsor, Fume. Fume is a flavored air device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out your negative habit for a positive one. Fume uses cores infused with plants such as
ethical reacts. We're doing ethical reacts.
Uses no nicotine and no vapor.
Ethical reacts.
Plant-flavored air.
Shouts out to JAubrey.
Bad habit and enjoyable experience.
We are watching JAubrey, friend of the show, JAubrey's The Fraud Who Fooled America, the Lies of George Santos video.
Stopping is something
very good video overall.
But Fume aims
well sourced.
Having served over 150,000 customers with thousands of success stories, there's no reason that can't be you. Head to tryfume.com/JAubrey or scan the QR code and use code JAubrey to get 20% off your order today. But I've got to warn you, that 20% off deal only lasts through December 1st, so you better hurry. Otherwise, it's 10% off, which is still pretty good in my opinion.
Oh no,
what
it's
are you
December
waiting
1st.
For? Go to tryfum.com and use code JAubrey when you check out. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Fume for sponsoring this one.
So now, Nassau County legislator Josh Lafazan
It's a fake vape for all of you fucking vape heads out there who want to quit vaping, I think.
Has launched a new campaign with county residents to keep track.
To be fair, kind of a wild thing to call yourself, like call your brand Fumes. Like when I think of Fume, I don't think of good things. I think of like nasty air.
of Congressman Santos. Kind of keep an eye on him and his whereabouts. He's calling it Where's George?
By the time George made his acceptance,
that means we have to watch the ads. Who says that? It's the HasanAbi style guide. If a video has come out recently, then that means that like their CTR campaign is still happening, like their direct response campaign is still happening. So it's valid to watch their ad. If it's like an old ass video, of course, like we'll skip it because that it doesn't matter. They're not getting any dollars off of that, or they're not getting any like the campaign is over most likely.
speech on the night of November 8th, 2022, exactly 1 year apart from me typing this now, the man was already beginning to raise eyebrows. Turns out his own campaign had actually been made aware of his shady past in 2021 when they conducted what's known as a vulnerability study, basically a routine background check to see if there's anything in a candidate's past that an opponent could potentially latch onto as an attack. Well, George's history was so bad that some of his own staff reportedly urged him to step down. The complicated web of deceit this man was spinning for himself was so blatant and shameless that his own paid employees were telling him he'd be better off just fading into obscurity. You know how crazy that is? But of course, he didn't listen, and by December 2022, just 1 month after he secured his seat in the House, these lies would finally catch up to him in the form of a New York Times article laying everything out for the public to witness. This investigation revealed how Citigroup and Goldman Sachs—
Far too late, by the way. Far too late. Too little, too late. Crazy that it took that long.
Sachs had no record of a man named George Santos or Anthony DeValder ever working there, after he had already bragged to voters about his plentiful experience on Wall Street, going on to prove he never attended Baruch College, where he at one point claimed to have slayed on the volleyball team.
I actually went to school on a volleyball scholarship.
You did?
And I did, yeah. When I was in Baruch, we were the #1 volleyball
Did you graduate
team.
from Baruch? Did you graduate from there?
Yeah.
So did I.
I did.
So did I.
Oh, very cool. So, great school, great institution, very liberal, but very good professors who don't show their bias, which is very interesting. But that's a whole nother conversation. But it's funny that we went to play against Harvard, Yale, and we slay them.
This one's pretty funny to me because he spoke at length about playing on this team, all while knowing damn well he never even attended the school.
And it's funny, I was the smallest guy, and I'm 6'2". Look, I sacrificed both my knees and got very nice knee replacements from HSS. Playing volleyball. That's how serious I took the game.
In fact, he never even received a degree from higher education, despite claiming on the National Republican Committee's website that he once attended NYU, meaning he never attained an MBA and never scored a 710 on the GMAT, as he's also specifically liked to claim. Then there was the pet charity he liked to cite on the campaign trail, founding Friends of Pets United in 20.
It's so awesome. This is like a old 17th century folk story, comical levels of evil, okay? Like, it's the one thing white people can't fucking stand, like, is abuse towards animals, like orphaned pets, okay? It's so good. Yeah, I mean, literally, Cruella de Santos, Cruella de Vil.
13. George spent the next 5 years saving 2,500 dogs and cats out of the goodness of his own heart, as his website claimed. Only subsequent reports have found this thing wasn't even registered as a charity in the states of New York or New Jersey. One of the only remnants of this thing the Times could verify was a Facebook post promoting a fundraising event in 2017. But the beneficiary of that event claims to have never received the funds, and that Georgia kept making up excuses for why he didn't have the money. I mean, he was definitely facilitating the adoptions of these dogs, but where he was getting them from is a whole other story. Past associates of his claimed he would brag about rescuing dogs off the streets himself, while this Amish dog breeder in Pennsylvania paints an entirely different picture. According to him, George showed up to his ranch looking to purchase some puppies, writing 9 checks totaling out to be about $15,000 that the farmer grew suspicious of. But by that point, George already had the dogs in his car, so he took the gamble, and shockingly, the checks bounced.
Have you gotten the money back?
No.
Have you heard from anybody about it?
No.
Do you believe this is the man who bought your dogs and put them in the car and took them away from you?
I feel it is. Based on my memory, I would say yes, it is.
3 days after this, George attended a pet adoption event in Staten Island. According to a former owner of that business, George had literally, allegedly, stolen puppies and would actually be charged for check fraud in the state of Pennsylvania in 2017. The only way he got out of that was by telling prosecutors he worked for the SEC and had his checkbook stolen. Somehow, this worked, and even his lawyer friend, who believed him at the time, has since told CNN she no longer thinks George was the victim of any fraud. And if you're wondering what happened with that adoption event, George reportedly took the check written to his charity, crossed out the name of the charity, and replaced it with his own, cashing it out under Anthony DeVolder. Then there's, of course, the story of disabled Iraq War veteran Richard Osthoff, who alleges George...
Come on, dude. Come on. Like, stealing the puppy of and refusing to help the puppy of a disabled homeless veteran. Come on.
George scammed him out of $30,000 that was meant to go to his sick service dog. According to Richard, George ran off with the money raised by a GoFundMe, resulting in his dog Sapphire being unable to receive life-saving surgery for her tumor, tragically passing away.
You were homeless at the time.
I was homeless at the time. I had broken an ankle really bad, couldn't work for a year and a half, so I couldn't pay my rent, and I was evicted. I was living in a tent on the side of Route 9 in Howell, New Jersey with my dog. And she had already had that growth growing.
I'm sorry, you can't help but laugh, dude. He did so much. It's like, at that point, it's like comically evil, man. It's comically evil. It is cartoonish. There's no reason to do these things.
It was getting bigger and bigger by the minute, it seemed. I finally decided to take her to the vet to see what they could do to have it removed, and they gave...
Bro, homeless disabled veterans cancer dog, okay? Homeless disabled veterans cancer dog. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
$3,000 quote.
Richard says he was first introduced to George's charity by a vet tech, and that George seemed confident he could get the funds needed to save Sapphire's life.
He said he was very respected with his charity. It would help me very much to get the money in a sooner amount of time than later.
Through George, or Anthony DeVolder's charity, Richard's friends and family all pitched in to help, along with his old Navy buddies and even strangers who he had never heard of. Watching this thing gain traction over the course of a couple months must have been really encouraging for Richard to see, and for a moment it really seemed like Sapphire, a dog who had saved his life on multiple occasions, would finally receive the treatment she needed. But according to him, George complicated things, only allowing Richard to go through his preferred veterinary clinic in New York rather than Richard's local one, which wasn't the easiest for Richard considering he was homeless and couldn't drive at the time. But George assured him he'd at least make up for it by paying the tolls and gas money, which he never did. Richard never got any of the money, in fact, and about 4 months later is when Sapphire passed. Of course, if you listen to George, though, it's all a big distraction and that he never...
The reports that I would let a dog die is shocking and saying my work in animal advocacy was a labor of love and hard work. Over the past 24 hours, I've received pictures of dogs I helped rescue throughout the years along with supportive messages. These distractions won't stop me. God, the GOAT. Truly the GOAT.
Never allowed a dog to die, providing it 0 pictures, by the way, of all the pets he supposedly saved, but whatever. How are we supposed to believe him here when he's also presented no evidence he did any charity?
It's not even a real 501c3. Like, he was just... God, oh my God, he's such a fucking con man. It's so perfect. He is the perfect person to be in American politics. And here we are fucking dropping the ball big time, dude. Letting this one slip. Like, how are we not allowing this man to continue?
work for kids with skin conditions like he's previously claimed. According to his old campaign website, he and his family engaged in helping children with EB, but as executive director of Deborah of America, a global consortium of organizations working on behalf of people with EB, who knows, quote, all the global EB charities, notes, there is nothing in their database or general records to indicate George and his family's volunteerism at all. Even SOS EB Kids, who advocates for children with EB in Brazil, has found no records of George's family ever donating to their organization, which is probably why this line about helping kids with EB was removed from his website entirely and replaced with a more generic and difficult to verify line about
Why? Like, why are you picking these things, okay? Why are you doing these things? I just don't get it. He's never said a truthful thing.
Him supporting at-risk children and American veterans, but still never actually showing any proof. The Times also brought up George's alleged $750,000 salary and over $1 million in dividends from his company, the Devalder Organization, which not only has no—
By the way, this is what I said was like gonna pop him, which it did. For the record.
No public LinkedIn page, but its address appears to be at a Florida mailbox store located in a strip mall next to a Dollar General and a Chinese takeout place. Yet George would describe this thing a few different ways. Once referring to it as a family firm that managed $80 million in assets, before later calling it a capital introduction consulting company. The disclosures revealed it had no clients, which could be illegal if any clients did exist, but would also be pretty bad if they didn't, because what actually was this thing? And more importantly, where did all his alleged fortune come from? Well, right now, nobody knows, since he's never given a straight answer, but he'll tell you where it's not from.
One of the principal critiques I've heard is that a lot of money was donated to your campaign by you, $700,000, I believe. Where did it come from?
Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
Fucking got him, dude. Yeah, two normal guys just having a chat. Nothing to see here. Just two normal guys having a chat in front of a Jesus poster. You know, with live, laugh, love all over. Moms for Liberty fucking mug in the background too. Also another very normal. Please don't look up the high-level pedophiles that work for Moms of Liberty. Very normal stuff happening here. Okay? Just a normal-ass podcast with two chill-ass dudes in Congress that certainly are not both under ethics committee investigations and subsequent federal investigations, as a matter of fact. Just two guys having a laugh, having a chat. God, the Republican Party is awesome. I mean, the Democratic Party, too. Fucking Bob Menendez. Oh, I love American politics so much because, you know, when I'm covering ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza day in, day out for, you know, what, 5, 6, 7, 2 months now at this point. 2 months. Endlessly. You could take a breather and take a step away from that to go back to covering normal American politics. And it's just a fucking whole-ass clown show.
Well, yeah, that is an answer.
Great, man, but that's not the question Matty Boy asked now, is it? And while George liked to talk up a big game about his family fortune being in real estate, the Times found no evidence of the Santos family owning any properties at all, despite him claiming up to 13 residential properties at one point. Instead, they uncovered a string of evictions George faced, beginning in 2015 when he owed over $2,000 in unpaid rent, then again in 2017 when another landlord accused him of owing $10,000, being fined $12,000.
Some of his crimes are based like this, though. Like, just like refusing to pay his rent. I respect that. Like, stealing from other Republicans, love that. Stealing from Republican voters, love that. You know, and what do you do with the theft that you engaged in? Purchase OnlyFans, support sex workers, support Sephora. Maybe that part is whatever. But like supporting sex workers, love that. He is a bit of a Robin Hood in many respects.
In a civil judgment. Though as the Times points out, George did become pretty vocal about housing issues in later years, just not from a tenant perspective. Asking in 2020,
He was a landlord's activist. Will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? My family and I nearing a 1-year anniversary of not receiving rent on 13 properties. The state is collecting their tax, yet we get zero help from the government. We worked hard to acquire these assets.
Will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? He really said, I'm joining the war on landlords on the side of the landlords. But of course, this is something he'd later fess to as well, telling the Post George Santos does not own any properties, even though he once claimed an apartment in Rio de Janeiro on a financial
Bro, he's LARPing as a landlord. He is so perfect. He's the perfect neoliberal in many ways, you know? The quintessential neoliberal Democratic Party voter. Hates the Republican Party despite agreeing with them on everything as it pertains to the economy. LARPing as a landlord while not owning any fucking... He is a r/neoliberal poster. He's gay. Okay? He's gay as hell. And on top of that, he is posing as a fucking landlord when he has no properties and is actually behind on rent by $10,000. Oh my God.
Disclosure form. Also, why is he talking in third person here? But I just think it's hilarious. He'll literally LARP online as a landlord if it means getting a few retweets. Hilarious stuff, honestly. No notes. But I mean, over the years, George has claimed a lot of jobs that he couldn't.
He's also a Ukraine Globe Twitter guy too. Oh my God, he literally is. He is an r/neoliberalism poster, dude. Oh my God. You're right. He LARPed as a Ukrainian too. Huh.
Prove he actually
second
has.
thought video drop.
And Goldman Sachs
We'll
are
watch
a
it
few
later.
of them, but he also tried saying he lost 4 employees at the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting in Florida.
That was insane.
At the time, have people that worked for me in the club. My company at the time, we lost 4 employees that were at Pulse nightclub.
Only the Times was able to review the obituaries of those lost that night and found no connections of them to any purported businesses George claimed to even be involved with, which is like an extremely easy thing to prove. All of this stuff is. I mean, he was making $15 an hour at a Dish call center at the same time he was telling people he was working as a rich financier on Wall Street. It's just that nobody looks into it until it's too late and he's already in office. He was, however, involved with a company called Linkbridge in 2019 before shifting to an investment company called Harbor City Capital
Both
based
scams.
in Florida, which already should raise some
scams. Both of them.
red flags. What the Harbor City? This thing was a Ponzi scheme. It literally used YouTube videos to bait investors with false promises of double-digit returns before being shuttered by the SEC. To this day, George claims he had absolutely no idea of any illegal activity happening while there, and I have no reason to doubt that. This is a guy with a clear conscience and a reputation for being honest. What more can I say?
This is his very first TV interview since these accusations surfaced.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fake. I didn't materialize from thin air. I worked damn hard to get where I got my entire life.
Needless to say, this article revealed a lot, but George retaliated hard, providing copious amounts of documents and files on top of files to prove the undisputed legitimacy of every single one of his original claims.
One problem I have with JAubrey is that like his beats go extra hard on the background, and I just constantly fucking find myself bobbing my head. You know what I mean? And like half the time, it's not funny stuff like this. It's like gruesome crimes, and I'm just like bobbing my head while he's talking about like how, I don't know, like a YouTube mom has been doing child abuse or something.
Kidding. While his lawyers slammed the article as a smear campaign riddled with defamatory allegations, George never did come up with any evidence to defend himself with. In fact, to make matters worse, almost immediately after this thing was published, Jewish Insider would reveal some pretty damning information regarding his family tree.
I think one of the questions that really probably hits home to a lot of people is are you Jewish?
See, George was known to flaunt his supposed Jewish heritage in front of voters, painting it as a story of survival, tenacity, and grit, as he put it at a Jewish coalition conference, for example.
Oh, good morning. Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
He talked about it all the time to voters.
You know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Jewish lasers in space.
I'm a Jew, trust me.
He was literally at a menorah lighting the very night before the New York Times article dropped. He made no secret that his maternal grandparents fled Jewish persecution in Soviet-led Ukraine before escaping the Nazis in Belgium and finally settling in Brazil. Until it came out that his grandmother was actually born in 1927 and would have been 13 by the time he claimed she left Belgium in 1940, while married to her husband. It would also seem George's grandfather was, by all indications, Brazilian, according to a historian from the University of Rio de Janeiro who specializes in the entry of foreigners in Brazil from 1939 to 1945. Exactly the time frame we're looking at here, which conflicts with the initial story that his grandfather escaped Stalin's Ukraine in the 20s. In fact, according to the historian, only 2 foreigners entered Brazil from Belgium by the name of de Valder, but they arrived separately after the war in 1948 and 1955 and left pretty soon after. Though he did acknowledge George's great-grandfather, who arrived in Brazil at the end of the 19th century, according to an extensive genealogical record of the Santos family. Finally concluding, George has an interesting family history with nice and important people. I suspect he doesn't have the slightest idea of this. For that reason, he invented ancestors.
Now again, multiple family records show your maternal grandparents were born in Brazil, and a genealogist told CNN there's no sign of Jewish and/or Ukrainian heritage and no indication of name changes along the way.
It's my favorite thing because, like, it's awesome that he wanted to hit the full Monty. Like, he was like, I'm Jewish, I'm Latinx, and I'm Ukrainian. Like, if there was another fucking war happening, he would have added that onto the pile 100%. Okay? He wanted to hit all the categories. It's so perfect. Like, if China had fucking put, I don't know, Taiwan under a blockade, he'd be like, I'm actually Taiwanese. Many people don't know this, but I am from Taiwan. Yeah, that's right. If he was running now, he 100% would have called himself Israeli. Oh, absolutely. Like, if he was running for the first time right now, he'd be like, I am literally from Israel. My family is from Tel Aviv, and I lost so many of my friends and family members. They are from Kibbutz Be'eri or some shit.
At that point, George had been cornered. He went from basically being gifted a seat in the House of Representatives on a silver platter to becoming enemy number 1 of the media before he was even sworn into office.
Within the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore, there's people with all sorts of shiesty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene.
He's not wrong about this, though. He is right about this. The only difference is, like, he's not wrong. A lot of these fuckers are assholes. They're crooks. They're criminals, right? It's just that, like, I guess they are nowhere near as, like, wild as George Santos was. Like, his crime, his real crime, is that he went too far because he just had love for the game.
Of United States.
Yeah, as Spencer Ackerman put it, not unique, but he is exemplary. Exactly. Much like Henry Kissinger. Not unique, but certainly exemplary.
Breaking his silence the day after Christmas with an appearance on WABC and an interview with the New York Post, telling the Post, I am not a criminal and that my sins here are embellishing my resume. I am sorry. Chalking his lies about Wall Street up to a poor choice of words and admitting he never graduated from any college, adding, we do stupid things in life.
Elon went too far and nobody goes after him. It's because Elon at least is doing what, first of all, Elon lies all the time, but he lies in a way that actually benefits his shareholders. Like, if he actually lied to his shareholders directly in violation of the law, okay, and then it hurt the company, at that point, especially if he didn't have any real money, right, then he would actually get into trouble. Then he would actually get into trouble. The thing is, like, as long as he doesn't violate his fiduciary responsibility And he can just keep lying as long as the fucking lies end up benefiting shareholders, which it does. Which it literally does. Like all the time. He literally did get in trouble when he said he was going private at 420. Yeah, I mean, that did happen. Oh, also, we'll talk about the Cybertruck in a second. I don't know if this is what the... Here I am, the richest man in the world, Philosemite, climate crusader, and I still get shit from idiots. What? Megaphonics. There's so much better shit that you could post about Cybertruck and how it doesn't have fucking crumple zones and how it's just like it looks like a death trap. And instead, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Classic Megaphonics. Had to post an unrelated ass, silly ass Elon meme. Okay? Why'd you have to do that?
Before finally hitting us with the quote of the year. In his interview, George told the Post, "I never claimed to be Jewish. I'm Catholic. Because I learned my maternal family had a Jewish background, I said I was Jew-ish." But that's just not even true. The man literally called himself halachically Jewish just a month before the election at a US-Israel PAC meeting. Literally, nobody thought he meant Jewish. He clearly wanted people to think it, whatever. I feel foolish just trying to understand any of this. Am I right?
No, the Jew-ish thing is like, that is the closest, unironically, he's ever gotten to being actually Jewish. Okay? His entire fucking saga surrounding making up like Holocaust grandparents from Ukraine, specifically to get Ukraine clout and Jewish clout, is so Larry David, so fucking certified Larry Davidian, that it actually is the closest he has gotten to being unironically Jewish. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, am I right? And of course, this was also around the time he had some old Facebook comments resurface, along with this leaked audio of him.
Wait, what? I didn't know this one.
Around the time he had some old Facebook comments.
What? He said, hi, what? Somebody... What? What is this?
Comments resurface, along with this leaked audio of him.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're fucked. In new audio, George Santos imitates his district's Jews.
Doing what he considers to be an impression of a Jewish man, I guess.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're it's funny when the isms start coming out, right? Oh, he's such a man, she's such a man, and then they go on to the next thing, and it's like, oh, that's a point, and it's really bad. But anyway.
I have no idea how this is real.
What? Yo. Okay, I want to congratulate JAubrey for bringing up new information that even I did not know about George Anthony DeValder Santos. I'll just say that. That's shocking to me. I fancied myself to be the formative George Santos historian. You know what I mean?
Broader media attention, though, meant deeper investigations into George's murky biography. Before long, even his own past relationships came up.
Do you still stand him now? Yes. Are you kidding me? We just talked about how he, like, basically facilitated in the death of a motherfucking homeless, disabled veteran's cancer dog. That is, like... That's it on the list of like comical crimes that you can conduct. That literally is Disney villain status. Okay. And I stand him after that. So this little tidbit about him trying to do like, I don't know what he was trying to do. Like some anti-Semitic joke that he was trying to make, like, nothing.
under scrutiny. First, with the Daily Beast being unable to find any official marriage license for him and his husband in the state of New York, with some also pointing to his lack of wedding ring the day he first arrived in Washington. The first time most people even learned he was married at all was when he mentioned his husband in passing as a part of this tweet commemorating the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, which I love because hard launch.
Excuse me. Yeah, hard launching.
Launching your partner at the beginning of a memorial tribute. It's an act of insanity only George Santos could pull off. Following up a few days.
There's no better way. He did not do the classic soft launch of being like, showing another man in his Instagram stories or anything like that. He just went nutty with it. Dianne Feinstein is dead. Also, me and my husband, who I'm married to, we loved her.
Later with this official confirmation that the two got married in 2021. But as some replies have pointed out, this isn't the first time George has been married. His first marriage lasted 7 years and was with a woman from Brazil, to which there's also currently an investigation into whether or not he violated immigration law in marrying her. One of George's openly gay friends told the Daily Beast that he tried to get him to marry some Brazilian woman so he could get her citizenship, and that George told him there was money to be made from an arrangement like that. Truly not sure what the fuck that's about, but we know for sure George officially divorced his wife in 2019, a year before his congressional bid and 5 years after he supposedly proposed to a man in 2014, sending out a Facebook invitation that read, "Good evening, everyone. As you all may already know, Pedro and I have decided to join our toothbrushes. LOL, and a very few friends have been selected to share this special moment with us. I hope to see every one of you there and to be sharp and make it count. I know there was no time for a written invitation, but thanks to Facebook, everyone has a whole week's notice. LMAO, for all of you that know me, I can suck on timing. Thanks for sharing this very important day in our lives. See you there." This party never actually happened, as his ex-boyfriend Pedro Villarva unfortunately rejected George's proposal 3 times, as he told the Daily Beast, reinforcing the idea that George would routinely engage in relationships with men years before he legally left his wife. In response to any speculation on his sexuality, George told the New York Post, "I'm very much gay. I'm okay with my sexuality. People change. I'm one of those people who change." And while we're on the subject of change, it's also been reported that George was once a supporter of left-wing Brazilian President Lula, according to one past acquaintance. Which
what the fuck? What?
Would be in stark contradiction to the man we know George to be today. Instead of spearheading progressive bills to expand and protect the rights of the LGBTQ community, for example, George was a vocal...
No, this must be a lie. I don't want to think about that. I want to think about this as a lie. I'm booking this as a lie. This is a classic George Santos lie.
Supporter of Ron DeSantis' infamous Don't Say Gay bill, which has been widely condemned by activist groups as staunchly homophobic and unconstitutional. Even after George seemed to maybe change his mind on this later and denounce DeSantis' rhetoric as to diminish and remove rights from...
I guess technically you could have, if you can have like Bernie supporters who are Brazilian that love Bolsonaro, it goes in the other direction as well. You know what I mean? You have like Trump supporters who love Lula, I guess. I don't know how. Remember the fucking fighters that we looked at with Felix, who were like major Bernie supporters, who are also major Bolsonaro supporters? Probably only supported Lula when he thought Lula was corrupt. No, I mean, I don't know.
From people like him, he made it clear he still supports the bill in nature. Not sure what part of it he supports, but he hasn't exactly garnered a reputation as an activist by palling around with some of the biggest homophobic monsters in politics, I can tell you that. Which is especially sad when you consider the drag queen allegations.
Today, like well every day, we have new evidence of lies. in the case of Republican Congressman George Santos. Now, Santos has vehemently denied reports, as well as videos and photos that two sources told NBC News show him participating in drag shows.
One of the top stories you may have heard if you're already familiar with George Santos is that he supposedly once performed in drag under the name Kitara Ravache, at least according to Brazilian drag artist Eula Rochard. In January 2023, she made this post to Facebook captioned,
It's like, this part is actually such a funny part of the saga because, like, Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani did drag. Like, Donald Trump didn't personally do it, but he participated in the drag where he, like, motorboated Rudy Giuliani's drag titties, and that was far closer to Trump's election and re-election than this, right? Like, in the 90s, everybody was fucking doing drag, in the early 2000s even. Like, it was a classic thing. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, it is a new phenomena, folks. Here, for those of you who haven't seen this shit, here you go. I'm gonna fucking pee real quick while I loop this.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth. You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh.
I'm glad you guys got to watch that twice because that shit deserves it. Is worthy. Anyway, but I digress. The point I was trying to make is that it was super commonplace. People it's a new phenomena. People are so stupid. They get so quickly primed into hating things by Republican media, especially as it corresponds to broader reactionary framing on an issue. It's like Americans are so comfortable at abiding by new reactionary standards without even considering whether they themselves have participated in it in the past, in the not so distant past, as a matter of fact. Like those, what was it? There was like a bunch of cops that did the, wait, I think it was literally, what's his face? Oh, it was the Steven Seagal thing. Remember? Steven Seagal in Louisiana, Jefferson Parish. The cops themselves literally went and fucking did a drag race to raise money. And that was like 2005 or something. Like, it wasn't that long ago. My point is, that was 25 years. He's been doing drag for 25 years. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Americans are so easily duped into getting mad about shit, especially when it's reactionary framing. Another example of this would probably be how quickly we got back on the Islamophobia train. You know what I mean? Like 9/11 happens, Islamophobia goes crazy, goes nutty with it for like 20 fucking years. All right? And then there was a brief moment where it's like maybe Islamophobia is not the hot thing anymore for like a couple of years. Boom. Right back at it like we never left it. It's so easy.
me with the American Republican congressman who wouldn't leave my house in Portuguese. Whoever said I was a liar, bite your tongue. Implying the person dripped out in red feathers and long earrings next to her to be none other than Representative Santos. The images originally appeared in a Brazilian newspaper in 2008 and were substantiated by an unearthed interview in which one journalist alleges he spoke to George's Katara nearly a decade prior.
A bandeira desorganizadíssima, muita pouca gente, subúrbio, né? Não é Rio, a bandeira não tem bofe nenhum.
Now, I don't know Portuguese, but those who do have commented down below that he's talking about all the various clubs he used to perform at in Rio, which to me reinforces that old Wikipedia user biography that referenced Anthony DeValder's successful stage life as a drag queen. Eula even told NBC that she knew George at a time when he was coming up in the drag world, and even acted as somewhat of a mentor towards him, along with citing his outgrown sense of grandeur and claiming he lied all the time. Initially, George responded to these claims with absolute and utter denial, writing, "The most recent obsession from the media claiming that I am a drag queen or performed as a drag queen is categorically false. The media continues to make outrageous claims about my life." Though a few days later, as he was leaving LaGuardia Airport, George had changed his tune, telling reporters, "I was young and had fun at the festival. Sue me for having a life," which quite honestly is the most human thing I think he's said so far. Had he just been honest about it from the start, I don't think this would have been the same story. What I don't understand is that George can be honest about this, but still repeatedly lie and change his story when it comes to other personal details about his family, for instance. Even as George made several amendments to his biography as more lies were exposed, there was one notable detail that remained a part of his website throughout it all: that his mother, Fatima DeValder, died in 9/11, which, by the way, was already a subject of debate because in classic George Santos fashion, he initially worded his mother's death in a way that made it seem she passed in her office when the World Trade Center was attacked, until later when he clarified actually she survived the initial attacks but passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. Only further reporting has indicated that Fatima DeValder wasn't even in the country in 2001. In a visa application she filed in 2003, Fatima states she had not been to America since she—
Okay, but 9/11 was a troublesome time for her in Brazil. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, she stepped on a Lego that morning, like it wasn't, and then fell. Like, could that not be the case? Are people not allowed to be traumatized anymore? Thank you. What if she was, what if she just felt really sad about 9/11 and it traumatized her?
She left it in 1999, and in another filing just 3 months before the attacks on the World Trade Center, Fatima explained she couldn't come to America because she had her green card stolen in Brazil. These are the words of George's own mother, whose son would later go on to lie about the nature of her death years after her passing in 2016, all for the aim of, I guess, appearing more human? Having such a personal connection to a tragedy that not only affected so many Americans, but specifically New Yorkers, would undoubtedly lend him more credibility among voters in that region. But lying about such a thing also has the potential to irreparably ruin that image in the eyes of those same constituents.
While the Washington office of George Santos is up and running, protesters gathered outside his vacant Douglaston district office, mounting calls to resign from voters who say they were duped by a candidate who fabricated virtually all of his qualifications. Great Neck voter Jody Cass-Finkel has launched a bipartisan petition.
We got a con man, we got a liar, we got a charlatan.
Holding Pinocchio figures, voters say Santos is thumbing his nose at constituents by his silence.
For some reason, I don't really know why, there's a lot of people that don't like George Santos and want him completely removed from politics altogether, as evident by Nassau County Republican leaders who—
homophobic, anti-Semitic, pushing Z-ass, pro-Russia, 9/11 lovers, okay? Yeah, exactly. Those are the people, haters. Us, on the other hand, at the HasanAbi broadcast, we know George Santos would never watch Top of the Hour ad break. He would not. He would actually, as a matter of fact, gift subscriptions to all in the HasanAbi community with his campaign contributions that he illegally got. so we could gift members in the community the opportunity to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break coming now. If you have not received a gift yourself from George Anthony DeValder Santos, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
All called for George's immediate resignation the week following his inauguration, with several other New York representatives in the House urging the same. The reason the House Majority Leader at the time, Kevin McCarthy, opted not to take action, though, probably had to do with the fact that Republicans only hold a narrow majority at the moment, and need pretty much all the seats they can get.
George Santos, previously subscribed for 2 months, hasn't chatted. Anthony DeValder also is another community member. He's got both of his identities, both of his accounts.
And this is all despite one of George's fundraisers being indicted for impersonating a McCarthy aide on the phone to a big donor, but that's actually completely separate from George's own personal legal problems. Being issued one of 2 federal indictments in May of this year, with 13 counts including
thank you for the
wire
5
fraud,
get the
money
subs.
laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to the House, his biggest mistake may have been using campaign money to pay for personal goods. And it's not even that he did it, it's that he did it the wrong way. Legal loopholes found within social welfare groups or leadership PACs.
This is the absolute best and funniest problem. The American legal structure allows him to do all of this, and he just didn't do it correctly.
Regularly.
Dinesh D'Souza style? Yeah, more like Dinesh D'Lulu. Fucking got him.
Help politicians get away with the exact type of thing George was doing. It's just that instead of using a real social welfare group or a 501c4, he set up a regular business and falsely told donors it was a 501c4. That business, Redstone Strategies, which wasn't even registered with the IRS, had nothing to do with his campaign and everything to do with his bank account, as stated by New York Times contributor David Firestone, who notes that this business,
which is incredibly illegal, dude.
This was wiring funds directly into George's personal bank account, which is like insanely illegal, man. You could have gotten away with it too if you just were a
Pre-watched.
bit smarter about it, but I digress. At this point, even his own campaign treasurer, Nancy
To be fair, JAubrey is a HasanAbi head, so.
Marks has flipped on him. As I referenced earlier, Nancy pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the US by committing 1 or more federal offense, according to CNN. Overseeing the Santos campaign finances, Nancy told prosecutors in October that, quote, I filed a first quarter 2022 report stating that $500,000 was loaned to the campaign by co-conspirator 1 and the money was not received at the time. Co-conspirator 1, of course, being George. Implicating him even further, Nancy confirmed, I did these things in agreement with co-conspirator number 1 for his benefit and to obtain money for his campaign by artificially inflating his funds to meet thresholds set by a national political committee. Her testimony came just days before George was then indicted a second time, with U.S. Attorney Breon Pierce stating Santos is charged with stealing people's identities and making charges on his own donors' credit cards without their authorization, lying to the FEC and
which apparently quite literally included Republican congresspersons and their mothers, okay? And their moms. Please understand something. That's cool. You gotta hand it to him. You have to give it to him. You have to let him have that. He's chasing the fucking bag. He's getting his money up and not his fucking funny up. I respect that.
By extension, the public about the financial state of his campaign. Santos falsely inflated the campaign's reported receipts with non-existent loans and contributions that were either fabricated or stolen. So, among other things, George is now being accused of stealing the personal identities of donors to make over $44,000.
By the way, it's pretty fucking awesome that he has all of this shit dead to rights, and he's still just like chirping on Fox News in the interview that we just watched against Brian Killmeat, like, no, Brian, I will not kill you. You know, I actually did nothing wrong and everything I did was awesome and correct.
in charges over the course of 8 months without their knowledge. Because these donations often exceeded federal campaign contribution limits, George would just say the money came from his own finances, which wasn't true. At one point, allegedly charging one donor's credit card $12,000 and just sliding the majority of it into his own bank account. I mean,
like that. Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. So, one, when you're doing crimes, what you're probably not supposed to do is trigger agencies, okay? You're not supposed to trigger, like, even one agency. You have the FBI, you have the I guess you would, in this circumstance, it'd be the FEC, right? The problem is, he did something that would bring in multiple, the SEC as well, the IRS. He brought in every single agency possible to the fucking table. Like 12,000 immediately triggers alarm bells, okay? Now you got the FBI looking into it. The fact that he did not stay under the legal limit for what kind of campaign contributions someone can make to a campaign. Also, ridiculous. Like, not only did he go over the legal limit of campaign contributions from multiple people, including a Republican congressperson and his mother, he also fucking hit above 10K. And when you go above 10K, automatically it triggers something in the bank that will, it triggers something within the FBI. They're going to look into your bank account now.
It's so sloppy, it's ridiculous. And throughout it all, he still says he's not taking a plea deal, maintaining it wasn't him and that he can still prove his innocence. Well, it's almost a month and a half later, and we're all still waiting on him to do that. Despite all of this, and even after stepping down from his committee assignments in January, George has continued voting on bills regularly, looming in the background of hearings, usually keeping to himself, in between getting chewed out by Massachusetts Senator Mitt Romney.
Romney telling Santos in that chamber, "You don't belong here."
He's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be there.
It wasn't very Mormon of him.
He's a dilf.
That's not to say George can't hold his own in the good Twitter spat. You trust me when I say he's good at popping.
God damn. What the fuck? What the real life?
That's not to say George can't hold.
Hey, Mitt Romney, just a reminder, you will never be president.
Hold his own in the good Twitter spat. You trust me when.
Unlike Santos for Congress, I didn't have to lie to get elected. My credentials are clean. I'm actually Jewish, and unlike yours, my diploma from Harvard is real. Real like your chin. Wait, didn't this guy literally have like a disability, by the way? If I recall, I think he's just like... It's pretty awesome. I mean, let him fight. Like, it's awesome.
When I say he's good at popping off at random people, beefing with this random guy on numerous occasions just for the sake of it, everyone's coming after him. I mean, that's why he must see himself as our generation's Rosa Parks.
Mitt Romney, the man goes to the State of the Union of the United States wearing a Ukraine lapel pin, tells me, a Latino gay man, that I shouldn't sit in the front, that I should be in the back. Well, guess what? Rosa Parks didn't sit in the back, and neither am I going to sit in the back.
His allies in the House seem few and far between at the moment. Sure, he's got Marjorie Jewish Space Lasers Taylor Green on his side, but he's also lied about his interactions with other members like Kristen.
You gotta, that's a classic. You gotta have like a black iconic human rights leader that you, in the silliest way possible, compare yourself to. That literally is at the foundation of like white supremacist reactionary politics in America. Amy Schumer did it like last week. Don't you remember? Amy Schumer was like, MLK would love the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And you guys are basically shitting on me. When you're shitting on me, you're shitting on Martin Luther King.
cinema, who he claimed was very encouraging and welcoming to him, while she insists that two have never spoken, which has got to make you feel a little bad for the guy.
Ooh, that's crazy. Even when you lost to Kyrsten Sinema, well, I guess Kyrsten Sinema was like, you know, allegedly may or may not have been blowing Mitt Romney's mind. So she's more on the Romney train than she is on the motherfucking George Santos train, that's for sure.
George isn't a saint by any means, but has he really committed any crimes? Yes, are you fucking kidding me? Yes, yeah, he's being indicted on 23 charges and has a trial date set for September 2024, 2 months ahead of when his re-election would have been had he not suspended his campaign following the most recent developments from the House Ethics Committee. In other words, it's never been more Jover.
If this building, if this city put the effort to fixing our country the same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is...
Why is he putting that shit on, dude? He's like, his face has gotten more powdery. He kind of looks like, what was the fucking Australian comedy, What We Do in the Shadows? Like, he looks like a vampire from that fucking show at this point. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what it is. Not Australian. Sorry. It's fucking Kiwi, mate.
The same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is littered in political theater, and the American people are the ones paying the price.
In the time it took me to make
He also could be pulling a Sammy Sosa, but I don't think so.
this video, Thomas Swazi, the Democrat whose seat George took over, has since launched his own campaign with the intention of winning back his original seat. But to be fair, it never felt like George enjoyed the job anyway. The most excited I've ever seen him get is when he was asked a question about the latest season of RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, he just never seemed super jazzed about being in the House beyond the money he temporarily earned from his campaigns.
Congressman Santos, who do you think is going to win Drag Race this season? This season. I have no idea. You gotta read up.
I don't know if he even wanted to win. I mean, just think about it. Having to constantly deal with reporters hounding you with questions every time you step outside your office must be annoying. Getting little to no respect from anyone at your job must be rough. And to know there is only 7% of the country who wants you in government has got to be brutal. For reference, there are more people in America who think the earth is flat than want George Santos in office. He was never gonna stick around long, I'm sorry to say. But that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the ride.
Yeah, because one is true and the other one is false. You know what I mean? Yeah, the earth is flat. So, of course, there's more Americans that believe... What? I'm confused.
Usually our politicians are only corrupt in boring ways. George, however, at least kept us all on the edge of our seats, waiting to see what new wacky development would come next. He funded a trip to Atlantic City with campaign dollars? Nice. He misused funds to buy OnlyFans and lip filler? A man of the people. He might be going to federal prison for falsifying finance reports? Classic George. That's not to say he isn't a horrible person. He is, but if we're gonna have horrible people in our government, they might as well be horrible in ways that are occasionally entertaining. He may not be in the House for much longer, but he will be a representative of the be gay, do crimes community forever.
I got my ticket for the long way round. Lots of energy, guys.
Oh, God. He put the karaoke performance in there, too. Let's go.
Have fun. Fun. Yeah. Go. The one with prettiest of views. And I sure would like some sweet company. And I'm leaving tomorrow, what do you say? When I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my hair. You're gonna miss me.
Oh my God,
everywhere.
this is where y'all stole that meme from?
When I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk.
He's not bad. Shut up. You're fucking ridiculous, okay? Anyway, incredible stuff from George Anthony DeValder Santos. We are going to move back into Israel and its bombing campaign in Gaza for a brief moment until we move on to some fun stuff. This is something I got to cover. The 7-day truce is over. Is JAubrey. I'll do the debate after this. One final George Santos meme, please. I made it. Bro, you want me to watch a Capwing video? What the hell is going on here? That's it? This is homophobic. This is homophobic. This is anti-Semitic. Stop dancing. Cease your dancing. Cease your dancing now. George Anthony DeValder Santos is an American and Brazilian hero. Stop your dancing. Democracy was on the ballot. And now it's dead. Are you doing okay, buddy? Yes, I will be doing okay, buddy, later. Disrespectful. So disrespectful. He's Ukrainian. He's Jewish. He's a 9/11 survivor. Anyway, here's John Fetterman actually having a decent take for once.
You've also been calling to get rid of Menendez, I know. But first, before we talk about that, what's your reaction to the expulsion?
Well, it's like I'm not surprised, but to me, I think the more important picture is that we have a colleague in the Senate that actually did much more sinister and serious kinds of things. Senator Menendez, he needs to go. And if you are going to
why, dude? I swear to God, Allah is punishing him. He sounds so much more clear and coherent when he's fucking not talking about Israel. I'm not even kidding. He's so good. He's right on the Menendez shit. He's right. He's absolutely right. Look at him. Listen to him talk. There's actually clarity there. He sounds perfectly fucking fine. The moment you ask him about Hamas, though, he's just like, he slinks his head down into his chest and he's just like, Mr. Hamas, you need to stop it.
Expel Santos, how can you allow to somebody like Menendez to remain in the Senate? And, you know, Santos's kind of lies were almost, you know, funny. And like, you know, he, you know, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, you know,
wait, what did he?
Menendez to remain in the Senate. And, you know, Santos's kind of lies were almost, you know, funny. And like, you know, he, you know, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, you know, I think, you know, Menendez, I think, is really a senator for Egypt, you know, not New Jersey. So I really think he needs to go. And especially it's kind of strange that if Santos is not allowed to remain in the House, you know, someone like that. Yeah.
Are you, though, uncomfortable with the fact that there hasn't been an adjudication that...
It is pretty wild that he's saying that, though, because, like, I mean, yeah, there's a couple different reasons. Like, one, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Bob Menendez's crime was dick riding Egypt instead of Israel. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, okay, it would kind of fuck up. I guess it really wouldn't. No, Bob Menendez should go, actually. I mean, of course he should. What the fuck am I have no takes on that. He's right about that.
While he's been charged, there hasn't been a conviction. With Menendez.
I am. And it's like he has the right for his day in court and all that, but he doesn't have the right to...
Always with the phone? I'm not even on my phone. What are you talking about?
To have those kind of votes and things that that's not a right. And I think we need to make that kind of decision to send him out.
Bro's on The View, it's over. I mean, Bob Menendez's son voted to expel Santos. This is homophobia and crime discrimination. How to coup any country, ordinary guide, ordinary things. What the fuck is this? This seems awesome. It's just very long. Yes, I know. Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. Epic battles of history. I know.
Begin with breaking news overnight from the Middle East. It's not good either. The temporary truce between Israel and Hamas, it is over, and the fighting, unfortunately, has resumed. CBS News captured this video in southern Gaza after an Israeli airstrike this morning. Children, we're told, are among the wounded. Israel says that Hamas...
And your insight, the ACLU is offering an organizer position. Are they generally on the right side of issues? Yes. Yes, very much so.
Hamas broke the ceasefire first by firing rockets, which were intercepted.
They have some dumb shit that they've done in the past, like every now and then. But as far as like liberal organizations with power goes, I would say that they are, more right than they're not.
Lilia Luciano is in Sderot, Israel. That's near the Gaza border. Lilia, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. We are about 1.5 miles east from the Gaza border, and from here we've been hearing and seeing the smoke from those Israeli air.
Everyone needs to understand, by the way, that like there was constant fucking pot shots throughout the entire ceasefire and the regular maintenance of like Israel, the regular maintenance of like Israeli apartheid that was not considered a violation of ceasefire, but and not even a cessation. It's just like those were regular hostilities, I guess. Specifically in the West Bank and yada yada. But ultimately, all that stuff was considered normal. The only reason why this is like a full-blown violation of the ceasefire is because Israel has now decided that any kind of retaliatory measure from Hamas will mean a violation of the ceasefire. I think part of it is also because Hamas could not bring up, or at least according to Israel, they did not have enough hostages to release. Like they could not in time get enough hostages to release in time, which is such a weird calculation to begin with. Like they openly are just like, yeah, no, we're going to hit the genocide button if you don't give us like hostages. Wild circumstance in general. But we know that the Israeli officials time and time again repeated that they were very excited to fucking hit back and hit Gaza again and again and again. Mentioning time and time again that this would be a war that continues. Yoav Gallant said for 2 months. There's other estimations that it could be much longer. And we're back at it. We're back at it now. Here is Laura Rosen. NSC's John Kirby says, we continue to work with Israel, Egypt, and Qatar on efforts to restore humanitarian pause in Gaza. No, you're not. Let's be clear about this. It's because the Hamas that this pause ended, that they were simply just failed to produce a list of hostages that could help enable that pause from extending. So the onus is on Hamas to be able to produce a list of hostages that can get out so that we can try and get this pause back in place. Kirby confirms aid was paused going into Gaza, apparently blocked by Israel. No aid is getting in. We want to see it restored at levels that we reached during the pause. Kirby, we are still trying to get more information about the second American woman unaccounted for since October 7 Hamas attacks and thought to be a hostage to help secure her release. We don't have perfect visibility into her conditions of whereabouts. Kirby refused several times to discuss the New York Times report that Israel had the Hamas war plan for a year but disregarded it. Kirby is treating the matter as verging on intelligence matters. Interesting. Kirby confirms that Israel has cut off aid to Gaza, all aid to Gaza, and reiterates Hamas failed to produce a list of additional hostages, and that's really why this pause was terminated. He suggests rocket fire was not the main reason. On Israel cutting off all aid to Gaza today, Kirby says they inspect the goods going from Egypt into Gaza. Kirby, at the end of the briefing, says he sees a report an Israeli spokesman says would start letting aid go in again at U.S. request, but says they have reduced the kind of amount of aid going in. Probably will be dozens of trucks versus hundreds. Sad stuff.
airstrikes onto Gaza. Despite that, we are hearing from negotiators that the talks are ongoing to resume the ceasefire. The ceasefire is over. In Gaza, war again rages, and with it, destruction, despair, and death.
Of course, Blinken and everyone else is going to say Hamas did this. Hamas did this. Is a violation of ceasefire on the Hamas side. And the reality is, like, there were back and forth pot shots during this entire ceasefire process, which Israel didn't treat as a complete Israel didn't treat as like a complete ending to the ceasefire. Throughout the last 7 days, Israel also literally sniped people trying to get into northern Gaza and things of that nature. Israel violated the ceasefire from day one. They just didn't fucking murk. They just didn't continue bombing Gaza. So ultimately, it's up to Israel to bomb Gaza and to stop bombing Gaza. The "look what you made me do" conversation is fucking stupid. It's just another one. It's just another talking point for so many goddamn people who will use it as an opportunity. Here's a summary of the issue from Barak Ravid. U.S. officials have expressed concerns that an Israeli operation in the southern part of Gaza could lead to a significantly more civilian casualties and deepen humanitarian crisis. Yes. Driving the news, according to ceasefire agreement, Hamas committed to releasing all the women and children it was holding hostage in exchange for a pause in fighting for up to 9 days. More than 80 women and children were released over the last week as a part of this process. But in the hours leading to the end of the pause, Hamas did not send a list of hostages it would release, the 3 Israeli officials said. Instead, Hamas sent messages through Qatari and Egyptian mediators proposing to start a discussion on what concessions Israel would be willing to give in return for the release of the elderly men. The Israeli official said Israel made it clear to the mediators that it knows Hamas still has several women in its custody and that it would not discuss future deals before all the women were released. Mossad chief David Barnea, the lead negotiator on the Israeli side, sent a message to Hamas going through the mediators on Thursday night that stressed Israel was not playing games and that if the women were not released, the fighting would resume, a senior Israeli official said. Not long after that, Hamas launched a rocket from Gaza for the first time since the pause started. An hour later, the ceasefire completely broke down. On the other side, Hamas official Osama Hamdan told El Arabi News that Israel was responsible for the failure. He said the women Israel proposed would be released included IDF soldiers. Hamdan added that Israel refused any other offer made. That's the first time I've heard of this, by the way. I didn't even know that that was the other side of the story. I wonder why mainstream media is not talking about that. Hamas in a statement said that it had offered to release elderly men and 2 Israeli hostages, as well as the bodies of the hostages it said were killed during Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. The bodies include a mother and her 2 children, the statement added. Hamas said it offered to release the father of the children so that he could attend their funeral. 2 senior Israeli officials said Israel believes Hamas didn't want to release all the women because it sees them as a bargaining chip. So I don't get it. Why did they release all of the women and not specifically the last couple of women then? Unless they are IDF and they have a separate agreement for military hostages. Why would they release 80 women but not 82? You know what I mean? I don't get it. Unless they're literally IDF. It makes no sense. They're definitely ramping it up back to where it was. Since the humanitarian aid in truce ended at 7 a.m. today, Israel has killed nearly 200 innocent unarmed Palestinian civilians. Okay, I don't have verification for those numbers, but we'll get it soon. We'll see. Multiples of 10 for each day of ceasefire? Yes. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said on Friday that Hamas was responsible for the ceasefire collapse because it reneged on its commitments on the release of hostages. But I don't understand it. The other commitment on the hostages, unless these people are not IDF, the last remaining women are not IDF, which If they are IDF, they have a separate agreement for that. No? I know that they have a separate agreement for soldiers. That's what they did originally. Figures from earlier. Breaking, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, 178 people have been killed. Holy fuck.
We're speaking to our correspondent Alistair Bunkle earlier as the missiles were going over. As you can see, some pretty heavy fire on the border.
I'm unsubscribing if you play any ERB. First of all, you have notoriously never subscribed. Like, you've been in here for years, okay? You've been in here with your sock account for years, and you have literally only subscribed twice. You've been in here with your other accounts for even longer than that. Okay? Yeah, those were gifted. There you go. Exactly. I'm going to play the ERB video. I don't care.
With Gaza, you would expect quite a lot of munitions to be flying either way, according to the Gaza Health.
Bro, some chatters don't have money. My friend, what I'm doing is what is known as a joke, okay? It is a joke. Earlier in the day, some chatter literally said, I'm about to lose my job. Hopefully I can still keep subscribing. And I was like, don't ever do that. Like, everything on this broadcast is quite literally free. Okay, I just want to make sure that people understand, because I know that, like, there's a lot of people who do that, like, my enemies are never capable of humor. Yeah, HasanAbi is going to get Pokimane. I've gotten Pokimane 1,000,000 times over, okay? I don't really give a shit about that. It would be pretty funny if people were like, Hasan fucking being so anti-poor. Anyway, when quite literally everything is free. Anyway, yeah, ERB, Ford v. Marx is important in the dialectics. Thank you. We will be absolutely...
Ministry, as you can see on screen, 178 people have been killed, close to 600 injured since that ceasefire failed.
Anyway, this is really fucking incredibly sad, incredibly devastating news.
We were collecting water to wash our clothes as the bombing started, says Omar Harouz in southern Gaza. He can't find his family. You're helping us achieve what we strive for. We seek martyrdom. This is what we want. May Allah bring his vengeance upon you. We are not afraid of you. Among the dozens of dead in just the first hours, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, many are women and children. In Tel Aviv last night, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said he stressed to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the way Israel...
By the way, there is no bigger fucking flex that America is a bitch-made ass country here than Israel literally having Antony Blinken show up because he knows that the ceasefire is slated to end, and then continue pummeling Gaza. And Antony Blinken has to sit there like the little bitch boy that he is and fucking turn around and say, yeah, it's actually Hamas's fault that the ceasefire ended and it collapsed. You fucking bitch. No, it's not even evil to the core at that point. Listen. You guys completely misunderstand the dynamics here, okay? No way. Israel gets to do this, as I've said time and time again, because it has strategic importance as a state. It's an important state for America, okay? However, there is a limit to what it can do. And at a time when the entire global community is looking at what Israel is doing and looking at America defending it unconditionally, okay? America has to try and fucking rein it in. They have to. Israel is doing more than America shit at this point. Okay? Chill with the misogyny? What? Take a day off. Israel right now is doing death dealing at a clip that is higher than the United States of America. Okay? We go into Iraq, we go into Afghanistan. We, as the #1 nation on the planet, the real death dealers, get to do all that stuff and not face any scrutiny or punishments. Israel, on the other hand, cannot. And they certainly can't go above American standards on rules of engagement. The fact that they are doing that so regularly and so routinely, while America keeps saying, oh, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that, please. Why are you blaming Israel? It's Hamas's fault, Lamau. I know. Yeah. The bunker busters, the fucking munitions that they're using, also Hamas. It's too bad Hamas and those people violated the ceasefire. They're to blame for everything. Bummer. Man, why do you act like you are actually sad about Israel blowing up Gaza? Like, you don't have to come in here and do these crocodile tears bullshit. Like, oh, it's too bad. It's too bad that the ceasefire has been violated. Oh, like, shut the fuck up, dumbass. You don't give a shit. You're fucking horny for it. Get the fuck out of here. You dumb bitch. Yeah, it's so... Yeah, Hamas is the responsible party here. Even when Israel is doing psychotic ethnic cleansing campaigns, it's still Hamas. What a convenient and wonderful way to consistently make Israel out to be the fucking small bean here. Yeah, Israel... Blinken went to Israel to be like, hey, I know we're giving you 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs for the Gaza, for your Gaza ethnic cleansing campaign, but please don't use it. However, I do have to say, it's Wall Street Journal, and they have objectively and demonstrably been the absolute worst on their coverage on Israel consistently. They are like the opposite of the Financial Times. So I don't know. Stop saying Fun Friday in air quotes. I already said I'm going to talk about the fucking ceasefire ending, okay? It's a massive news story. Jesus Christ. What do you mean? Of course I'm going to talk about this massive fucking news story for like an hour at least. Anyway. Here's the Hamas statement. We already covered it. I already covered the Hamas statement. Anyway, we hold the occupation responsible for the resumption of the war and aggression on Gaza. And the Nazi aggression on the Gaza Strip after his refusal all night to engage with the offers for the release of other detainees. We hold the occupation responsible for the resumption of the war and aggression on Gaza. Negotiations were held all night for extending the ceasefire, during which the movement offered an exchange of prisoners and the elderly. It also offered to hand over the bodies of the dead detainees resulting from Israeli bombing, including the bodies of the Bibas family and the release of their father, to enable him to participate in their burial ceremonies, in addition to handing over 2 Israeli detainees. I just want to point out something, by the way. When there's third-party mediators in this process, surely the American-backed parties would never lie at the behest of Israel. Oh, they would never. They would never do that. Oh, wait. Let's check in with Bill Clinton. Surely they would not surely they would not falsify the fucking napkin diplomacy that they engaged with deliberately, where Israel offered nothing, and then Bill Clinton turned around and said Israel offered everything, and Arafat just simply was really, really fucked up and said no to it. That would never happen, right? Oh, wait, that did happen, actually. However, the occupation refused to deal with all these offers as it had already decided to resume its criminal aggression. The question in this circumstance, if you're like, well, surely Hamas lies too, they're terrorists, whatever, okay? So the question remains, who is the interested party? Hamas is interested in extending the truce, obviously, because they don't want fucking Palestinians to keep getting slaughtered. Israel, on the other hand, absolutely has said time and time again that they want to continue the bombing campaign and destroy the truce, destroy the ceasefire. So why would you, under any circumstance, not fucking believe that these guys did try and continue the fucking the truce and extend it? You have to deliberately be like, yeah, I don't really care. La 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 la. It's stupid. These guys probably they wanted to get bombed. They want Gaza to be turning into a fucking amusement park after they level it. Anyway. The irony, of course, is that this is exactly the same conditions as it were 7 days ago. The hostages are still in the hands of Hamas. As in, they're still likely to die under Israeli rocket fire. In 500 years, will they be seen as terrorists or freedom fighters? In 500 years, the world will be gone, in my opinion, especially as we understand it. Anyway. It's all a matter of whether justice is served or not. We affirm that our steadfast people in their land and their valiant resistance led by victorious Al-Qassam brigades, which are now confronting the aggression on all fronts and resuming their heroic operations, will thwart the objectives of this criminal aggression and will break the will of the defeated occupation army. The final word will remain with our steadfast Palestinian people, resolute in the face of the Zionist terrorism machine supported by America. Hamas will be viewed like the IRA? I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There is a difference in the ideological background of the ANC, IRA, and the Viet Cong. Ultimately, there are differences. There are differences within their civil governance, and that's an important distinction. Okay? That's it. So did Israel ever address the missing headquarters under Al-Shifa? I know you probably answered that, but you feel like answering it again? No, they did not. And also, we moved the fuck on. And they moved to other hospitals that they're also... well, the ceasefire happened. So they kind of stopped after... they stopped even propagandizing because there was no need to contextualize the ongoing violence. So notice that... notice that it doesn't matter when you don't have to... Like, the only time where they did do the propaganda to even, like, talk about why they're doing certain things is because they're doing things over and over again in a newer way. So once they move on to other hospitals in southern Gaza, they'll revitalize the whole, like, oh, actually, Hamas headquarters is real. Look at this. That's why they don't do it. Can I challenge you, Hasana? You're a dumb nerd. One of my colleagues' cousins is captive. Can I challenge you, Hasana? Yeah, go ahead. One of my colleagues' cousins is captive is really interesting because it's like, you know, we want everyone here wants the hostages to be returned, right? Let me know how. Just write whatever you want to ask. Didn't they drop leaflets for people to leave southern Gaza? Yes. Captive of Hamas or the IDF? No, dude, this person is not talking about the one of their cousins is a captive. of the Israeli occupying forces. If that was the case, they wouldn't be trying to challenge me. If you're open to anything, just write what your concerns are. Trust me, don't argue. Text their voice. Write it in the chat, dummy. Come on. Trust me, don't argue with Zionists. Their Hasbro operations have moved on, derailing the conversations as much as they can. I mean, whatever. We'll see. No skin off my bones. I'll continue while he writes. Okay. So as far as this end to the ceasefire goes, it's all in the hands of Israel, as it always has been and will continue to be, as it is the belligerent occupier. Okay? That's it. Don't matter what the fuck Anthony Blinken says.
It's also important to understand why the pause
Bitch ass.
came to an end. It came to an end because of Hamas.
Yeah, you're a bitch. You're a bitch made. You're 100% bitch made. We all are, by the way. We're all bitch made. We pay for this. We pay for this. We're all bitch made. Anthony Blinken is the biggest bitch. He is so cucked. So incredibly fucking cucked. His ass knows letting Israel fucking go freak mode in Gaza, especially at this point, especially after successful hostage releases have happened, is going to look even worse. His ass knows since day one when he talked to Hakan Fidan on October 8th and said, let's do a ceasefire immediately. And then deleted it. Okay? He knows all this. He knows it. And he has to sit there and recognize that the fucking monsters that he just talked to in the war cabinet that keep telling him, like, we have to kill terror babies over and over again. Okay? He has to act like they didn't tell him that they want to do genocide and go outside and talk to the fucking press to be like, yeah, actually, you know, it's Hamas's fault and, you know, let it rip, Israel, please. Dumb bitch. Making you look like an absolute fucking, making you look like a dumbass with no control over the situation whatsoever. Undermining America's influence. Agree with the chatter set. I think this shit is devastating. Dude, I don't know what he's typing with. He's typing with one finger on a Motorola Razr phone connected to a typewriter. This is not the way to go around activism for Palestine. A person set themselves on fire outside the Israeli consulate. Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop that. She is doing that on a typewriter. I don't know what your disagreement with is with me. You said I'm a dumb nerd, but you haven't told me why and what you're upset about. And I also grew up poor. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? She came in. She was like, I made it out the mud. All right. Let's continue with this.
Israel defends itself matters.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations.
I'm not here in bad faith. Okay, then say your piece or move on. I know you're not here in bad faith, or at least I'm under the assumption that you're not here in bad faith, which is precisely the reason why I said go ahead, say your piece. But you haven't. You have the floor.
It must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
The Israeli military says they've dropped leaflets in Gaza and shared an online map of designated civilian areas outside of the line of fire. As indignation grows over allegations Israel dismissed intelligence, the New York Times today reporting more details of a blueprint for the October 7th attack allegedly provided to officials. One IDF soldier who observed unusual Hamas activity leading up to the attack tells CBS News today she assumes her cautions were ignored because we're the small soldiers. were the simple soldiers, while the families of the remaining hostages and worried Israelis.
Racism, by the way. That's what it is. When you fucking cage people and you keep telling yourself that the people that you caged are actual fucking animals and they're not as superior as you are, and that you can easily surveil them, and that they simply never would be able to retaliate. How dare they? They would never be able to strike back at you. If you operate under that assumption for as long as you have and get comfortable in that stupidity, yeah, you're going to overlook the many different signs that some shit is about to fucking pop off.
Israelis wait, knowing those left behind in captivity are now possibly stuck in the crossfire.
I'm really worried about that because I know it's a must. It should continue, but on the other hand, all the hostages are in real danger.
That soldier I talked to this.
Yeah, it's like it should continue, but all the hostages are in real danger. It's like, okay, then what do you mean? What the fuck? Then stop the bombing. Like it's very simple.
Morning was telling me that many of those soldiers who carried out and conveyed the surveillance, who are mostly women, were among the first slaughtered when Hamas breached the border on October 7th. Nate.
Lily, Luciano, you and the crew stay safe in Israel. We appreciate you.
The IDF says it's hit more than 200 terror targets during the day. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than
I saw protester critically injured after setting self on fire outside the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. Palestinian flag found at the scene was a part of the protest, Atlanta Police Chief Darren Schreiberbaum said at the news conference. He added that investigators did not believe there was any connection to terrorism or none of the consular staff was ever in danger. What do you mean, connection to terrorism? Holy fuck, this person is self-immolated and they're still like, well, it's at the behest of Palestinians, so it must be terrorism connected? What? Apparently, the protesters in critical condition with burn injuries to the body. Is the report saying that the IDF used AI to choose rocket targets correct? I have no way of confirming it other than it's coming from 972. Plus, 972 is actually a very reputable Israeli magazine that is like an anti-occupation magazine for the most part. So they're good. They do a lot of good work in general. So I have no reason not to believe them. We also have Consul General of Israel to SE. Wait, what? He added that the investigators did not believe there was a connection to terrorism. We do not see any threat here. We believe it was an act of extreme political protest that occurred. Consul General of Israel to SE, U.S. Response to self-immolation, hate and incitement towards Israel expressed in such a horrific way. What the fuck? Yeah, it's called The Gospel, by the way. According to the investigation, they call it The Gospel, which I think is also pretty funny. They do have a knack for this interesting ass. Look. Interesting ass naming convention is very dystopian. Anyway, I'm going to pee real quick.
100 people have been killed. Both sides blame each other for the collapse of the ceasefire. Well, we're joined now from Tel Aviv by Mark Regev, senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Good evening to you. The hostage prisoner swaps seem to be going very smoothly. There was much relief all round, it seems. So what happened? Was it not worth having a little more patience and try to get more hostages back?
Well, we were willing to continue with the framework. After all, we were getting people out every day, and every person that got out, their life was saved, and we saw the joy with their families. And we still have, I've got the number here, 137 hostages still inside Gaza, and all of them should be coming out too. But unfortunately, Hamas simply would not follow through on its commitments that were negotiated with the United States, with Qatar, with Egypt. They wouldn't follow through. And in fact, it was Hamas that opened fire this morning, I think at 5:30 this morning on Israel, sending rockets in. And so if we're not now in a pause and we've seen a return to fighting, it's clear that Hamas is responsible.
Yeah, and to point out, both sides have said that it was the other side first. We did see skirmishes like this throughout the truce as well, though, didn't we? I want to put to you what Hamas spokesperson Osama Hamdan has said. He says it was clear yesterday that the Israeli side wants...
Bro, whenever they put fucking brown anchors on even Sky News or Channel 4 or any number of these fucking outlets, they end up unironically asking questions that should be asked. It's always, like, legitimately shocking. It's crazy.
To go back to fighting, as several ideas were put forward by mediators, and we accept.
Why you hate Benjamin Netanyahu? You just mad he has Polish origin and you still mad about 1683? First of all, I'm mad about Benjamin Netanyahu because he's from Philadelphia, okay? I do not give a fuck about his Polish background, okay? It's because the motherfucker's from Philadelphia, okay?
3 of them, and despite that, the Israeli side said no, no, no every time.
This is the same Osama Hamdan who said that the attack on October 7th was against military targets. Yes? They butcher children.
Like, this is such a good fucking... This is such a good take. It's like, yeah, except if both sides are liars, you have to move beyond the fucking lies, okay? And you have to ask the question, they have every interest in continuing the ceasefire. You've said time and time again you want to end the ceasefire. Why the fuck would they be lying? But of course, you can't ever get a goddamn reasonable fucking answer from any number of these different pieces of shit that are on the fucking foreign press route, because he's just like literally is incapable. He's incapable of just like giving an honest assessment of the situation. Fuck. Is Jewish Voice for Peace a good source? I've been called anti-Semitic for sharing their articles. Just want to make sure I'm not spreading something bad. Yes, dude. What are you talking about? Yes, Jewish Voice for Peace is great. It's nuts that this is like unironically what people are saying nowadays.
They burn families alive. They go into kibbutzim, into agricultural communities, and just shoot everyone they see.
So you're saying this isn't true, that these ideas weren't put to you and Israel didn't refuse them?
I'm saying that Hamas had commitments that it made, and had it kept its commitments regarding the release of hostages, we were prepared to see the continuation of the ceasefire. But not only did they not keep their commitments, and you can check this with your reporters on the ground, they opened fire. They started shooting rockets at 5:30 this morning into Israel. It's clear that Hamas violated the agreement. It's clear that Hamas started this round of fighting.
Yeah, and of course the concern is always for the civilians involved in this, not least your hostages. Israel has a policy of leaving nobody behind. This seems to be the precise opposite, though, resuming the airstrikes in Gaza where your hostages are.
I don't think that's true, and I can explain why. We believe that in applying military pressure to Hamas, that's the best way to expedite the release of hostages, because that's exactly what happened. Hamas isn't going to suddenly become a humanitarian organization. They are brutal, fanatical terrorists, capable of the most gruesome violence. The whole world saw the sort of violence that they're capable of on October 7th. So they're not going to release hostages out of goodwill. They're going to release hostages, as President Biden said, because of pressure. And we believe that applying...
Yeah, dude. They certainly do not have a genuine interest in killing as many hostages as possible on accident so that they could just like continue doing the ethnic cleansing campaign and just shut down the hostage talks once and for all. It's really these pesky hostages keep getting in the way of what I want to do, which is kill more children. I would like to kill more children, please. More baby murder for me. I'm a fan of this sort of thing. And these fucking pesky-ass Israeli hostage families are getting in the way between me and the Mark 84 rockets landing directly on top of babies' cribs. That is what I would like, sir. Terror babies, of course.
Military pressure, as we're doing now.
Is what he's saying true? Hamas started firing rockets first? Yes, this has happened before as well. Hamas is always in a retaliatory posture throughout the entire process. Wherever, like, Israel has never stopped violating the ceasefire, okay? The idea that, like, Israel has stopped violating the ceasefire, or even Hamas, as a retaliatory measure oftentimes, has violated the ceasefire is silly. Also, one other thing you have to remember is that Hamas throwing rockets doesn't do shit. I hate this fucking stupid-ass argument, dude. 90% of the rockets are intercepted by the Iron Dome. Israel knows that. So does Hamas. Everybody fucking knows that. The ones that don't get intercepted oftentimes mysteriously fall on top of Bedouin land, too. So that's another, or Druze land. That's another point of contention. It's always on, just weirdly enough, Palestinian citizens of Israel land, the fucking rockets that land hit. That's a dumb argument, not gonna lie. What is? The Iron Dome? No, that's not a fucking dumb argument at all. During this entire process, Israel violated the ceasefire agreement every fucking day. They directly sniped at people. They sniped at people that were trying to recover bodies. No, both parties are perfectly aware that, like, rockets in this situation are more so a political posture than Israel directly sniping people trying to enter northern Gaza, which happened on the first day. If that's not considered a violation of the ceasefire and a continuation of the hostilities, then the other side is absolutely still in the hands of Israel to not be seen as a violation of the hostilities. Hamas did that the first day too. It doesn't mean that it's okay, but you're a fucking dupe if you think that there wasn't back and forth over and over and over and over again throughout this entire process, and Israel 100% wanted to continue the hostilities. Much love, just disagree on this one issue. What one issue? Oh my God, dude. Every day the ceasefire was absolutely eviscerated in the West Bank. Every single fucking day. They did raids on Jenin over and over again. What are we talking about? Ultimately, fire happens on one side, chatter. When we're talking about ceasefire, what that means is Israel stopping its bombing campaign. Okay? That's the real problem here. Be realistic. What do you think a ceasefire is? It's not the fucking pot shots that Hamas militants are taking that get intercepted immediately. That kill 0 fucking people. What do you think? That's a mistake? Yeah, look at how many Israelis died during the ceasefire versus how many Palestinians died during the ceasefire, and you'll understand which side is violating the ceasefire more, I guess. My neighbor is allowed to shoot at me because I got pretty good protection is pretty dumb. Yes, it would be considered pretty dumb if you didn't understand that you're literally constantly murking your neighbor's family over and over again. And then whenever you murk your neighbor's family, they fucking throw a pebble in your direction. That's what we're talking about in this situation. You're killing. You said, hey, we're doing a ceasefire, and then you fucking kill your neighbor's family members, and then your neighbor throws a rock in your vicinity, and you go, oh, a rock? Wait a minute, a rock? That's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It's time to blow up your entire city block. It's ridiculous. Also, ironic because you've also stolen your neighbor's house, deprived him of like regular resources at this point for years and years and years, and consistently keep killing members of your neighbor's family. And when they fucking retaliate in a violent manner, understandably so, you go, what, guys, did you see that? Did you fucking see that? That's crazy. That's the worst crime that's ever happened on the planet. What if that small rock kills someone? Dude, you will never be able to have an argument with an Israel defender who won't say that the hypothetical violence and the hypothetical deaths of one Israeli person greatly outweighs the very real thousands of deaths that are happening to the Palestinians right now. I'm not defending the Zionist state. You sure sound like it. Because the argument you presented right now, once again, I gave you the boundaries. How many Palestinians died during the ceasefire? How many Israelis died during the ceasefire? I'll tell you how many Israelis died. There was an Israeli that died during the ceasefire yesterday. You want to know how? You want to know how the Israeli died during the ceasefire yesterday? With his hands in the fucking air, begging for his life. Do you know how that Israeli died during the ceasefire yesterday? Not that he was vaccinated. It's that the Israeli occupying force reservists that now are allowing West Bank settlers to also join shot him in the fucking head because he thought that he was Palestinian. That's how he fucking died. There's a video of it if you want to go watch. Yeah. I normally agree with Hasan on everything else, but on the Israel issue, I'm more neutral, and I think both sides are wrong in different cases. Brother, I've told you this. So my neighbor throws 500 rocks. What can I do? Stop stealing your neighbor's fucking house. Talk to your neighbor. Give the neighbor its land back, for example. Stop killing your fucking neighbor's family members. That's a good way to stop the neighbor throwing 500 rocks in your fucking house. What do you mean? There is no both sides in this situation. Many people don't even want to fucking play on the same moral playing field. Many people don't even want to fucking admit that if Israel and Hamas are operating on the same fucking morality, which they shouldn't be, because one is a militant reactionary faction that was only alive as a consequence of the violent and morally abhorrent apartheid regime and its occupation. The other is the militarized state that is maintaining the apartheid state that also has nukes. There is no equivalence here, but we can't even get to the fucking liberal equilibrium on this conversation with many people. There is no balance here. You cannot say that there's a balance in an apartheid regime. There is no balance in this apartheid regime. Oh. Neutrality in this circumstance, in the face of this immense injustice, is basically simply siding with the aggressor in a very cowardly way, I'll be honest. So search within yourself why you feel the way that you do and why you say the things that you say. And also change your mind, please, for the love of Christ. Yeah. So both sides can't be wrong in the approach? No, man. But if you're a liberal fucking harm reductionist ass motherfucker, you have to recognize, if we're operating on the same playing field, Hamas literally greatly outweighs Israel. Okay? Even on the supposed liberal perspective, even if we're looking at the harm reductionist aspect, Hamas has killed less civilians versus enemy combatants like military and security forces than Israel has. Okay? Hamas is literally less bad than Israel. 100%, both in totality and in per capita. So what the fuck are we saying? So if you're a centrist who say, well, both sides are bad and in the wrong, you should still come to the recognition that Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. What the fuck? That's like saying a domestic abuse victim who fought back is just as bad as the abuser. Yes. Chatter keeps going because they're getting paid. No shot. No fucking 11-month subscriber of mine. No 11-month subscriber of mine is getting paid by fucking the IDF, okay? Bro, to say there's no both sides is illogical. I'm with you on the unnecessary violence beyond extreme and there's a clear intent to take the land over. What? No, even on the both sides argument, you can't fucking defend Israel. That's why I think it's ridiculous. That's why many people just hang it there. They go, well, both sides are wrong, and then they don't want to talk about it. And I got to be like, what do you mean by that? Explain it, elaborate. But they never want to because they just want to fucking hang it on the both sides and simultaneously continue neutrality while one side is pummeling the other into the fucking ground. The United Nations called Gaza a graveyard of children. Okay? 6,000 children have been fucking mercilessly and ruthlessly slaughtered by a militant state with a nuclear arm. Multiple nuclear arms, as a matter of fact. With the backing of the American government, the most powerful nation on the planet. You're going to fucking both sides that? Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. You're just pointing out the asymmetry in the apartheid, but chat can't think critically. No, it's not that chat can't think critically. Chat is primed into fucking believing that Israel won't let you see the top of the hour ad break. Okay? But you will. It doesn't matter. Israel can't stop you. Only a $5 a month subscription can stop you from seeing the top of the hour ad break. Calm down, dude. We all think it's bad. What? But he's saying, why should we help? Wait, what? I can't. I'm having a hard time comprehending what kind of joke you're making here. I don't understand it. Anyway. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. No, I'm not going to forget to run the ad. I just did it. Anyway, it's very silly when people go, oh, so it doesn't matter when Hamas lobs rockets into Israel? Yes, it doesn't matter, okay? And Israel knows it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because we pay $10 billion a fucking, or $3.8 billion a year. Specifically in Tamir interceptors, and also have shipped in another truck specifically that operates alongside the Iron Dome as well. Yeah, Hasan, why do you fail to understand the legitimate grievances of Israelis and their right to engage in self-defense by bombing Hamas children? It is their right to murder Uncle Hussein while he's in the hospital. Exactly. Anyway, what happened to the chatters? Did they update? Did they say something new? I don't want to be as contentious and as angry when talking about this kind of stuff as I used to be. How do you talk to your unsympathetic friends about this? I don't. I'm just kind of torn because I have family in Israel and I know how bad Israel can be. I know. It's always... Brother. I live in America. Okay? I live here. I assume you live here as well. And you have family in Israel. So search within yourself. if you don't fucking appreciate America's war on terror, if you don't like that America invaded Iraq unjustifiably and then said it's because Saddam is a fucking ruthless dictator or whatever, or if you don't believe that Afghanistan was a just war and a just occupation, then why the fuck can't you extend it to Israel too? Here's the problem. This is why it blows my mind. Like, Americans will have sometimes more like a higher moral standard for Israel, or not a higher moral standard, rather a higher defense for Israel than they do for their own fucking country. Do you think Vietnam was appropriate? Do you think Korea was appropriate? We're Americans, and we say our country is doing war. So why do you look at another country where your family members live and you go, no, that's kind of valid that they're doing that, though? Think about it. No, it's not closeted ethnocentrics. No, it's fucking brainwashing, man. That's it. The unfortunate reality is that a lot of people don't recognize it, because just like the guy who grows up in the fucking South doesn't recognize the propaganda that they've been fed when they're growing up about American exceptionalism and how it was the war of northern aggression or whatever the fuck. Yeah, many Americans who grow up with 100% Zionist propaganda when they're growing up and going to fucking school or going to camps or whatever don't realize that, so they internalize all this information and this narrative, and it's very hard to shake. And I'm sorry, no matter how much you love me, as someone who has watched me, as someone who's agreed with me for years and years and years, am never going to be able to change your mind. Part of that is because I am Turkish and Muslim. It's just the truth. I don't think that I'll be able to do so. I will be able to do so for some, but not everyone. And certainly not in the same way that I can advocate for, certainly not in the same way that I can advocate for healthcare, for example. It's kind of, the way I compare it is basically like I'm talking to someone who is a insurance executive. You know what I mean? This is the one area, I'll keep it $1.50. This is the one area where I will always hit a roadblock. I can speak on trans issues to transphobic people better than trans people can because I'm not trans. Cis transphobic people will respond to me because I have privilege, because I'm cis. I can speak to men about issues that pertain to women's bodily autonomy because misogynistic people inherently will look at women and go, well, I don't really care what you have to say. But this is the one issue, because it's been presented always as like a Islamic world versus Jews in the way that it is presented with this false framing and this false narrative, that no matter what happens, no matter how careful I am with my language, what is this? Also, we need to talk about the deeply ingrained anti-Semitism of Zionism. Hasan is mild on this. People under occupation have an obligation to resist. We as human beings have an obligation to support the liberation of Palestine. Yeah, I mean, I am relatively mild on this. But this is certainly an issue where my background, I think, makes it a lot harder for white people, Christians, Jewish people to listen to my perspective without thinking, well, you have a dog in the fight. You have a stake. Does that make sense? It also makes it much easier for people to go, like, when you're, and by the way, the framing is false. Like the idea that like, oh, you come from a Muslim country, so of course you're not allowed to say this, or you have a stake in the fight and you just hate Jews or whatever, is a silly framing, and it's ridiculous, and it's kind of racist too, but it doesn't fucking matter because it still works. It's the same principle behind like turning around and going, oh, you're not advocating for this because you have a personal stake in this. You have a vested interest in like emancipation for all peoples. You must have a different secondary reason, a sinister reason. Is so easily stuck in this issue, on this issue when it comes to me, where it doesn't normally for trans issues, because I'm not trans. It doesn't normally for issues that pertain to women's bodily autonomy, because I'm not a woman. It doesn't stick when I talk about LGBT rights, because I am not queer. Okay? But in this circumstance, because of the false framing, it's very difficult for me to try and deprogram people. And that's precisely the reason why people go around, running around and fucking constantly fucking demanding condemnations from me, constantly fucking screeching at the fucking rooftops about how I am personally a HasanAbi. I mean, don't you have a stake? It doesn't mean you're wrong or that it's purely because you're Turkish. No, I do have a stake. I have a vested interest in emancipation for all peoples. That's what I've said. But people look for secondary biases in this situation. It's hard for people to see that. It is very hard for people to see that. Like, it's not the same. Think about the amount of times that I've had to fucking condemn Hamas over and over again. When you're a Doctors Without Borders, like a blonde lady that works with Doctors Without Borders, nobody's asking you to fucking condemn Hamas. You're a blonde lady. You're a Doctors Without Borders blonde lady. Chad, his name is Hasan. He can't demand a free Palestine without dudes going, you are one of them. Oh, 100%. It's fine. It doesn't really matter because ultimately, like, I'm not visibly Muslim. Okay? Islamophobia is ultimately very racialized. And it's not like I'm a practicing Muslim anyway. But it doesn't matter. For a racist person, it's enough. Like, my name is Hasan, and that's enough. It can be a very useful way to just fucking cast aside what I have to say. You know what I mean?
By attacking and destroying their military infrastructure, by eliminating their senior commanders, that is the best way to get our hostages out, because in the end, that's the only language Hamas really understands.
Okay, but 200 bombs today alone. By November the 2nd, according to Euromed and several other organisations, enough bombs that were the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs. All the while, Israeli hostages, international hostages, and Palestinian civilians trapped inside Gaza in one of the most densely populated.
Muslim is not an ethnicity. It certainly is not. You are absolutely correct. It's a religion, but Islamophobia is a racialized form of bigotry. If you don't consider that to be the case, I don't know what to tell you. Turkish people are not considered white or a part of the in-group in Germany. That's not the case in America, of course, but they certainly aren't considered white in Germany, okay, or in many other parts of Europe, as a matter of fact. Albanians, another group of individuals who are white as fuck and yet not considered white or a part of the in-group in places like the UK. Okay? And also, if you think that Islamophobia is not a racialized form of bigotry, then why the fuck was the first hate crime conducted, the first Islamophobic hate crime conducted in the United States of America after 9/11 was done against a Sikh person who is not Muslim? They're Sikh. See, Albanians aren't white though, bruv. Exactly. There you go. This is a good example of how Sam Harris is wrong about Islamophobia and not being racist. You can be Muslim and an atheist. No, you can just like come from a culturally Muslim country and be perceived as Muslim depending on who is talking to you. Anyway, I don't know if that guy, the 11-month guy responded at all.
Areas in the world, they are the ones that are also being targeted by these bombs, even though obviously you say you're targeting.
Okay, they're not bad faith. Like, they're an open-minded person. See? He said, I can hate Benjamin and Hamas. Both are acting dictators in my opinion. You've changed my mind on a lot of things, and I argue against Israel to my hyper-Israel defending family. I just want to say thanks. I'll let you get back to the stream. Sorry, I never thought of that. That's why I think it's like very important. That's why I think Jewish Voice for Peace and organizations like that are very important to deprogram American leftist Jews that otherwise would, of course, from the perspective of morality, without any kind of fucking programming, would absolutely be like, yeah, of course I'm an anti-Zionist. Like, it fits in every other circumstance. It fits in every other circumstance, just not this one. But people don't even question it in that regard. Where is the programming? What do you mean, where is the programming? It's everywhere. It's the same exact principle of white supremacy in public schooling and in schools in general. When you're growing up in the United States of America, you are learning history from a deeply whitewashed framework, oftentimes focusing very little on the immoral actions that were taken by our founding fathers. Anyway, I'm gonna need to see the Carfax on that one, Chief. For what? A Mormon in heat. Hamas is a dictatorship, but Israel isn't, even though it ruled over millions of Palestinians in practice and has openly used Hamas and other factions appear to undermine Palestinian nation statehood. Anyway. I'm confused about your opinion. Hamas throwing rockets is bad, right? Yes, it is. It is bad. But it is a retaliatory action against an occupying force that is infinitely more powerful, and that retaliatory action is so incredibly softened, especially so due to the motherfucking protection that occupying force has. Okay? Do you understand? Like, the person saying that throwing rockets is bad is talking about Hamas chatters. Ultimately, you have to judge the severity of the violence and the severity of the actions and even the intent off of where it comes from. Because if you personally think that lobbing rockets into Israel proper, that is, for the most part, under the protective barrier of the Iron Dome, if you think that that's bad, then boy, wait till you find out about what Israel's been doing in Gaza, where there is no Iron Dome. Okay? I'm just saying, wait till you find out, guys, because one is like, woo, buddy. Holy moly. I mean, it's bad. It's real bad. Israel's military has made no secret of the intensity of its bombardment of the Gaza Strip. We covered this yesterday. The Plus 972 magazine article is actually a must-read for chatters who are not familiar with the Dahiyya Doctrine. GDF actually has a really good video on the Dahiyya Doctrine about how Israel deliberately targets civilian infrastructure on purpose. They do it deliberately to break the will of the enemy. What I did not know, however, was that Israel has now started utilizing AI for targeting. You know it's a war, right? Yeah. No, it's not. It's not a war. I know that the media tries to portray it as a war, but it's not a war. It's ethnic cleansing. You can try to cope with it by saying it's a war. And even then, there are war crimes. So there is like a correct, I guess, way of engaging in war. Israel is not doing that either. But no, it's a war crime. Call it whatever you want. It's still ethnic cleansing. One party does not have, so what should we do? End the occupation. Ceasefire now. End the occupation. Immediately stop Israel's apartheid regime. Bring about an international consortium of sorts, a truth and reconciliation committee. There are plenty of UN investigators that have literally been covering this extensively for years and years and years. Okay? A wave of terror will start immediately. Oh, brothers and sisters, let me explain something to you. A hypothetical terror in the future that might harm Israeli people is not reason enough to continue doing terror to the Palestinian people now. Very real terror now. It doesn't work that way. All arguments ultimately devolve into Israel's national security concerns greatly outweigh the humanity of the Palestinians. And if you feel that way, then you're wrong. And most likely racist too. You cannot do preemptive self-defense. It doesn't work that way. I cannot come to your house right now and fucking put a bullet in the back of your mother's head, okay? And then turn around and go, sorry, I'm taking your house and I just killed your mom because I think you might actually hit me. I can't do that, right? That would be illegal, right? Well, when Israel does it at a systematic level in its maintenance of an apartheid regime, we totally look the other fucking way. You ask me what is to be done, and I'm telling you what is to be done. It's not simply a fucked situation. And you can't certainly say it's a fucked situation while simultaneously saying it's a war. But they already hate us all now, so nothing would work. No, they don't hate you intrinsically. They hate you because you represent war, death, ethnic cleansing, destruction, racism, and an apartheid. Once you take those factors away, there is no reason to hate. Surely there will still be some people that hate and will engage in violent actions. But those violent actions should be dealt with under a civil structure, a criminal court system, not a military tribunal, but a criminal court system that treats every Palestinian as real civilians, not simply servile subjects of the occupation. Okay? Palestinians do not hate Jews or Israelis. Palestinians hate the occupation and the apartheid regime. No, they are not being controlled by Hamas. I'm telling you, my friend, seek within yourself and try to figure out why you are saying things, okay? You think Hamas has a mind control wave? You think they're fucking hitting people with the mind control gun? And no, their primary goal is not your extermination. Anyway. Is there any examples of this playing out the way you're suggesting? Yes, the entire history of mankind. Europe, World War II, post-World War II Europe. Ireland, the Troubles and the aftermath of the Troubles. Apartheid South Africa. And the aftermath of apartheid South Africa. Time and time again. The end of slavery. No matter how much we are primed to believe by our leaders that want endless war at the behest of capital owners, that man's natural condition is warfare and death and destruction and rape and pillaging, the reality is history has shown us time and time again that humans are social animals and therefore collaboration is way more in our nature. Okay? Collectivism, collaboration, and participating with one another as equal actors in a peaceful manner is infinitely more beneficial. How can you fucking sit there and not recognize that when you, if you go to Europe, can cross over fucking boundaries, when those motherfuckers literally used to slaughter one another due to their own personal seasoning of cousin fucking for hundreds of years. There was a 100-year war, as a matter of fact. And they kept it up until quite literally World War II. And then some as well. And yet you would never think of that now. You would never look at that and go, wow, I can't believe these guys fucking fought one another like pretty ruthlessly. You know? Think about Poland and Ukraine. Unironically, think about Poland and Ukraine. Like, Ukrainian nationalists straight up fucking slaughtered so many Polish people. And Poland still took in 2 million almost refugees from Ukraine when Russia invaded. It's ridiculous. Man's nature is to peacefully coexist, not to fight with one another all the goddamn time. Anyway. The Weekend is sending aid to Gaza. Do we forgive him for the idol? Yeah, Weekend gave 2.1 million, I think, which respect to him for that one. Good shit. Well, the people of the Middle East only understand power, so the only thing Israel could possibly do to survive is brutally occupy and slaughter Palestinians. Yeah, dude. The people in the Middle East are just like these unique animals, right? They only know how to be treated like servile dogs. It was sarcasm. I know. Even if you're being sarcastic, that is like unironically such a common fucking take. I mean, that's what Churchill said. Watch it, bro. You might get clipped and called a fucking pacifist. I know. Yes, if you read 100 Years War on Palestine, which I am as well, by Rashid Khalidi, and from the very inception of the Israeli state, there was a disproportionate response to the brutality towards Gaza when Palestinians resisted, or any Arabs resisted. Palestinians always took the fucking blame for it, and they took the fall for it. They got fucking owned time and time again. Largely civilian population that was disarmed. The current campaign is decades of precedent. For example, when 3 Israelis were killed, Israel would blow up 46 houses, killing 67 Palestinians. The current campaign is decades of precedent. There's even a word in Arabic for those who breach the border to attack Israel. Yeah. I mean, even during the Nakba, when that Israel caused the Arab War, right? In that process, 6,000 Israelis died. Or 6,000 Jewish Zionists died. This is like predating Israel at that point. 15,000 Palestinians died. 750,000 Palestinians were displaced forcibly. So, obviously, all of the all of those numbers have always, unironically, been incredibly slanted in one direction. Yeah, advocating for violent resistance is not good, bro. We do the field of history constantly looking back on the chaos and destruction of the European wars. The average person just doesn't engage in any of those dialogues. What? Yeah, advocating for violent resistance is not good, bro. You're right. I personally don't think that it's the best solution, okay? I don't want to see civilians being harmed, ever. However, to demand that Palestinians just fucking sit back and get ruthlessly slaughtered so you can feel better about yourself is ridiculous. Okay? What's your solution? You got no solution. I can't even talk about fucking ending the occupation without people going, you can't do that. Sorry. There's a lot of really racist people. It's not the racism of the Palestinians or the fears that the Palestinians have in the end of the occupation. It should be the racism coming from the Israeli side that should genuinely cause you some concern. Because historically speaking, it's rarely the emancipated party that actually dishes out violence. There are fears of that always. As a matter of fact, the racial hierarchy is almost immediately restored, usually either by economic means or by direct violence in the form of Reconstruction era America. The South, in the aftermath of the Reconstruction, literally had clan violence as a consequence. They had Jim Crow laws put in place. It's not the Palestinians you should be worrying about. It's the Israelis. If there was ever an end to an occupation. Historically speaking, emancipated peoples never end up dishing out the same level of violence as they are victims to that violence, okay? They understand how ruthless and how brutal that is. Anyway, authorities did not release the protesters' name, age, or gender. We talked about that already. Yeah, meanwhile, while we're talking about this, Israel is brought back its pummeling campaign, its relentless pummeling campaign. Journalist Jonathan Katz did a really good summary of the article.
There's an article that just came out that anyone who is interested in what has been happening in Gaza, Israel, and Palestine in general needs to read. It's especially important considering that at this moment, leaders, diplomats, politicians from multiple countries, including the United States and, of course, Israel, are debating amongst themselves whether and how to restart the war or to keep a ceasefire in place. The article is called "A Mass Assassination Factory Inside Israel's Calculated Bombing of Gaza." It is an impressive piece of investigative journalism that was done by 972 magazine. It's a left-wing Israeli online magazine who takes its name from the area code that is shared by Israelis and Palestinians, along with the Israeli activist and journalist organization Sicha Mekomit, Local Call.
Oh, Anthony Fantano? No, he's not Italian. What I was going to say is I forgot to talk about that one like incredibly racist Hollywood lady who went nutty mode on her fucking podcast about how like black people are conditioned to hate Jews and shit. Yo, I forgot about that lady. We got to talk about that fucking lady too. Julianna Marguiles.
This article is based on interviews with 7 former and current members of Israel's intelligence community, so spies, who, according to the article, some of whom, according to the article, have been directly involved with the decisions to carry out bombings in Gaza over the last 7 weeks. These officials are all quoted anonymously. If the use of anonymous quotes for you disqualifies a piece of journalism out of hand, you can keep that in mind. I would say that given the amount of detail that is brought forth in this article, it is a compelling case, and it also seems to track with things that we've been seeing from a distance on the ground. So those are some disclaimers. There are a couple of salient facts that really come out when you read this article. One is,
you do realize we're talking about Israel, right? Oppressed people will never do return violence to the same degree. What group of people originally settled Israel? Brother, They didn't do it to Germany. What the fuck are you talking about? My point is quite literally that historically speaking, once emancipated peoples that are forced to coexist with those who killed them don't fucking dish out that same level of violence. What are you talking about? Did the Palestinians do the Holocaust? No.
Is that each of these bombs...
By the way, I didn't say Nakam is a Jewish terrorist group that tried to genocide the Germans after World War II. Okay, I also didn't say that there won't be any violence. It's just that once war is over, okay, there will, of course, there will be violence as well in the other direction too. Historically speaking, however, it ultimately is marginal, and the real violence is dished out by those who cannot cope with the new equalized structure and want to restore a racial pecking order. That's the Klan. Okay? Hasan, for someone so well educated when it comes to the necessity of violence and revolutionary movements like the one in Cuba, civil rights in the U.S., the ANC in South Africa, you're way lukewarm on Hamas's actions. I get that the optics showing support for the Palestinian Liberation Militia is very bad for Westerners, but I doubt you actually think violent resistance is bad, given the oppression they're facing. No, I have not. I don't think that violent resistance is bad. I think self-defense is valid, and I do think that you have a legal right to do self-defense. What are you talking about? I've mentioned this as well. What I'm simply talking about is that October 7th, as a military operation, actually still ended up targeting a majority of civilians, men, women, children, babies, and that in and of itself is not good. That's not good. That is an act of terror. That's it. And that's true, by the way. And even then, my assessment on the situation is it's still a consequence of Israel's apartheid regime. It's a consequence of Israel's occupation. That violence is set. The standard of violence is always set by the occupying power. Okay? That's how this shit works. Because the reality is, no matter how hard Israel tries to fucking act like Hamas are a bunch of serial killers, right? Like their goal is just to kill people. They're not. They're not. You might not agree with them. I certainly do not. You might not like their civil governance division. Okay, there's plenty of fucking issues. You might not agree with their worldview. But ultimately, they're not fucking like random civilian. They're not random serial killers. Okay, they're not going into Israel because they're like, oh, I just want to kill everyone. Oh, God. They're not. They're rational actors that are engaging in irrational behavior and incredibly violent behavior, but ultimately there is a rational act behind it. That is precisely the reason why you look at the hostages that were taken and their treatment. If they were the ISIS-style, rapist, barbaric monsters that they've been portrayed as, they would have killed the hostages, right? For fun, I guess, which is something that Israel tried to promote over and over again. And there are militant factions that behave in irrational ways, as a matter of fact, or have an unjust cause. Okay? I think we should cry about ethics in a war is out of the hands of everyone that's outside of politics is redundant. It's clear the war crimes on both sides of the conflict is being sauced up by the U.S. Parking a carrier in the sea sets a clear intention to sell more Lockheed equipment. Yeah, but even the war, like the violence on the both sides, like there's war crimes on both sides is fucking ridiculous, okay? If you are to engage in the moral equivalence, you have to literally sit here and honestly and earnestly tell me that a massive militarized state with a fuck ton of nuclear arms that's being backed by the largest global hegemonic superpower with the most amount of fucking nukes in aircraft carriers that they literally brought into the fucking sea line, are actually equivalent to a violent reactionary militia force that is born out of this occupation and has only escalated in its tactics over the course of the occupation as the occupation has become more violent. U.S. does not have the most nukes. Yeah, sorry. Yes, Russia still, I think, maintains the largest nuclear arsenal. Not that it fucking matters. Yeah. So if you're a centrist, liberal, lesser evil voter, you should be voting your ass off for Hamas, is my point. Straight up. All of these liberals come into my fucking chat and they go, oh, well, there's violence on both sides. I'm like, sure, okay. You're a lesser evil voter. If you want to vote for fucking Joe Biden, keep that same energy for Hamas. You're voting for Hamas every time. Who's killed more civilians? Who has killed more civilians per enemy combatant killed? Who has the higher kill count and higher ratio? Who has the higher kill count per capita? Who has the higher kill count per capita per enemy combatant to civilian population? Numbers on the board. Israel loses that every time. Okay? Think about that. You can't even age adjust that, okay? Like Sean Hannity. You can't do it.
According to these sources, is being dropped very deliberately, that there's planning behind it. So if the Israelis bomb an apartment building, they meant to bomb an apartment building. If they bomb a university, if they bomb a hospital, they meant to bomb that university and they meant to bomb that hospital. The second thing is, and this was very interesting to me, is that the target lists are being generated by AI, by artificial intelligence. At least a lot of them are derived from a AI system that Israel uses called Habsorah, the gospel.
I covered this article already. I thought he was gonna like bring up different points or something. So I'm just gonna move on from this. It's a 10-minute TikTok. No disrespect to this guy. I do want to talk about. I do want to talk about this racist ass lady who's crazy with it. Wait, what is this? Sky News reporter desperately tries to get Thailand's negotiator to say something negative about Hamas.
You heard from the Thai hostages that have been released, and if so, what have they said about their experience in Gaza?
I didn't speak to them. They're not allowed to speak with anyone outside their families until 48 hours after their release. But they have all told their families they were well taken care of, well looked after, given shelter, clothes, food and water, and given mental support.
What were you told by Hamas about the conditions that the Thai hostages were being held under?
Hamas told me they were prisoners of war, that they mostly lived in tunnels, but some stayed in the refugee camps, some stayed in houses.
Do you think the Thai hostages were being treated differently to the Israeli hostages?
No, I think Hamas kept the same standard because they follow Islamic law, especially
goddamn acid burns 3 with a 50 big ones.
Protecting children.
Your group said early on that the Thai hostages were being looked after. Why were you so confident that was the case?
That's crazy. Yo. She's like, come on. She's like so close to being like, do you condemn Hamas?
Our group talked to Hamas 5 times as representatives of the Thai House Speaker and leader of Shia Muslims in Thailand. On every negotiation, they confirmed to us that the Thais were captured as war prisoners and would always be treated according to the Quran and Islamic law. So I was confident Hamas would take care of the Thai workers. And you could see in the workers who were released, they had good interactions with Hamas.
Is this just
like, the more this continues, the more people hear from the other side, the more people see how violent the Israeli side's occupation and like many of its aberrations are, right? Many of its externalities are. The more people go, okay, well, you guys presented this in a certain way, and now you're yelling at me when I feel like that's not the way it is. Like, if your goal is to consistently apply pressure and tell over and over again the same lie, these guys are actually not operating for they're not operating with ration. Like, they're not actually engaging in a war against Israel because Israel has occupied their people, but they're simply doing it because they're anti-Semitic over and over again. And then the hostages come back alive and they're like, well, they were gonna, I guess, like, they didn't take the hostages so that they can make them their playthings. But you should still feel like they are there to do that. They're still actually gonna do that. They will, I promise. Like, once that falls apart, once you can actually put a level of rationality to the Hamas militants and every single militant faction within Palestine, then all of a sudden, the goal is, well, you should just trust me. Why don't you trust me? It seems like you're being anti-Semitic for not actually listening to what I have to say about these Arab dogs. The mind of the Palestinian is one that is not complicated. You should understand. They're like an animal. They cannot be reasoned with. And you should listen to my incredibly racist screed now. And if you don't listen to my incredibly racist screed, then you might be fucking anti-Semitic. And that's like a ridiculous position. That's not good propaganda at that point, which is part of the reason why it falters and part of the reason why a lot of younger generations that don't simply get all of their information from mainstream media, which tries to keep this narrative as tightly wound as possible in spite of the tremendous amount of violence that people can see with their own two fucking eyes, are having a hard time coping with that.
It's all part of a deal that's been done with Hamas. They released Thai citizens, and the hostages have to all say they were treated well.
When we negotiated with Hamas, they didn't give any requests or conditions for release. They just said that the Thai hostages would be freed when there's a ceasefire.
But Hamas did kill at least 39 Thai citizens.
39 Thais were killed, that's for sure. But we don't know where or how. It's a war.
It is indisputable that families were murdered by Hamas on October the 7th.
Bro, he is too brown to be making such broad assertions. My boy, I don't think you understand what's going on here, okay, Mr. Thai negotiator? You're about to get pulled up. She started the conversation very differently, but is moving in a direction where she's like, do you condemn Hamas? Like, or do you, seems like you're pro-Hamas. What's happening here? I'm thinking you're Hamas.
Why did you feel so sure that they would protect hostages?
Definitely. It is a war. There was killing on both sides.
By the way, for those of you who say you're always on the phone, always with the phone, I am currently on the phone. Why, you might ask? Because my mother just got her MRIs done, and I have to get her a wheelchair-friendly Uber. So I will be on my phone briefly, okay? I apologize for this. I apologize for this gross violation. Just letting you know. Anyway,
sides. But the main point of Hamas going there was to capture hostages and to use them for deals to help the Palestinians.
Just to be clear, you're not denying that Hamas killed Israeli civilians, are you?
คือผมยืนยันตามคำแถลงของฮามาส
According to Hamas, they only wanted to kill Israeli soldiers, not civilians.
Are you sympathetic with Hamas's cause? And do you think that's in part why you've been able to negotiate the release of Thai citizens?
คือถ้าถามว่าผมเห็นใจหรือเปล่านะฮะผมก็ต้องเห็นใจพี่น้องชาว
I sympathize with the Palestinian people. After more and more wars, the land was taken and eventually Palestinians were refugees and made second-class citizens. You don't have to be a Muslim to have sympathy for Palestinians.
เป็นแผ่นดินของชาวปาเลสไตน์
Why do you think you've been more successful than other nations like the Americans in negotiations?
ผมคิดว่าผมไม่ใช่นักการเมือง
We went there to negotiate as normal people, not politicians. Hamas saw this. They saw us as Thai Muslims. We were civilians, and that's why they decided to release the Thais. They promised that if there was a ceasefire, Thai people would be released in the first group. Now we can obviously see Thais are among the first citizens to be released compared to 20 other nationalities.
You went with a small group to Iran to have talks. We know Iran helps to fund Hamas. How critical do you think Iran was in helping to free?
She's like one step. She's like straight up about to fucking violently arrest the negotiator under suspicion that he might be Hamas. She's like, you're talking a big game right now, friend. You better fucking dial it back. I'm about to take you out back.
Citizens.
คือผมยอมรับว่านะครับว่าหลังจากที่เราไปเจรจากับฮามาสโดยตรงผมขอเรียนอย่างนี้ก่อนว่า
I'd like to thank Iran, both the government and the people who have been supportive in negotiating with Hamas. They know Thailand has good relations with the Islamic world and Iran. We spoke with so many high-ranking Iranian people. The highest ordered the Iranian foreign minister to negotiate with Hamas to help us.
What about the remaining hostages? How confident are you that they will be released and when?
ผมหวังว่าตัวประกันไทยจะได้รับการปล่อยตัวเนี่ย
I hope they will be released in the coming days, but Hamas would like the Thai people and the Thai authorities to hear this message. The border area is disputed land and it's wartime, and Hamas will consider anyone who works there is working for the outlaws. They say they won't have time to look at the nationalities or passports of people on the land, but Hamas say it is okay to work in other parts of Israel.
Do you think that Hamas was justified in taking hostages from Israel?
คือถ้าถามว่ามีความชอบธรรมไหมต้องบอกว่ามีความชอบธรรม
Yes, because there are more than 6,000 Palestinians captured in the past and their families can't visit them. No one heard their cries. The world didn't hear their cries. That's why Hamas had to do this, to get the world's attention focused on Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
That's crazy. All right. We're going to get to like incredibly racist stuff in a second. Before we do that, here is Israel, major flub, big L from Israel. Something I talked about already with respect to like how racist they are. Knowing full well that this was about to happen, and yet they still did it. Or didn't do anything about it. Sorry. Fuck.
The ceasefire is ended. Combat operations resumed overnight after Israel accused Hamas of violating the truce and warned residents.
All right, I'm almost done. I'm almost done ordering a handicap accessible van for my mom. I'm gonna start it again. Okay, we're gonna go back to the top of the hour ad break. I'm gonna run the top of the hour ad break, and I'm gonna fucking restart what I had to say. Okay? I'm going to restart what I was saying from the jump. Top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or, you can get gifted a sub as well if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right. So, what are we talking about right now? That's right. Israel apparently had Hamas's attack plan for over a year. And what did they do? Well, they said, They can't do that. They don't have the smoke. They're fucking animals. They would never dare, or rather, they don't have the capabilities. Well, it turns out they do have the capabilities. Very 9/11-like. Israel is America. Continued. Literally, I've said this already. Israel is basically an extension of America, but like, oh my God, this is the most America shit that could have ever happened. What is more America than having your own 9/11 happen in identical fucking ways almost?
The ceasefire is ended. Combat operations resumed overnight.
And yes, by the way, this is a big I told you so moment. I told you this was arrogance. I told you this was racist hubris. And it precisely is the case.
After Israel accused Hamas of violating the truce and warned residents to leave parts of southern Gaza. Plus, there is a new report that claims Israel had an intelligence report about the Hamas attack months before October 7th, but dismissed the report. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has been tracking this overnight. She joins us now from Washington. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. From the moment the attack on Israel began, it was clear this was a massive intelligence and military failure on the part of the Israelis. But this report, which dropped overnight, spells it out in horrifying detail. This morning, the horrors of October 7th, the lapses in security, the planning by Hamas laid out in a stunning report. The New York Times saying that Israeli officials had the Hamas battle plan in their hands for more than a year before hundreds of Hamas fighters stormed into Israel.
No, it is so 9/11, it blows my fucking mind. It is so identical to 9/11. Like, think about it this way. A group of militants that you have radicalized, that you have funded, turning around and switching its crosshairs towards you, okay? And then openly fucking signaling under your watchful eye, because Israel occupies both the West Bank and Gaza as well. Under your watchful eye, they're training. Like Muhammad Atta fucking saying, I don't need to learn how to land the plane. I need to learn how to fly it. Like, directly. Okay? And then experiencing that blowback and then quintupling the violence as an immediate consequence after this blowback happens that you foresaw for a fucking year and didn't do anything about it because you're racist and you're arrogant. And then you turn around and you know, 10x, 100x the fucking violence. Identical.
And slaughtered more than 1,200 people. But the Times says the Hamas plan was dismissed by the Israelis, who believed it would be too difficult for Hamas.
No, man, I don't think they intentionally ignored it. You guys are wrong, dude. I don't think that they intentionally ignored it. I am more predisposed to believing, and I don't even believe America intentionally ignored 9/11, but I am way more confident in potentially America intentionally ignoring it than Israel. No. There is no need to think about this as anything but sheer arrogance. That's all I'm saying.
To carry out. According to the Times, Israeli military obtained a 40-page Hamas document last year, which they codenamed Jericho Wall, calling for a barrage of rockets at the outset of the attack, drones to knock out the security cameras, and automated machine guns along the border. Nearly the exact scenario that played out on October 7th. The Times saying Israeli intelligence.
Chat. The reason why I say it's sheer arrogance and I don't ascribe like a much larger conspiracy to this, and I just look at it and I say it's simply sheer arrogance, is because the Financial Times report that we read showed us something very important about the mindset of the IDF, right? Remember in 2018 where Islamic Jihad posted videos of the commanders within the IDF where they had trained sniper rifle crosshairs on them and they posted videos without killing them, right? Saying like, watch what you do. We always have our eyes on you, even when you think you're safe. And how did they look at that? Oh, they're so afraid of us. Like, what was Israel's assumption in that matter? Not, oh my God, this motherfucker just posted a photo of my house directly at me under my phone number. Okay? Their response wasn't to go, oh my God, that's fucking terrifying. What the hell are we doing? Their response was, oh, they're so afraid of us that they simply dare not pull the trigger. You cannot fucking have this mentality unless you are the most racist person on the planet. I'm telling you. It's sheer arrogance. That's it.
Dismissed the plan as aspirational, but Hamas followed the blueprint.
Like, look, they're saying it. They literally dismissed it as aspirational. They could never do that.
With shocking precision, reportedly practicing breaching the gates and storming a kibbutz, paragliding into the communities, all of which the world saw executed with lethal precision on October 7th. The IDF showing me where the Hamas infiltration began, just as the report said it would. This is the gate.
This is also a wild thing that Israel's doing where they just like keep posting their fucking greatest L of all time. Like, brother, this is incompetence. Like, you should be fired. Why do you have a job? That I don't understand. Like, Hagari going up and being like, this is the tunnel, this is the gate. It's like, bro, you literally are like, you're like a brigadier, rear admiral, general in this fucking military that failed its basic duty. Like, what are you doing?
Where the Hamas terrorists broke through one of 30 locations where they gained access. But the Times says one Israeli analyst tried to raise a red flag on the report just 3 months before the attacks. An analyst for the Israeli intelligence agency warning it's a plan designed to start a war, adding it.
How do you think the average Israeli supporter in the U.S. will think of this? I think this kind of reporting makes Israelis more mad at their government than Americans do. Because remember, two things, okay? Israel supporters in America, remember two things. Israel supporters in America have proximity. Like, they're far away from the direct consequences, so they can be way more bloodthirsty, okay? I've described this dynamic when talking about the kidnap posters, right? The hostage posters. In Israel, the hostage posters serve a very different role than the hostage posters in America. In the hostage posters in America, the role it serves is to constantly remind people of the violent, racist, anti-Semitic attacks that Hamas engaged in on October 7th, which is why all of our retaliation is just. The hostage posters in Israel, on the other hand, actually show of the exact opposite, where it is a reminder to the Israeli government to stop bombing Gaza and to get the hostages back. Okay? So in that circumstance, Americans can be like, American supporters of Israel can be very, like, much more callous and much more racist and much more violent in what they believe should happen. Right? The second reason is because also Americans are Americans, and we are so primed to doing violence towards Muslim populations. That's like kind of what we love to do. That's our bread and butter. That's what we love. That's what we expect. So for that reason, you know, this is a nation that has looked at millions of dead Iraqi civilians and said, oh yeah, that's YOLO. That's just a dangerous consequence of fucking around with America, I guess. So, you know, for them, we love a genocide. We love an Arab genocide especially, so we don't really give a shit at all.
It's not just a raid on a village.
So that's why I'm trying to say, like, this argument or this video and this investigation will be more frustrating to the Israelis because, you know, they see the abject failure of their own intelligence. It pierces through the veil, too. Like, it just breaks the comfort blanket, the security blanket that you thought you had.
It's not just a raid on a village. Her warning dismissed. ABC News has not reviewed the document, and the Israeli military has declined to comment on the New York Times reporting. But a senior U.S. official telling ABC News the Americans had not been made aware of this document. Eva?
Martha Raddatz for us there. Thank you, Martha.
Talk about what your team learned about this blueprint and the length of time that Israel had to review these plans and why it wasn't listened to.
So somewhere around along 2022, Israeli intelligence was able to get the plan for the Hamas attack. It was codenamed by Israeli intelligence the Wall of Jericho, the Jericho Wall. And it details in many different details how the attack is going to take place, exactly as it took place more than a year after. This could be an intelligence victory for Israel, but Israeli analysts, some of the seniors of Israeli intelligence, saw the plan as more of, they call it a compass for the building of the forces, where Hamas wants to be, but not where Hamas is. So while having that plan, they saw this as something that Hamas is far from being capable of doing. They believe that Hamas doesn't have the ability to conduct such a massive operation. We are talking about, according to that plan, to break the fence between Gaza and Israel in 60 different places. Israel believed they could do that maybe in 2 places. It called for the bombing and destruction of the cameras instantly, the same simultaneously, the beginning of the attack of the cameras, the automatic guns, the communication centers, and then the ramping of the division headquarters, the Gaza division headquarters that is in charge of protecting the front. In July of this year, so a year after, an analyst that was reviewing intercepts about Hamas military exercises wrote a letter, an email, an exchange of email, encrypted email. She comes from 8200, this is the Israeli NSA, the equivalent to the American NSA. And she described that drill, and she said that she believes that Hamas is narrowing the gap between the Wall of Jericho plan and its real capabilities. And there was a pushback from more senior intelligence officers that told her, this is an imaginary plan. They cannot do that. And so here is the tragedy for Israeli intelligence, for Israeli public. Instead of positioning, it's not just an intelligence debate. If Israeli defense forces would adopt this plan as something that Hamas can do, even without any connection to the intention of Hamas, the decision to execute, this is something that the analyst couldn't say. She did not push back on the Israeli wisdom at that time meaning 3-4 months ago, that Hamas doesn't want to go to all-in-one. But if Israeli defense establishment had the knowledge that Hamas is capable of launching such an attack, that would put a total different size of forces on the border. The outcome could be very different.
Also, according to your reporting, this analyst, this woman analyst, saw an exercise that Hamas undertook, a trial run, and raised red flags again, saying this looks very much like the Wall of Jericho plan that we had discussed before, and again would seem to have been dismissed.
Not just that, she says, here's an interesting bit of information. The same quote from the Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah, that begins with which this detailed plan for action, this detailed plan for attack starts with. It's called for, this is something about Moses, but it's about the surprise entry through a gate. I think it's not a coincidence Hamas picked this up. The people participating, the Hamas gunmen participating in that drill we're using the same quote. The same quote is now part of the emblem of Hamas, used in all Hamas publications, statement and videos since the attack.
As you know, the Israeli government posted online on X last month, quote, contrary to the false claims, under no circumstances and at no stage was Prime Minister Netanyahu warned of Hamas's war intentions. They went on to say at no point was a warning given to Prime Minister Netanyahu on Hamas's intention to start a war. On the contrary, all the defense officials, including the heads of the Intelligence Directorate and the Shin Bet, assessed that Hamas was deterred. Do you know if the Prime Minister was, in fact, informed? Because it sounds like from your reporting that this document was widely disseminated in intelligence and military circles.
Yeah. So we don't know if Prime Minister Netanyahu was presented with this document.
Oof, that's
we do
so
know,
bad.
and this comes from previous reporting, that he was warned again and again and again and again, and in details, at least in 4 different letters throughout the last year, that the members of the so-called axis of resistance, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, see Israeli weakness and they might decide to use what they believe.
The most I'll say is this, okay? I won't say that, like, they definitely knew that it would happen and then let it happen without a shadow of a doubt. But I will say this much. I think maybe, just like Hamas thought, that their campaign would not be as successful and as violent, obviously. So maybe Benjamin Netanyahu at most saw this, or the Israeli security forces saw this, and basically thought, especially Benjamin Netanyahu, either through sheer arrogance and sheer hubris, thought that the impact would be marginal, but it would be good for the subsequent apocalypse that would ensue. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way they could kill 1,200 people inside of Israel proper and maintain positions inside of Israel proper for fucking a multiple days, like 2 days, 3 days. So even if something like this were to happen, it seems to me like their perspective was probably like, there's no way that they could actually make it that bad. Like, they could facilitate a strike that devastating, which we could technically use for our counter later down the line. So even if that's the only concession I'll make here to the whole, like, inside job narrative. You know what I mean? It's only 1,800 dead. No, it's not true. Or it's only 800 dead, not 1,400. That's not true. It's 1,200. It's not 800. Haaretz has revealed information of the people that have allowed them, that have given them permission. But yeah, I don't think Netanyahu would ever. I don't know. I don't think he would have. Like, under no circumstances do I think that Netanyahu would have ever allowed 1,200 Israelis to be fucking slaughtered. No shot. 200 plus taken fucking hostage. No shot.
Window of opportunity to attack.
Yeah.
This document was sent to many, and I think this is a good point for further reporting about who saw and who decided to continue with this so-called conception, the ability to believe that Hamas is contained.
Ronan Bergman, it's incredible reporting. Thank you. More now on the forces at play tonight. Joining us, CNN's Alex Marquardt and Oren Lieberman, also Axios reporter and CNN political and foreign policy analyst Barak Ravid, and CNN military analyst, retired Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. Barak, first of all, how damning is this report for the Israeli government?
Well, I think this is part of a series of stories that appeared in the Israeli press over the last week or 2 weeks that what happens behind them is a fight between the Israeli intelligence community or parts of it, especially the military intelligence, and the political echelon, with each side leaking stuff that are more comfortable to him when it comes to everything that happened in the year before the war. And, you know, a lot of people in Israel think that the reason that now we hear about those documents is because it's very comfortable for Benjamin Netanyahu and his people, and they're trying to put those things out in order to build a case for the inquiry committee that most likely is going to be formed on the day after the war.
I mean, Barak, as you know, intelligence officials, military officials have accepted responsibility. Benjamin Netanyahu has not in any form accepted any responsibility for the attack on October 7th. He had very early on, right before the operation in Gaza.
One fun reminder for everybody who's not paying close attention to what's going on in Israel. Netanyahu never apologized. However, he forced the head of Shin Bet, I think, and numerous other security officials to apologize to the Israeli public for October 7th. Just something to consider when putting yourself in the mindset of Benjamin Netanyahu mindset, also known as Philly mindset.
He had tweeted out a
Philadelphia's
criticism
very
of
own.
the heads of the military and intelligence, and then quickly withdrew that tweet and apologized for that. But it certainly seems like this is something he wants out there.
No doubt. By the way, there was a huge intelligence failure. It's not that it's not true. There was a huge intelligence failure. I just, you know, in one of the emails, this analyst from Israel Signals Intelligence Agency, 8200, one of the headlines of one of her emails that was warning from this plan was, the headline was, "Death in the Kibbutz." Okay, how symbolic is that? Okay, several months ago, "Death in the Kibbutz," she wrote. So there was a huge intelligence failure.
Bro, that's crazy. That's actually fucking nuts. They're like, bro. All right. This next one is called Paragliding into the Festival. They're going, in my email titled Paragliding into the Festival, I will detail to you that Hamas is going to paraglide over the fucking border wall into a festival. I know it seems like there's no music festival yet, but there will be at that point. Please heed my fucking warnings. And they were like, no. Oh, come on. Classic woman, lol. They literally were like, nah, woman moment.
Failure, not at her level, but at the higher level of the people who are actually making the decisions, and that their job is to actually warn the political echelon of what was going on. But at the same time, Netanyahu did get a lot of other warnings that had to do also with
they were like
the
fucking
general
femoids.
situation,
Am I right?
where Israel's enemies were planning to gang up on it because of the domestic crisis.
Bro, even on October 8th, we knew Shin Bet. In the month of March, I think, or maybe May, Shin Bet warned the Netanyahu administration that Itamar Ben-Gvir's actions and increased violence in the West Bank was going to cause blowback, and it was going to cause a national security concern. To which the Netanyahu administration said, and Benjamin Netanyahu said, "You're woke. Woke culture has taken over the Shin Bet." So this was telegraphed years in advance.
Crisis over Netanyahu's judicial overhaul in the months before the war.
Alex, what do you make of this report? How are U.S. officials likely to react?
Well, Anderson, I really do think it goes to this theme that we've been reporting on for quite some time of the underestimation of what Hamas was capable of doing and certainly what they intended to do. You and I have talked about intelligence reports and assessments both on the Israeli and the American side in the days leading up to October 7th that indicated that Hamas might do something. Now,
U.S. won't do shit because Israel's intelligence failure reflects poorly on them because Israel is America. This smells really like a fake story. More likely, Israel's leaking this info to pretend their intelligence capability didn't turn out to be a complete joke. It's like, bro, of course we knew better than we legit had no idea. No, I don't agree with that. Because Egypt literally fucking also informed Israel. I don't agree with that at all, especially because this looks fucking horribly bad for Israel and it creates a domestic a backlash too. Imagine how mentally destroyed that analyst is now, doing her job and screaming it. No, she's dead. I'm pretty sure she died. I think she was a part of the all women's brigade that was at the border. So yeah. That's the other part of the story that's like almost as insane, is that if I read it correctly, the all-women brigade that they were using for fucking pink washing purposes, obviously, literally was one of the first to get taken out. Please don't believe the Israeli spin. The high level of Israeli directive was to allow the October 7th to go ahead so they can use it as an attack. The old Moshe Dayan strategy to provoke and revenge. Brother, I'm telling you right now, there is no provoke and revenge to this magnitude. Okay? You're misunderstanding the point. Provocation happens with Sharon going to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's a provocation. Okay? With a knowing retaliation that will come from that. Provocation is not about allowing Palestinians to fucking kill 1,200 people inside of Israel. That's not, they don't need that much to deliver incredible amounts of genocidal violence upon the Palestinian population. They don't need it. They need like way less of this to be able to behave this way. Especially when the very foreseeable consequences for those who allowed it to happen will be vast.
What that something was expected to be was what we had seen before in previous rounds of fighting that were frankly rather inconsequential for Israel. And that would have been,
if they wanted to keep provoking, they would go into the fucking mosque or some shit again. And then Hamas would lob rockets, and then they would go in and fucking rip. They would rip into the Gaza Strip over and over again.
Rockets being fired across the border, which then likely would have been intercepted by the Iron Dome, which is exactly what we're seeing on our screen right there. But there was no sense that Hamas would be able to.
Am I saying that Israel would have made this kind of response over, say, 100 Israeli killed? Yes. Yes. I'm saying that, yes.
To break through the fence and carry out the types of massacres that they did. There is acknowledgement and public acknowledgement here in the U.S. From intelligence.
I don't think Israel, even if they fucking thought that this was a likely attack, I don't think a single person thought that it would be this violent. After all, Hamas didn't think it was going to be this violent. So what are we talking about? in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, like the official statement from Hamas, the official Hamas statement quite literally was something along the lines of like, the operation was incredibly successful and infinitely more successful than what we thought we would be able to get. So, in my opinion, I think that arrogance plays a gigantic role there. The arrogance of Israel thinking that they could like hold back was understandable on the Hamas front. Like, of course, if you're a Palestinian militant, you're thinking like, yeah, this is like an insanely rich, insanely militarized border. There's no way that they would be able to get into a fucking military checkpoint and like rip through the barracks like in 15 minutes with GoPro cameras. You know what I mean? Like they probably did not think that it was going to happen to this degree. Yeah. The example that I always point to is the 2021 airstrikes. It happened because Sheikh Jarrah was taken over. Hamas said, don't fucking do that. Get your hands off Sheikh Jarrah or we'll retaliate with rockets. Then they did. Then Israel turned around and bombed the shit out of. Those were just literally fucking over a couple rockets. Man, how does some chick at the border checkpoint develop her theories? They have, I think the IDF has like, they don't have like separate intelligence. I think like IDF also has like intelligence operations at the border too. Like she wasn't just some chick. She was like it's an observation post at the border that she operated out of. I don't think she was just a, like, you guys forget, I don't know where Elit News is, but he could correct me on this. If I'm not mistaken, one of the major command centers that they took over was directly a intelligence command center, which had a shit ton of information in it, actually. And it's near the border. So the Israeli NSA or whatever still operates out of border observation areas as well.
Intelligence officials and Biden administration officials that this was purely an Israeli intelligence failure. American intelligence officials are not taking any responsibility for this. They are laying it at the feet of the intelligence apparatus and security apparatus in Israel. Essentially, the U.S. has been so focused on China and on Russia and Ukraine that they just don't spend a lot of time thinking about Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups. Now, will that change going forward? That remains to be seen. We've certainly seen U.S. intelligence playing a much bigger role during this conflict with drones and other kinds of signals intelligence gathering. But in their minds, this is an Israeli intelligence failure. I think most will tell you that Netanyahu is not expected to survive this, but there's also an expectation that the heads of the intelligence agencies
there's
will
certainly
also
going to be
roll.
a reckoning.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org.
Bro, they said we wash our fucking hands, dog. Fuck it, YOLO. That's crazy. Oh shit! This is actually a good interview rather than a fucking. I don't want to cover this over and over again. All right, let's see what Bizan is doing.
I'm in a building that was bombed, and
this is the last thing I want to watch from Israel, other than this fucking incredibly racist person, and then we're gonna move on. This chick, Julianna Marguiles or whatever.
The use of pronouns.
It's those kids who are spewing this anti-Semitic hate that have no idea if they stepped foot in an Islamic country. These people who want us to call them they, them, or whatever they want us to call them, which I have respectfully really made a point of doing. Like, be whoever you want to be. It's those people.
I love how fucking insane these freaks are in America. Like, their allegiance with people is so conditional. It's so transactional. It's like, hey, guess what? I call you whatever silly fucking thing you want me to call you. Okay? Now it's time for you to respect your fucking elders. It's awesome. Amy Schumer has done this. Brett Gelman has done this. What's his face? Fucking Cisnea. Who was the other person? God damn it. There was another one that did it. Brett Gelman.
People that will be the first people beheaded and their heads played with a soccer ball, like a soccer ball on the field. You know, there was a film being shown by this black lesbian club on Columbia campus, and they put signs up that said "No Jews allowed." And as someone who plays a lesbian journalist on the morning show,
what?
I'm more.
What? Chat, is she a lesbian? Chat, please tell me she's actually a lesbian, right? There ain't no way she said, as someone who plays a lesbian in a TV show. There ain't no fucking way she said that.
On Columbia campus, and they put signs up that said "No Jews allowed." And as someone who plays a lesbian journalist on the morning show, I'm more offended by it as a lesbian than I am as a Jew, to be honest with you.
Wait.
Because I want to say to them, you fucking...
Wait, did she just say, as someone who played a lesbian on a TV show, I'm more offended by this as a lesbian? Like, as in because she played one on TV, she actually basically might as well be? How about she play a person with a fucking brain and a heart on television? Is she gonna fucking change her mentality then? Freak, dude. She's like, as someone who played a Palestinian on a TV show, I'm here to tell you that we all deserve to be nuked out of existence, actually. She's married to a man. Gross. Oh, God. God damn, she's vascular as fuck. Marguiles, who plays a lesbian character on the morning show, also shared outrage of black and queer people for supporting Palestinians. Yo, I love that, dude. She's awesome. They said no Zionists, not Jews. Dude, by the way, we're so gross. Like, our media is so fucking gross about the psychopathic doxing operations that it engages with. She intended to post a ban on Zionists did not mean all Jews were excluded. She expanded on her group's comment about the Holocaust. When I say the Holocaust wasn't special, I mean the Holocaust was not significant, unique from the many large-scale genocides. When I say the Holocaust was not significantly unique from the many other large-scale genocides, I mean it's not special enough to justify its current genocide against Palestinians. Oh, okay. Why is it that so many of these fucking articles are just like, this student should be killed? Look at this fucking student. She should be dropped from her school because she said no Zionists in a country where Zionist Christians, even evangelical Zionist Christians, outnumber Zionist Jews 10-1 or 30-1. I swear above a certain age, they have serious permanent brain damage. In Palestine, they would fucking kill you if you're LGBTQ. Is so funny, dude. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you have an incredibly high likelihood of dying in Gaza if you're gay. Not because of Hamas, though, you dumb fuck. It's because Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza. The fuck do you mean? It's the #1 cause of death, bitch. What are you talking about? God, I hate these fucking freaks. All right, let's listen to what Chris Cuomo has to say.
If it's Biden, Trump, look, for me, again, we survived a Trump administration. Would we survive another one? Yes. Yes. I don't think there's any greater risk to America with him than with Biden. And for people who are now going to attack me and say, what are you talking about? Trump is like this crazy man. Well, look, you know, as Patrick says, the data is the data. Nobody was trying to kill us when Trump was president in a way that they're not now. If anything, there's more hostility. And you can have reasons for that any way you want. I'm just saying, existentially, I'm not afraid of a Trump presidency. Existentially, I'm not afraid of another Biden presidency because, unlike many people in America, I believe that the country is much stronger than any individual leader. We survived the Russia thing. We survived January 6th. We survived having Biden as a gaffe machine. We survived.
Bro, what Russia thing? We survived the Russia thing. We survived January 6th. We survived Biden being a gaffe machine. What are you saying? Like, for him, the like people getting kicked out of coverage for the Affordable Care Act or like immigration detention camps and the border, which Biden also continued. Like all this shit is like secondary. What's the worst thing that happened? Ooh, Russia. What the fuck? He ain't wrong when he says the president don't matter as much, but it's so odd to act like gutting every fucking federal agency does not have real fucking consequences. But then it's also ironic because all he's talking about, even from a libbed up perspective, about what the worst thing is like all this aesthetic bullshit. Like it's silly, like including January 6th.
I have Congress going after each other and doing nothing for the rest of us. We survive these things. Are we better for it? No. Should we be doing things differently? Yes. I think it happens. I don't know when. I don't even know why. But, you know, in terms of who I'm going to vote for, I would really have to see where we are at that moment in time. And
so you're open to a Trump vote?
I am always open. And I'll tell you this. People say, oh, bullshit, you've never voted for a Republican.
Now, last night's debate between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and California Governor Gavin Newsom.
She already tried to apologize for this crazy-ass rant. Nothing about co-opting queer identity to make racist-ass point about shit about Islamic countries playing human soccer. I'd say I'm surprised, but it's exactly what I... People hate Jews and briefly talked about the pervasiveness of anti-Semitism in the U.S. Suggests they're more of an uproar using the wrong pronouns on college campuses. Here, let's listen to the article.
Julianna Marguiles apologized. Intend for my words to sow further division. Emmy winner Julianna Marguiles says she is horrified by the reaction to a series of statements she had made about Black and LGBTQ Americans, largely college students. I am horrified by the fact that statements I made on a recent podcast offended the Black and LGBTQIA+ communities I truly love and respect, Marguiles said in an exclusive statement to Deadline. I want to be 100% clear. Racism, homophobia, sexism, or any prejudice against anyone's personal beliefs or identity are abhorrent to me, full stop. Throughout my career...
Say Islamophobia, you fucking freak. Say it. Bro, you do shit like this, you have to literally go kiss the feet of like a Muslim family or something. And vice versa. Vice versa. Like, you're anti-Semitic, you get caught being anti-Semitic like Marjorie Taylor Greene was, you know? You don't just get to write a fucking, little schoolgirl paper about how the Holocaust was bad, okay? You have to literally ride or die. You have to go to the fucking synagogue and you have to kiss the feet of every Jewish person, okay? No more book reports. Sick and tired of that shit. You said they fucking play football with heads? With chopped up heads? You got to go chop it up with a fucking... You got to go to the halal cart, the Egyptian halal cart guy that was a victim of racist hate crimes, and you have to go kiss his feet, okay? I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Like the whole... Oh, my God. Yeah, you have to do an Elon Musk. Exactly. Except Elon Musk never really apologized for his anti-Semitism and just straight up redirected it in a fucking expert way. Directly to, no, you don't get it. Like, I hate Arabs too. He was like, hey, I hate the Jews, but I also hate Arabs. And then everyone was like, oh, that's fine. That's fine then.
I have worked tirelessly to combat hate of all kind, end anti-Semitism, speak out against terrorist groups like Hamas, and forge a united front against discrimination. I did not intend for my words to sow further division, for which I am sincerely apologetic. Marguiles, who is Jewish, made the controversial comments on the Backroom with Andy Ostroy podcast where she railed against support for Palestine. The statements drew major backlash Thursday after audio clips from the interview were posted on X/Twitter. At one point, Ostroy commented that people hate Jews, then briefly talked about the pervasiveness of anti-Semitism in the U.S., and suggested there's more of an uproar over using the wrong pronouns on college campuses. Oh my God, forget it, Marguiles replied. It's those kids who are spewing this anti-Semitic hate that have no idea if they stepped foot in an Islamic country, these people who want us to call them they/them, or whatever they want us to call them, it's those people that will be the first people beheaded and their heads played with like a soccer ball.
Am I crazy, or wasn't fucking Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen, like, the only time he legitimately was in danger was when he was in the fucking West Bank? And, like, the settlers thought he was, he was playing this, like, gay character, and they almost fucking hate crimed him, thinking he was, actually gay, I guess, for Bruno. Like, what is this fucking nonsense? What is this stupid fucking nonsense? I guess the only other time was also in America, right? Oh, sorry. He pretended to be gay in Jerusalem. It's a funny story because apparently he tried explaining to them that he was actually Jewish.
Palestinians if you're LGBTQ. Seriously, they'll murder you. Don't believe me? Go there. See how they treat you. Okay, then let's go. Mission: gather and label supplies, assemble a team, arrive and distribute aid to as many Palestinian families as possible while serving as openly LGBTQ. Here's how it went. But Rain, you're an outsider, so of course it was different for you. Well, that wasn't what y'all claimed. You said Palestinians would murder me. But here, in case you aren't satisfied, our team was largely made up of local LGBTQ plus people and their allies, and they all survived. Oh, and if that's still not good enough because they were providing...
There's nothing better than... That's so awesome. He spoke to the settlers in Hebrew that he was actually Jewish, And he said that that was the worst thing to say to the settlers at that time. Oh, yeah, that's right. All leftist streamers are. You people don't really care about trans people. Jews would be better without Judaism and Arabs would be better about Islam. You know what would make me drop out? Drop out of Hamas at PS5? I don't know, make Biden lose Trump. Oh, that's right. All leftist streamers already are. You people don't care about trans people. Yeah, no, I don't. You're right. I famously don't. You got me. Yeah. You got me, dude. You got me. You caught me. I'm a foe. I'm a foe. I'm an LGBT foe. You don't. You protect religion. Oh, God. Fucking. I also protect you. And I don't know what kind of fucking mental illness you have that you think like everything revolves around religion. Okay. Actually, that's not true. I don't protect r/atheism dipshits. I usually ban them. This has got to be a teenager, right? Got to be a little kid.
Aid? We found Gaza and Palestinian.
Like, how ironic that we're currently watching a trans person literally fucking dispel the notion that they would get executed in Gaza as a openly trans person or something, or as an openly queer person. Because everyone says like, oh, Muslims would kill you. And this guy, instead of like focusing on what's happening there, I don't know, they were waving the trans flag. That's why I said openly trans person. But it's still pretty funny that a guy in the chat is still going, you protect religion, and religion inherently is going to kill trans people. Yeah. Got it. There's a Radio Shack in Palestine now. I'm pretty sure all the Palestinian brands are not really Palestinian.
And LGBTQ people at this stop, this one, and many more. They all had grown up to adulthood while living within Gaza, Palestine. This rumor is a vicious bit of propaganda meant to dehumanize the victims of one of the deadliest months of bombardment to any territory on this planet in decades, and it's a lie. Now, do LGBTQ people in Gaza, Palestine still need liberation? Yes. Do they have their full rights? No. Is it safe for them to be super open? Most of the times, no. But their struggle isn't unique to Palestinian culture. It's a struggle shared by most LGBTQ people on the planet in different but very adjacent ways. I've experienced similar treatment in Ukraine, Poland, the US.
People struggle to differentiate Muslim people and just people from the Middle East. No, but it doesn't matter. No, what do you mean? Muslim people are not a monolith either. Brother, that's crazy. Like, there's no, like, dude, look at America, man. What are we doing here? Look at the United States of America. It's so fucking stupid. I hate when Americans are like, what are we, Afghanistan? And it's like, well, have you seen yourself? Like, they'll be like, oh, man, they banned abortion. This is just like Afghanistan. I'm like, no, it's just like America, okay? It's just like America. It's Christianity, okay? It's not just like Afghanistan. It's just like America. You did it. How come it's still Afghanistan? You're doing it right now. It's so weird. Muslims aren't monolithic, but Christians are. I have never said that. I've never in a million years said that. What the fuck are you talking about? You dumb fuck. Shut up. You have to fucking shadow box with a goddamn straw man that you concocted in your mind because you just can't. You can't deal with what I'm saying.
Colombia, Mexico, Turkey, and more. LGBTQ plus liberation is a lifetime fight, one we're not unfamiliar with, but let me be clear, regardless of the progress of that fight, this is never an excuse to turn our backs on the suffering and liberation of others. Gaza and Palestinian LGBTQ plus people and their allies will continue to push for their rights over time, but right now the priority is to push to have a life at all, a home at all, a land at all. Our focus should be on that call for humanitarian aid to every beating heart.
People are so funny. I've repeated myself a million times, but I will always repeat this point. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But also, beyond the top of the hour ad break, I do not have an issue with religion. Religion is a tool. It can be wielded by good people or bad people for a good cause or a bad one. After all, religion, Christianity specifically, was on both sides of the slavery debate. Liberation theology played a role in the abolition of slavery, and Christianity absolutely played a role in the justifications for slavery. Okay? Having said that, my issue is never with religion. My issue is with conservatism. I am anti-conservative. I'm not anti-religion. I'm anti-conservative. Okay? That's it. Conservatives use religion as a tool to make their cause just in the eyes of a broader public. Because religion is a great motivator. It's a great mobilizer. So leftists, especially ones with an internationalist perspective, need to drop this fucking idiotic r/atheism perspective because they simply do not understand how this works in the eyes of many other nations. As long as, yeah, the law and state is secular, who gives a shit what people do? Anyway. Did he run the ads? I can't tell because I'm subscribed at the top of the hour. Hell yeah, Elvin Lumberjack. I did run it. I love that creator just fucking being like, yeah, I'm queer as fuck and I went to Palestine. That's kind of awesome. That's sick. Anyway. All right, we got a lot of videos to cover today. I'm going to skip this dumb shit. We did the George Santos one. Here.
Viet Cong than ISIS.
You want me to watch?
I told you the statement can explain why Israel reluctantly accepted a temporary ceasefire, and that the history of colonialism
and then it's a short one. It's 5 minutes, and then we're going to move on.
The American defeat by the Viet Cong can explain what's happening in Palestine and shed light on Hamas's strategy. Let us go back in history. Since the 1800s, Vietnam was colonized by the French, the Japanese, and then the French again. They fought off each colonial and
yes, I'm going to watch the Nick Mullen clip in a second.
Imperial power by relying on the strategy of guerrilla warfare to defeat more powerful adversaries. Their goal was to establish an independent and democratic Vietnam. It came close in 1954, but against the backdrop of the Cold War, global powers got involved and pushed for the partition of the country. The North went to the communist Viet Minh revolutionaries that defeated the French, and the South to a Western-backed regime. While reunification through elections was part of the agreement, the Americans made sure it never happened.
Finally, you have broader considerations that might follow what you would call the falling domino principle.
They feared the domino theory. If one country fell to communism, then others around it would too. So the South became essential for American regional interests.
Bro, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Fucking leave it alone, man. God damn it. No, they gotta fuck with everything. They gotta fucking meddle in everyone's goddamn affairs.
But the Vietnamese opposed partition and wanted to liberate and unite their entire country. This was their foundation for war against the South in the US, what they regarded as a just war. This is where the Viet Cong come in, the group that the Financial Times compared to Hamas. Also known as the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam, they were based in the South and fought the regime from within. Unlike previous Vietnamese revolutionaries, they relied on a guerrilla strategy through a people's war, one that would draw in the enemy and had the support of the people.
Close look at the bitter day-to-day of combat against the wily, resourceful guerrillas.
Guerrilla warfare is usually when there's an asymmetry of power between one side and the other, often fought between insurgents and a conventional army. And the conventional army loses if it does not win, and the guerrilla wins if he does not lose. In this type of warfare, the main objective of the guerrilla is to survive protracted fighting with the adversary and avoid big decisive confrontations that play into the strengths.
That's how Vietnam was won. That's how Afghanistan was won.
Of a conventional army. The guerrilla keeps doing that until they overpower or wear down the enemy by consistently extracting a cost from them.
Guerrillas leave wreckage, suffering, and death.
Super curious how you feel about the Viet Cong Hamas comparison. Their tactics are identical. The Viet Cong was fucking ruthless, but their cause was just. I think that the Palestinian emancipatory cause is just. Okay? Violence is a byproduct of that, but ideologically speaking, they are not aligned at all. That creates secondary issues on civil governance. And Hamas, yes, you're right, does not have the support of the people to the same degree. Hamas is simply an expression of Palestinian emancipation. However, ultimately, their lack of popularity is due to their ideological differences and their lack of appropriate civil governance. These are very important. These are very important factors to consider. Same with the ANC, same with the IRA. Usually, that is the major difference there. But unfortunately, they are the only remaining arm of this sort of expression.
Death in the wake of coordinated sneak attacks on 3 U.S. installations in South Vietnam.
Most famously, the Viet Cong used an extensive tunnel system that extended for tens of thousands of miles and served as their base to engage in effective guerrilla tactics. They used these underground routes to house troops, transport communications and supplies, lay booby traps, and mount surprise attacks, after which they could disappear underground to safety. For the Americans and South Vietnamese, it was like they were fighting ghosts, and the Viet Cong was able to inflict heavy costs on them. In the face of this, the US deployed the longest and heaviest aerial bombardment in history by dropping over 7 million tons of explosives and killing over 3 million people. Their strategy was to cause so much death and destruction that people and the guerrillas would abandon their cause. But they never did. The US government constantly lied to the American public about the war and justified it by framing this as a fight against an immoral enemy. But as this became the world's first televised war, the horrific images from American massacres and the use of weapons like Agent Orange and napalm sparked outrage. This led to mass opposition to the war around the world and one of the largest protest movements in US history. After 20 years of fighting, the Vietnamese were able to liberate and unify their country and defeated a global superpower by maintaining the principles of guerrilla warfare. The conventional army couldn't win, and the guerrillas didn't lose. Does all of this sound familiar? Hamas believes it is fighting a just war for the liberation of Palestine. Against an adversary with superior military power, Hamas has relied on guerrilla warfare to ensure that it can survive and fight a protracted war on its own terms in terrain that is familiar to them. And just like the Viet Cong, an extensive tunnel system across Gaza gives Hamas protection, movement, and the ability to conduct hit-and-run operations against Israel's ground invasion. This is already leading to significant Israeli casualties and military losses. But this also means that Israel isn't able to achieve quick, decisive wins compared to its more conventional wars, especially as it has set its objective to eradicating Hamas, which in these circumstances is almost impossible. The longer Israel fights, the bigger impact it will have on its economy given the size of its army in proportion to the country's population. That is a high cost to live with over a long period of time. Secondly, Israel's unrelenting aerial bombardment of Gaza to establish deterrence by retribution and to have people turn on Hamas has caused mass death, destruction, and glaring war crimes, and is failing to crush people's appetite for liberation. And because of social media, these images have been broadcasted all over the world in a way Israeli propaganda can no longer contain, sparking mass protests, solidarity, and pressure globally, which is starting to have an impact on domestic politics in the US and the rest of the West. Within this context, and after weeks of bombardment and a ground invasion, Israel has yet to achieve its military objectives or release prisoners held by Hamas through force. This is why they accepted a temporary ceasefire deal now, even though it was on the table weeks ago. Because remember, in guerrilla warfare, the conventional army loses if it does not win.
Again, this is also off the mark, as significant amounts of the 360,000 reservists have also been released from service.
The guerrilla wins if he does not lose, and at this point, Israel is not winning and Hamas has not lost.
I think the only difference there is that Israel is not France in Algeria. Like, 75 years of occupation has created like the Zionist nationalist project is fucking phenomenal. If it wasn't so bloodthirsty and so unimaginably cruel to the native population, it would be looked at in history books as like one of the greatest achievements of all time. 75 years and like the revitalization of a fucking language that was just like left behind. That's insane. Okay? The problem is that it's done at the cost of Palestinian lives, and that is completely unacceptable. But the other thing that I have to mention in this circumstance is, of course, the reality that this also means that many Jews have nowhere else to go. This is Israel. Israel is their land. Okay? Born out of these atrocities, but 100% their land. A lot of people will on Twitter say things like, oh, well, if they don't like it, they can leave. And there's truth to that. Yeah, if you're like a settler, for example, or even if you are a Jewish Israeli, right? And you don't want to live in one state because there's Arabs there and you think that they're disgusting and gross and you're scared. You can always find a way, right? You can always find a way to get the fuck out. Certainly. However, having said that, there's plenty who won't. And the reality is that this changes the dynamic of this battle quite a lot. A lot of people look at Israel and think like, oh no, everyone is like my fucking neighbors, okay? Oh, they're my neighbors. Like they just all are Ashkenazi Jews from fucking Beverly Hills, you know what I mean? Like, no, they're not. They're not. There's millions. There's 9 million people in Israel, and not every single one of the Israeli people that live in Israel proper are your Ashkenazi Jewish Beverly Hills neighbors, okay? It just doesn't work that way. It's not like that at all. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because they don't have anywhere to go. There are plenty who have nowhere else to go. And that's precisely why this is very different. The dynamic is very different. 75 years since the beginning of the ethnic cleansing campaign, and all of a sudden, you have a very different dynamic. For Algeria, for the French, they had somewhere to go. They could just like fucking hop on a ship right across and like fuck off right back to the motherland. The ties that many have to the land itself could be just as easily excised as it was created. Whereas for the Israelis, no such ties exist. What are they going to do? Like, what are the German Jews going to do? You think they fucking are going to go back to Germany? No, of course not. So my point is, a better comparison is not Vietnam necessarily, but Ireland, the IRA. Of course, the difference there is that Palestinians, or at least Palestinian militancy, is not as on equal grounds, I guess, even though it's not on equal grounds either. But like the Palestinian militancy is nowhere near the same when compared to the superior firepower of the Israeli Air Force and the Israeli government versus the Irish forces fighting against Northern Irish and also British forces. Like, the IDF does not care about engaging in asymmetrical violence in the same way that the British or the Northern Irish did not. Does that make sense? This doesn't mean that the Troubles were not violent or bloody or deadly. It just means that it never met the standard on any given fucking day that Israel so willingly destroys Palestinian lives. Like, it just doesn't touch it.
In many ways,
But this is a failure of liberalism to make a pluralistic society that welcomes Jews, Muslims, etc. Wait, what? You're a 22-month subscriber. There's no fucking way you're saying what I think you're saying.
Hamas is replicating the Vietnamese experience, and to understand it, we must look to history, because it can shed light on the present and cut through the fog of war. My name is Salim, and I tell
What? But this is a failure of liberalism to make a pluralistic society that welcomes Jews and Muslims, etc. Responding to your German comment? What? Oh, you're saying liberalism failed to create a pluralistic society that welcomes Jews and Muslims in a way that a socialist society would be able to. Is that what you're trying to say? Because of the the dynamic that it because of the volatility that comes along with liberal capitalism, which then create animosity among racial boundaries rather than class boundaries that would have been solved. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Hitler particle detector false positive. No, I know it. They said yes. All right, let me see what the fuck this is. Nick's sincere message to Hasan Piker and fans.
I'm glad Adam's out of the room because I'd like to have a sincere and earnest moment with the audience. I know that many of you dislike it when I do that, but you know, it's been a wild ride the last 7 years, being pulled out of comedy obscurity by probably the most low effort thing that I've ever done, I guess, creatively, which was the Come Town podcast, to be. You know, then find myself now in middle age trying to piece together a career with this talk show, whatever it is that we're doing, but then also stand-up, which is now blown up. Stand-up is in this bizarre, and there are a lot of, you know, people are very talented, but I don't know if it's because of the pandemic or what. There's all of this money in stand-up right now, so it'd be dumb not to be doing it. And so I have a special coming out that I've decided that it will just come out this Sunday. We're going to put it out this Sunday. We're probably going to do some sort of like live. I'm going to put effort into making sure that I promote the thing and do it the right way, so I don't lose the $60,000 I spent bringing my friends to Denver to get drunk and shoot the thing with. So it will come out this Sunday. We'll probably do some like kind of, I figure out the YouTube live stream leading up to it. And I don't feel like we've ever asked the audience much. You may think it that way. Some of the more hardcore, older Come Town guys might think that we've demanded of you that you listen to the show or that we've taken something from you. But the reality is we've provided a lot of content over the years, some of which you might have hated, but it was free for the most part. And now it's my turn to ask a favor of some of the more dedicated people that have been around for a long time who might be sort of antisocial, you know, might be sort of angrier.
You don't want to ask the Come Town audience to do anything, okay? Now let me tell you, you don't want them to go outside. I'm just saying. I've seen them outside. It's a fucking terrifying sight. Okay, is a terrifying fucking
people, and but they're obsessed with the show, and they've paid attention.
What
to
is
it
he? Is he asking them to come and kill me or something? Is it gonna finally happen?
They probably know where me and Adam live and have threatened us in the DMs and those things. But I want to speak to those guys in particular, and I shouldn't name names, but I mean, fuck, Hasan Piker. Now is your turn to help us, and if you can. Help get the word out about the special and the live stream that we'll do.
There ain't no way he fucking mentioned me right after his psychopathic fan base, specifically the ones who would come to my house and kill me. That's crazy.
Leading up to its launch on Sunday, it's up. It's passed all the monetization checks, which I'm told by our YouTube guy, who himself was a member of the Come Town community prior to us bringing him on board to help us figure out how to post videos. He's going to help us figure out how to do the live.
He said later that you would be on the stream Sunday. That's funny.
And we'll be doing that, but this is a sincere appeal to the Come Town guys that like I have both of them. So I've been speaking into it. I've been, if you could, I'll be doing Tim's podcast with Lewis on Friday, and then I'm pretty much tapped out as far as favors go, in terms of who I can ask to help promote. But yeah, I don't know. It would be probably a huge disappointment and embarrassment if this just ends up being a shitty video we post to the channel, and then I'm like barely selling out a 100-seat comedy club in
Why are we watching this? Everyone in the TAPS community despises Hasan. Why do chatters want him to go there? Because there are still a lot of old-ass Cumtown fans who are Chapo fans, as well as fans of mine, that constantly fantasize about a world where I guess like all of the maximum cyber stalking, like Sam Hyde-loving, no shower having dumb fucks who are all over Reddit just don't exist in their minds within the fandoms, and think that it would be fine. I mean, I talk to Adam from time to time. It's not like I don't, it's not like I'm unfamiliar with these boys, you know? The only reason I know about you is because of Chapo and Cumtown. That's so funny. What the fuck? There is so are we supporting or no? Yeah, of course. I think Nick's a very funny dude. 100%. I've literally brought up his jokes 1,000,000 times over on this broadcast. What do you mean? So was Adam. Your Chapo interview from back in the days, how I found you. Wait, really? Nick is at least twice as funny as Matt Rife. I know of you from Kai Sinat Lamau. Shut the fuck up, Keith Made Me. We know how long you've been following me. The fuck do you mean? 49-month subscriber. Kai Sinat wasn't even fucking on the platform, okay? The fuck are you talking about? DJ Academics, actually, is the reason why you follow me. Make no mistake. It's not Keith made you. DJ Academics made you. 49 months. That's crazy. Full on cap. Don't make me pull out your motherfucking chat logs in the DJ Academics Twitch stream. I follow you because you played COD with aimbot Calvin Lamau. That's crazy. I found Cumtown because of you and Antonio, they, them, Tano, they, them, Anato. I know because of Hikaru and the Bota sisters. That's weird. There are so many collabs I used to do back in the day that I don't anymore. You know what I mean? I just don't.
Now, I consider myself somewhat of a wizard when it comes to women. I've been studying the arcane art of seduction for many years now, which makes me the perfect tour guide for this absolute hidden gem of a TV show. Keys to the VIP, or a professional league for
Wait, we've definitely watched this. I watched the show
players
before.
Was a Canadian reality television show that aired from 2006 to 2008. The premise is simple. Two players go head-to-head in various objectives relating to seducing women. There's 4 judges, known as pickup artists, that can only be described as 10th prestige slayers. The show uses hidden cameras to capture all of the action, and at the end of each episode, whoever had more game gets the keys to the VIP room. What exactly goes on in that VIP room, you may be asking? How about the sloppiest toppy of your life?
I started following you because my bro watched you and his girlfriend said you were hot, then he stopped. That's crazy. I guess your brother doesn't care about Palestine as much as you do. Fucked up.
In tonight's battle, Mark the Baron takes on Kyle the Terminator.
Mark the Baron How do you even get that title? I understand Kyle the Terminator, right? I can put that together. Bro is just terminating that puss.
In a 3-round contest at the Docks nightclub. Each round is a challenge carefully designed to test a player's ability to seduce women in a real-life battlefield. The cameras are hidden.
Just watch the actual show? I have. I think I literally watched this exact episode, as a matter of fact. It was really bad. I thought it was going to be something different. Oh my God, I forgot to talk about fucking Trump DeSantis thing. Trump posted this video in response to last night's debate between DeSantis and Newsom.
All right, welcome back to Debates That Nobody Really Gives a Shit About. I'm your host, Sean Hannity, and tonight we have the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's begin. All right, first question. Have you ever betrayed the greatest president to ever live, President Donald J. Trump?
No. What kind of question is that? What the hell?
Very simple question, but let's try the next one. Are you a short, insecure little man that likes to wear lifts inside your cowboy boots? Yes or no answer, please.
No. You know what? My wife bought me those lifts, and I happen to like them, okay?
He's even...
Mom, it's artificial intelligence. Yes, it's not real. Yeah. My mom goes, this must be a joke, right?
Using a stepping stool. I can see it from over here.
Governor, we clearly said no step stools. You either get off of it or you're leaving this stage right now. All right, welcome back to Debates That Nobody Really Gives a Shit About. I'm your host, Sean Hannity, and tonight we have the governor of California.
Only AI can make good conservative comedy. I found you from Lover Stream on the day Russia invaded Ukraine. Then I found you again months later, somewhere before Mar-a-Lago shit and frequented. Did you see Ben Shapiro's post about Lady Ballers? The new Daily Wire comedy. Do you mean to tell me the greatest comedy of all time? Lady Ballers? Yes, I'm familiar with Lady Ballers. Very excited about it. I'm very, very excited about it, as a matter of fact. Oh, President-elect Javier Milei has appointed Rodolfo Barra as the new Attorney General of Argentina. Barra is pictured here, a member of the neo-Nazi Tacuara nationalist movement. Just fun stuff. By the way, Argentina. Battle of Loserville. That's pretty funny. California organized retail crime lawsuits says video game companies intentionally. Oh, I did a thing video.
We're going to turn now.
Lawsuits says video game companies intentionally get kids addicted to gaming. Yeah, fuck that.
How you going? I just made this spring trap from Clash of Clans, which is definitely the scariest thing I've ever made. So today I'm going to break some stuff with it, and possibly myself. Alright, now the spring trap from Clash of Clans doesn't work like a mouse trap or bear trap. In fact, it's kind of the opposite of
oh my god, it's an ad.
A trap. There's no trapping involved. It defeats the purpose of a trap, as it just throws whatever steps on it away or closer to you, using a big spring. And big springs aren't even the best if you want to throw people in the air. My preferred method would probably be a car airbag, which would allow me to finally live out my dream of being in a live leak video. Or, the much more practical and safer option would be compressed air, which is favoured by the special effects industry when throwing Korean pop stars in the air. But Clash of Clans wants me to use a giant spring, and also not to throw Koreans, which is a shame, but also good, as a giant spring is going to be a lot more fun and dangerous. So I started by stealing 2 of these from a children's playground, and they are car suspension springs, which I think will work, as I've seen videos of them shooting a mechanic's apprentice across the room. And the plan is pretty simple. The spring is compressed in a box with a platform on top, essentially like a giant jack-in-the-box. And then when you step on the platform, the spring releases upwards with 500 kilos of force. And this drawing isn't to scale, by the way. And in the game, the trap is even able to launch giants in the air, so I'm just going to pretend a giant weighs less than 500 kilos. But as for launching a normal-sized person, here's some maths my mate did, so you can't blame me if it's wrong. And he said it'll be enough energy to launch a 75-kilo person upwards at 65 meters a second. And to put that in perspective, this is that same 75-kilo mate eating a meat pie at 0.1 meters a second. Better slow down there. So the first thing I did was connect the 2 springs together with some clamps and duct tape and this big brace that I made to form a mega spring. Now the most difficult part of this build is going to be the spring release mechanism, as when it's compressed it's going to be very hard to hold down and also very hard to release under tension. And I was thinking of using the trigger mech from my last video, but it's definitely not strong enough. So instead I made this, and this should be able to release the spring even while it's under a high load. Then I also made this winch from a winch I bought online.
I really want to go to Australia. I miss these boys so much. Every time I watch a video from them, I'm like, fuck, man, I want to go to Australia. I miss them. Just to see these boys say, as God. I reckon. The spiders, mate, the spiders. It's also summer there, so like I like summer, you know? I think summer's chill.
Then I just welded up a box for it all to go in. And I also welded up a frame with a big pipe in the middle so that the spring will sit around.
My goal actually this month was to originally it was to go to Australia and then Japan, and then my family had different plans, you know? So unfortunately, due to my family and my familial obligations to my family that I love so much that certainly can't hear me right now, I am going to be going somewhere else. I'm going to be going to Italy at the end of the month. Instead of going to Australia and Japan and see my friends and make content like I wanted. Wait, why? I thought you were fine. No matter what. I thought you were going to wheelchair yourself everywhere.
Around it, and hopefully will be nice and comfy. And I also made this platform which will go on top so that it looks exactly like the level 5 spring trap from Clash of Clans. So we've got the winch underneath connected to my car battery pulling down the platform and springs. And then there is a quick release here connected to the pressure pad on top. So then when I wind down the winch, if someone steps on the trap, it goes off. And I think it's almost done, or done enough to do a proper test and see if the winch is even strong enough to fully compress the spring and then release it. And I know I say this a lot in every video whenever I do something dangerous, but this is by far the most dangerous thing I've ever done. The power in these springs is more than enough to kill me and my mate, the delivery man, and that guy that walks past my house and puts dog poop in my bin, and even you watching at home. And that's why I'm so excited to test this. But first, a little bit more about the sponsor and the reason I made this. Clash of Clans, which is an awesome strategy game where you build defenses, upgrade your base, and attack other players. And Clash of Clans is a new strategy game soon and has an awesome event going on called Clash for Nature, which is an in-game competition with creators and you guys. It's split into 2 teams, which are the charities Team Trees or Team Seas. And I am on Team Trees to offset all the wood I use when making these videos. And all your in-game actions in the event will lead to planting trees and removing trash from the ocean in real life. Anyone can join the event, even if you haven't played Clash of Clans before. You just scan my QR code and then you get gold through multiplayer battles and looting other players' bases. And whichever creator and community that loots the most gold will also win a Tesla. So go get Clash of Clans now. Alright, back to testing the trap. And because my roof is too low in the garage, I took it to my mate's warehouse to test it out. But unfortunately, my camera didn't record, but luckily I have his mobile footage.
Couldn't get that. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Oh!
No!
And that was
That's
very
ins-
impressive, especially considering those bags were filled with 20 kilos of lead shot each, so 40 kilos or 80 pounds of combined weight. But it's also kind of annoying, as originally I wanted to do the real test in my yard, but after seeing the power it has, I don't think I can, as I live next to a preschool, and 12 kilo springs and kids don't mix that well. So instead I'm going to drop it on one of you, and I went back to Hamilton's farm, who was nice enough to let me use it to spin up the giant Beyblade, and now he's going to let me use.
Dude, every one of his fucking plans ends up being like, oh, we went out in the fucking wild. We went out in the wild and we let it rip in the wild. Oh, turns out there's a hiker there. Didn't realize. How's it going? Turns out. Every time. He's like, oh, we went out to the bush and then we let it rip. And then we realized there was like actually humans walking around.
This monstrosity on his land. But first we had to dig up the ground. And we were about to start digging, but Hamilton thought of a really great idea to save time. And that was just to use part of this wombat hole to make it easier.
How do we tell if there's a wombat in here or not?
And this was his idea, not mine, so you can get angry at him. And unlike the wombat, the leeches were very happy to see us digging. And in a matter of minutes, we had 10 or so on our feet, which I won't show you. Okay, that was pretty easy. So we put it in the ground with some grass around it to make it look like it belongs here. And I just realized the worst case scenario for this trap, only after putting it in the ground. And that would be that when we—
Dude, the weather is so shit. Is this what the weather looks like in Australia right now?
we winch the platform all the way down and then pull the quick release, it doesn't release. And then we are stuck with a loaded trap buried in the ground. And I guess we could also reverse the winch, but there's a chance that that doesn't work. And then I have—
Also, why is there fucking leeches on the ground? Yeah, they're flooding real bad. That's amazing weather, you Leozard fuck. What is a Leozard? Yeah, I don't like rain, man. I think it's nice when it's fucking, you know, sunny and warm and shit.
no idea what we'll do. Maybe we can just leave it on Hamilton's farm until it goes off naturally. Also, another potential problem, since I'm using my car battery, if I use the winch for too long and it draws all the power, we are then stuck here on the farm.
Recording?
Yep.
What if it hits them?
Ah. Well, now you just have a trap.
But luckily none of that was a problem for us, as it didn't work. So I tried again.
3, 2.
And somehow the winch bent the quick release, which I spent over an hour.
It would be really funny if he died doing a Clash of Clans ad. Like there are so many better ways to go out. Like he died doing what he loves, in a whimsical manner, trying to put out a Clash of Clans ad.
Hour fixing while leeches were crawling up my leg.
3, 2. That wasn't even high.
Wait, it pulled itself out of the ground.
And I wasn't happy with that at all. The melon didn't go very high. Unlike the spring trap, which almost jumped completely out of the ground, and so did the spring out of its cage. This guy here is meant to be on the outside of the pipe, but you can see that, look, it's now on the inside of the pipe. Okay, and I realized pretty quickly that
That's probably why it
wasn't going to be able to fix the problem on Hamilton's farm, so I took it back home to figure out. But then I realized it was worse than I thought, and the spring was actually stuck under tension, which made trying to fix the problem terrifying, which is why I called my mate over to stick his face really close to the high-powered spring.
You!
And I'm not completely sure what happened, but I suspect it may have been the heavier wooden platform on top, which caused the spring to overextend and get caught on the inside sleeve. As when we tested it in my mate's workshop, we did it without the platform on top. But eventually we figured out what we needed to do, and my mate cut out some wedges on the bandsaw. And then we shoved them in and hit the whole thing with a hammer until it came loose. Nice, now I got a nice sharp stick that can fly out. Beautiful.
Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't it gonna fucking go bang? Isn't it gonna explode?
So close. Yes. It's so close. Yes.
So I re-welded on the support in a way that hopefully doesn't get caught, and also made a lighter platform, and then set it up in my yard because I can't be bothered to go back to the farm.
That's crazy. So he's just said, fuck the preschool. Bro, there ain't no... Is that blast-proof glass? There is no fucking shot. He literally has glass around his goddamn... Regular-ass glass around his goddamn pool. If that shit breaks and falls into his pool, he has to literally dump all the water out. Clean it up. And then put the water back in. That's an incredibly... Oh, my God. No. Oh, it blew up. Oh. Oh. It vaporized. How? Wait, is there another?
Split the melon in half just from the impact of the launch, but it didn't go that high. It separated the springs again. It broke the weight, and it stuck again. And also the spring did its thing again, but this time even worse.
You're not meant to be on the inside. You're meant to be on the outside like the others.
So now I'm once again shoving a chisel into a loaded car suspension spring, expecting it to shoot through my head at any moment. And I fixed that, but then discovered some other mysterious damage, like the cable that had almost snapped, and also this bolt hole which is somehow completely squished. So once I fixed all of that, I set it up for another test with this mannequin, which I stuffed 3 bags of sand into so it weighs 60 kilos or 130 pounds. And I know you all want me to stand on top of this spring trap, and I will, if this mannequin looks like it survives the launch. Okay, that's not going to happen. The mannequin is too heavy and is bending the spring in weird directions. So instead I used this baby doll, which I stuffed with metal weights just like a real baby.
It didn't go that high.
And that didn't do much to the baby. I think I did way more damage when I was missing the trigger with the stick. So I tried again.
Wait, what? Anne?
And that was alright, although I feel like the spring trap uses its energy to do more damage to itself than anything else I put on top of it. But if you want to see a spring trap working properly, go download Clash of Clans and scan my QR.
Bro, the Israeli government is going to see this new contraption and what it can do to a baby and immediately send him money. Okay? They're literally going to be like, this is for terror babies. This is the greatest terror baby contraption. This guy, he's so smart. It's a terror baby trap. We will put the Hamas babies on the terror baby trap and we will release them. This is for Hamas tunnels. No more stealth babies crawling on the ground. Also, it's also non-lethal, just debilitating, perfect for their agenda. What is this? Mexico's officially off my vacation list.
To the border, and this is a crazy story that happened to someone that I know. Picture this, you're a guy, you finally found a girl that you want to settle down with and be with forever. You're extremely happy with her. You go on a trip with her and some of your friends to Mexico. okay? You're at a bar, things are going great, tequila's flowing, mariachi music's playing, you're having tacos or whatever, and everything's great, okay? You're busy talking to your friends, and her friends are busy or whatever, so she goes to the bathroom. You don't really hear from her for a few minutes, so you go look, and she's not there, and you can't find her. You spend the next couple days searching because you can't find her anywhere in Mexico, and you're panicking, you're freaking out, but your trip's over. You have to come back. You've alerted the authorities. There's nothing that anyone can do at the moment. She's gone. The girl that you thought didn't exist, who's so perfect for you, is gone. So you're in line at the border trying to get back into the United States, and there's traffic, and you look over at a car, at an SUV, and you see her like sitting in the back seat, and you're like, is that her? Your friends look at her and look at you and like, oh my God, that is her. So you're waving at her, rolling down your window, trying to get her attention. And you're in the border patrol line, so you're trying not to like get out or make a big scene, but you're still trying to get their attention. Your girlfriend is not being responsive at all. She's just sitting there, kind of sitting down, sitting face forward, not moving. And so you notice something's off, like something's definitely wrong. You haven't heard from her. What is happening? You can't do anything to get her attention, so you finally alert the Border Patrol guards and you say, hey, that truck has my girlfriend in there. You know, she went missing a few days ago. You know, you got to go check it out. So they do. They go over, they check out the car, and they pull her out of the car, and they bring everyone else out of the car too. When they pull
Why did somebody just send this to me? Like, what is happening?
her out of the car, they realize she's dead, and her entire body is filled with drugs. She's been killed, and everything in her has been removed, and they've just filled her with drugs to get her across the border.
A girl's worst nightmare vacation, in parentheses, true story. Why did somebody just fucking send this to me? Bro, this happened to me twice. It isn't a joke. Bro, fentanyl girlfriend. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to say this, but for those of you who don't know how this shit works, like, you don't have to cut up like a dead body and put the fentanyl in the dead body in some weird, like, I guess, new age Mexican taxidermy techniques that they don't have anywhere else. You could just cut up the car. As a matter of fact, that's usually how they traffic the drugs into the United States of America over the Mexican border. Is they get white guys that kind of look like him, actually, and they're nice cars, and then they cut the nice cars that these white guys have that won't be stopped by Border Patrol and have them traffic the fentanyl. Why would you kidnap a white American woman, which immediately would cause a massive political situation, and then put the fucking drugs inside of this person?
One of the worst stories ever.
That's crazy. This has 18,000 likes. And this person says, Mexico is officially off my vacation list. Can I just explain something to people? What's going on? He's not wrong. Story is the worst. First of all, I think this story is a good litmus test for, if you believe this, I got a cryptocurrency to sell you. Okay? I got many cryptocurrencies to sell you. You don't have to see the cryptocurrency. I'm just going to say I have it. Just give me the money. Give me the money. Red Justice 197, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. So what actually happened? Sounds like he got dished and the girl wasn't his girlfriend, just some girl he met. No, there is no girl, nor there is no girlfriend, nor there is a Mexican cartel that fucking cuts up people to shove drugs inside of them because they cut up cars and shove the drugs inside of the cars. And the willing and very much alive people drive those cars over the border. Because if you were to kidnap and cut up an American citizen, okay, doesn't matter what ethnicity they are, by the way, as evidenced by the fact that 3 black Americans crossed the border recently, and that became a national news story, if you recall. So, like, it literally doesn't matter. At that point, they're Americans, okay? When the cartel, which normally, notoriously does not touch Americans, actually ends up touching Americans and doing something to Americans, it becomes a much larger problem. But if you want to know how drugs are smuggled from Mexico into the United States of America, the overwhelming majority of border apprehensions, 94% of them happen at regular points of entry, and the ones that are apprehended are almost always, universally pretty much, with the exception of like 1% of drug busts that happen at the border. So 99% of them are American citizens that are trafficking drugs inside of their cars into the United States of America. Because, once again, this is yet another like weird racist fucking argument. Okay? But like the cartel, much like Hamas, much like everyone that we have declared our foes across the board, and by the way, the cartel is not good necessarily. I'm not saying that, okay? But they're very smart. They're rational. They're not irrational, monstrous villains who operate on anything but the profit motive, really. They are rational actors who think, should we cut up a random American woman that we've kidnapped only to do taxidermy and shove fentanyl inside of their body? Or should we simply just cut up a car and like gut a car and put the fucking fentanyl inside of the car and then have like a white American guy traffic the drugs over the border? I'm going to tell you right now, they're not going to do the comical one. They're going to do the normal thing. Yeah. Yeah, Gulf Cartel apologized after Americans had kidnapped and killed in Mexico. The 4 Americans were shot and kidnapped after crossing the border into northern Mexico for a medical procedure. 2 died. This is what I'm talking about. And those 4 Americans were black. So it's not even just like a white supremacy thing. At that point, it's an American supremacy thing. I really do want to know who fucking linked this to me, who unironically thought this was like real. Like this is a real thing. Why is it not showing up in the chat? Anyway. Anita Har? My new favorite meme of you? Hey, let me suck the cummies out of your cock. Let's go. Bring that fucking dick over here. Hey, let me suck the cummies out of your cock. Let's go. What is the quality of this meme? Actually, what level of hell are we on? This is the most crispy fucking meme I've ever seen in my entire life. Your mom heard that? Tell her it's a regular IDF procedure. Felix said, everyone declared he was an evil villain for playing a music guy who said things like, give me your crazy little pussy, you hot bitch, in that show. But I never doubted him. I don't even know how you deep fry a meme this hard. I sent the last link. No, you didn't. All right, that was a sick-ass story. Let's do Okay Buddy now. Don't care. It's Okay Buddy time. Hold on.
I'm an incel myself, so do you know what that incel is? Involuntary celibate. It's like a community of people.
A nice little reprieve from the man-made horrors within our comprehension.
I'm not saying I'm cringing.
The man-made horrors are not just within our comprehension, but also half the time man-made by community members.
He's like unable to get laid. He's very nerdy.
Like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free.
Holy shit, dude.
Perry's 115. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, 10 gifted subs.
This is a short ad break by Hasan Piker. I want you to redistribute the wealth to Mall Brawl by order of Communist Turkey. Follow his Twitch streams at Mall Brawl.
It's cool. There's like 8 sinks, so.
I love that.
Wait, what the heck? Bro, what this? What that?
I can't believe there was snow in the valley.
Clap the fucking shit out of Ben
That should
Shapiro's
get
ass cheeks.
noticed more.
That's terrible.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. 16. Just kidding.
Okay, bye. Holy shit, dude.
It's Okay Buddy time, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Get fucked, you stupid fucking debate lord shit. Don't come back in here until you're prevented from the penultimate sin of being finals. No moral conviction. JST debate win. Andy, who can't even debate well. I hate how debate lords want to win arguments, yet they can't even craft a good one. Exclusively rely on overwhelming the other person because emotion equals loss. Welcome to Okay Buddy Hasan. Going strong for 3 fucking years now. Jesus Christ. A reminder, announcement. I've seen a lot of political posts recently. Comments and submissions. Please stop. This is a meme subreddit. Every time he does this, I'm reminded of the regular show. What is the regular show? What? I don't know what the regular show is, but Upvote. HasanAbi joined Mulch Gang. Mulch Gang for life. What the fuck is Mulch?
Good evening, HasanAbi and chat. I am here to cordially invite you all to become Sisters of the Loan. Join me and Sister Kaya in this journey so that we can all mulch
What the
max
fuck?
together.
What?
Looks like she found some mulch for us to feast on. I can sense that you are still not convinced in joining the sisterhood. Let me make it very clear. This is not a threat. We are all about having fun. Just look at these sisters go.
What is happening? As a croc with a whole bunch of puppies. What is happening?
Again looking for mulch to feast upon.
What is mulch?
Unhand me, wench. I hope you are convinced because I have to go. My Lobotomy appointment is in 30 minutes. Hashtag mulch gang for life.
This dog is very cute.
Video is over. HasanAbi, go away. I tried sending you an invite for mulch giving, but Sister LB, our resident courier, got distracted by a delicious mound of sawdust.
Wait, Toxic made this? Ne yapıyorsun lan hala burada bitti dedim ya.
Spider-Man.
What the fuck is Mulch Gang? What the fuck is this? Someone explain it to me right now. Mulch Gang is BRG adjacent, if you know what that is. No, I don't know what BRG is. BRG Black Red Guard? Wait, what? You are so not loam pilled? What the fuck is... How are you not a clear pilled, free thinking girly like the rest of us? What the hell is a mulch? Okay. What is Mulch Gang? The phrase Mulch Gang has been popping up all over TikTok lately. Along with adorable images of small, fluffy dogs, the posts typically feature audio of a childlike voice talking about eating mulch while a cute little pup plays or eats in the footage. Sometimes the animals are dressed up in tiny pet costumes or accessories. Other times their owner is holding them close or combing their fur. But each time the joke basically is the same. For whatever reason, dogs love eating mulch, even though it doesn't make much sense to their owners. I am soil pilled. Mulch maxing.
I am a single mother of 8. My husband died in the Opium War. I am waiting for my pups to grow out of the soil. I am a soil-pilled, mulch maxing, sister of the loam. I am a single mother of 8. My husband died in the Opium War. I am waiting for my pups to grow out of the soil.
I'm so confused by this because it's like the post cycled through various audio and video of clips of small dogs. That's not mulch, it's thatch. Bro, what does mulch mean? It's the new neo-Nazi friend shit, low key. I don't think so. This is 45 levels of irony deep. You are not brain damaged enough. I'm sorry. No, I think it's like, it's just a new meta. You got to ask Kai about her feelings regarding mulch? No, I don't want to know what her fucking answer is because I will disown her. Thanksgiving Jenkoff was a banger. Are you winning, nephew? And here I am watching. Okay, dude. It was a banger. Never forget. I was not there. Okay? I was not there. This is me in England. Stop saying I was there at January 6th. This stream was my personal hell.
Do I have an oiler? What is this? Where a doctor in a mental institution in a certain country in South America is saying, my whole life I've been so busy taking care of people, but now I have no people to take care of because they're all being sent into the United States. And I said, how stupid are we? How stupid are we? How stupid are we? We're going to be living with this for so long, but we're going to get as many as we can. We're going to get ICE on the road because ICE and Border Patrol, guys like Tom Homan, who I saw yesterday.
Do I have an oiler? What? That's it. 2 packs of Kissinger Deads and a $20 on pump 3. Nice. Always on the phone. Shut up. Blacksmith, Blue Danube V W Hasan with HasanAbi and Valkyrie. What? Bro, it's been so long since I did the blacksmithing stream that like my hair. December 16th. Wait, really? That's when I did it? Oh my God, it's going to be literally 1 whole year. The highest of efforts. Louder with Piker. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. This poster made by me. Socialist. Thank you. Wallahi, it's Jover. Top of the hour ad break. Bottom of the hour ad break. Top of the hour ad break, but Hasan gets baited. Yeah, except I already fucking ran the top of the hour ad break, so get cooked. Your hair was really beautiful there. Thank you, but I don't think so. I am very much a fan of my current hair. Kaya Circle. Aw. Can't tell if this is my mom snoring or Kaya. That's the cigarette. That's like a cigarette. Old school pickup trucks have that. It's for when you're smoking cigs, when you're blasting bogues in the fucking car. The little window in the front. But you don't want to have the whole. Yeah, it's a cigarette window. You don't want to open the entire window because it's like cold out, but you want to get a little bit of an area so you can ash your cigs. God, we used to be a fucking country, dude. You know what I mean? Motorbike. Start smoking cigs. I mean, if he wants to smoke. Ahmad told the police they were smoking cigarettes. No one's got the smoke for of it. This is how people in the gym react when you light a cig. Yeah, I'm like, bro, chill. Like, it's just a cigarette. What's the big deal, you know? I'm just trying to smoke a bogue, you know? Chill out. Totally normal activity here.
like a shout out to the viewers at home. Do you think the viewers at home should have a cigarette right now?
Yeah, I mean,
no. What does
I do, but with a qualification only if you're super cool.
No,
Only
dude.
cool people only.
Nobody's
smoke.
cool enough to smoke.
Okay, fair. As long as you make that quality.
Cigarette smoking is allowed, folks. Light up. I'm
Cigarette. I'm sorry, Dad. I'll stop smoking.
Dawson, that was another popsicle. I told you no more popsicles. Why do you think a cigarette would be a better answer than a popsicle?
Why is Miskiv has a son? Wait, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Because it's cooler? Because it's like a way cooler thing to be doing than eating a popsicle?
That's the cigarette. That's crazy. I didn't know Miskiv had a child like that, and he's not letting him smoke cigs. That's kind of weird. The boys are literally in the new Scott Pilgrim show. Wait, oh. I thought this was for real for a second. I was like, there's no fucking way. Playing games. What
Made
the
some adjustments to my suit. Feel like it's a little more appropriate.
Oh, the hybrid suit is fucking cool. What is happening with this? I kind of have to craft this.
Let's go.
I'm afraid I must craft this and use it. I don't know what's happening here, but why do you say pervert suit?
I learned this one. All of it.
What the fuck, dude? No thanks.
So dirty.
Oh god. Okay, it looks good. It looks fine. God, I was so scared. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh dude, I don't want to do this,
Splash
dude.
me. Stop, don't splash me. Throw him out. He splashed me with water. Don't splash me. Splash me. You can't splash me.
That was over. Yeah, that was over 2 years ago. That was 3 years ago, my friend.
Oh, okie dokie. Oh. Yes, Luigi.
Okay. How do I get up there, chat?
Yahoo! Yahoo! Ha ha! Oh! Hee hee! Ooh! Yahoo! Oh! Yahoo! Yahoo! Oh! Boys and girls, it's a me, Mario. Let me tell you something. If somebody wants to tell you to take drugs, always say no. You say, Luigi tried to drink and do drugs one time. And I said, no. And he said, Mario. And I said, no. Fucking goddamn it.
Huh? Huh? Another Hasan banger. Okay, I'm proud of myself. I hope Kaya likes this. Why you gotta make my head so small? Look at how much larger my head is. Crazy. Good art regardless. Man be dropping his lore like it's nothing.
This couple comes in, they start watching.
Have you never been to a sex party like that? I went to an orgy one time, and
It is not good. Like, you watch Eyes Wide Shut,
Okay.
and you think, like,
There's
you
no
have this idea
cinematography,
from
there's no
porn and
mise
from
en
Eyes Wide
scene,
Shut and shit
okay?
like that,
There's no
orgies are
fucking
gonna be like
angles,
this,
there's no lighting, there was a pool, yes?
You know,
Yes?
mysterious sex
It's not,
party.
dude.
And it's not like
Human,
that at
like
all.
normal
Oh, shit.
human beings.
Without proper lighting.
Okay.
Without proper camera angles.
Mr.
And without
Vanilla
proper
Dom,
like
I'm just saying,
fitness
it was
and
not-
everybody like, you know, on a strict
It's
workout
not-
and diet regimen.
That shit does not look like porn at all. And on top of that, you can smell everything. That's so good. What the fuck? Yo, OKBUDDY is popping today. Azan's crackers. On sale for only $69. HasanAbi snacks, commie crackers. Get yours now. Okay, Haas. Okay, Haas. New Fear and Bingo card. Will Neff edition. Bingo. Waves gun around. Tells a drug-fueled story. Has a heroic story about himself. Easy. Brings up dicks before Austin. Tells a compelling story that carries the episode. Appears to suck off Hasan. Shares some hot goss. Impresses Cutie with Taylor Swift knowledge. Will gaslights Cutie. Has a great idea for a new pod segment or event. Tells Cutie she looks great. Is a better gay than Austin. Looking like a hot piece of ass. Free. Serves cunt. Sad that he's not as close to Hasan anymore. Crying face. Will tries to get Cutie on a plane. Makes fun of Hasan for not going out. Walks out of the room. Collapses on Hasan laughing. Rates Austin's thirst traps. Recently had a self-suck incident. Mourning the Jed's latest performance. Hypes up his friends like a real bro. Laughs hysterically at an Austin comment. Promises sexy content behind the paywall. Fair. He's never coming back from this. Pulling out the phone to escape his Monopoly defeat. Hasan's kid cousin, Screenager. Oh my God. I didn't realize Okay Buddy was about me reliving my worst moments. Favorite and least favorite Oibrovs, 3 head. What? HasanAbi's Oibrov an Irish tier list maker? First of all, the fact that you would put Irish people and English people on this tier list across the board is crazy to me. But right off the top, let's get right into it, okay? Let's get right into it. Let's do it. What kind of music should I play for this? Let's see, Ludwig and Schlatt music. What happened to the fucking Ludwig and Schlatt's musical emporium? They haven't done shit in 5 months. They got nothing on here. What's happening? They fucking gave up, huh? All right, let's do Vivaldi. All right. First and foremost, Boris Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, Boris. Where's Boris Johnson? A child, an Ottoman son, Alexander Boris D. Pfeffel Johnson. Hon Friebe is a British politician and writer, and a notorious racist, who was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and leader of the Conservative Party from 2019 to 2022. A son of Ottomans, engaging in fifth column style infiltration of the Oibrov UK. He led the UK by saying Brexit means Brexit, and he's going to do Brexit. So on the one hand, while he's simultaneously one of the worst Oibrovs of all time, on the other hand, he himself is, at the end of the day, a true Ottoman, destroying England for all of its crimes against humanity from within. Therefore, Boris Johnson goes into the A column. Because on his racism and as a Tory and everything he's done on his own, Boris Johnson would be rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But the fact that he's done it all to destroy the English kingdom, very successfully if I do say so myself, that shoots him up to the A column. Right. Up next is Henry Cavill. In our sequence of weird names, Henry William Dalglish Cavill is a British actor. Right. Known for his portrayal of Charles Brandon in Showtime's The Two Doors, DC Comics character Superman, and the DC Extended Universe, and Geralt of Rivia in The Witcher. Sherlock Holmes in the Netflix film, and Nola Holmes in his 2022 sequel. Henry Cavill is a proper bloke. Aged 40, Henry Cavill, unfortunately, also has a very British quality of engaging himself, oftentimes, in inappropriate age gap relationships. However, while this would actually take away from his charisma, despite the fact that he looks beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, he wins marks for building his own PC and being a real die-hard fan of nerd culture. So, on that note, I cannot put Henry Cavill next to Boris Johnson, and therefore I place him as a proper bloke. That's right. Now, up next, we have Cillian Murphy, who doesn't have the weird British name because he's Irish. And for that reason, right off the bat, right off the jump, Cillian Murphy, immediately in a proper bloke category. Famous for, unfortunately, one of the most bastardized cinematic franchises of all time. I'm, of course, talking about not Christopher Nolan's celebrated cinematography as Scarecrow in the Dark Knight trilogy, or Inception, or Dunkirk, or Robert Oppenheimer. I'm, of course, talking about the television show. Fuck, I'm forgetting the name of it now. Peaky fucking Blinders. That's right. Cillian Murphy, one of the most attractive men who's defended the honor of Ireland against the colonizing power, telling Prince Harry right to his face that he's Irish and not fucking British. That's right. Cillian Murphy, in spite of the fact that all of the stupid male rights activists using his likeness to push their stupid fucking ideologies, still makes it up there at the proper bloke category. Very hard for me to put an Irish man not in the proper bloke category on this list of beautiful individuals. Anyway, all right. Up next, let's go back to the fucking symposium shit. Let's see if there's another song that I could use here. What can I say about Jezza? The great Jeremy Bernard Corbyn. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, a British politician who served as the leader of the opposition and the leader of the Labour Party from 2015 to 2020. As the last bastion of hope for the British, was taken down for being honest, was taken down for being truthful, was smeared as an anti-Semite for being a rugged anti-Zionist. Through and through, a man dedicated his life to the emancipation of all peoples. Jeremy Corbyn, immediately at the top of the proper bloke category, perhaps none more deserving. A man who single-handedly almost has defended the honor of the island. A beautiful man. Deserves much respect. Up next. What's the name of this guy? I forget. What's this guy's name? Damian Lewis? Okay, good. Damian Lewis. Damian Watchin Lewis. CBE. Don't know what that means. He's a British actor and musician and producer. Most famous for his role as U.S. Army Major Richard Winters in the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers. His portrayal of American heroes such as U.S. Marine Sergeant Nicholas Brody in the incredibly racist Showtime series Homeland as a Muslim man, which immediately, ooh, scary. And also American hero Bobby Axelrod in the Showtime series Billions puts him at the top category. CBE means Damian Lewis is a commander of the British Empire. That's an insane... What? They have those still? All right, anyway. Oh, that was terrible. What the fuck? What else do they have? What else do they have? Okay. You have to call him sir. I will never call him sir. I will only call him U.S. Army Major Richard Winters. Damian Lewis. He's also freakishly tall, as far as I understand. And if I'm not mistaken, also pro-Palestine. I believe he is. He's done some work on that front in the past. So for that reason... This isn't funny. Can you stop stalling for 10 minutes on every person? I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Be like, like that's it? That's what you want me to do? There you go. Here you go, chatter. Yeah, we did it. We did it. We did it. Chatter was like, no fun, dude. I need to immediately know what your take is for every single fucking person. Anyway, Damian Lewis, A tier. Boris Johnson at the bottom of this. Where would you rank the great Brit Dua Lipa? Wait, Zoil is not rubbish. Zoil also A tier. Gender pronouns, man, rubbish tier. Christopher Nolan, C tier. Wait, who the fuck was this guy? Is that Prince Andrew? Rubbish. Nonce! Jacksepticeye, proper bloke tier. Jack Manifold, also proper bloke tier. Idris Elba, A tier. I'll put him down here. I'll put him down here specifically because he wanted to do racist violence. Okay. Who's this guy? I don't know who this guy is. Wait, that's Guy Ritchie? Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen what Guy Ritchie looks like. The guy who made your favorite movie? Guy who made many of my favorite movies. I think the only time I remember seeing what Guy Ritchie looks like was when he was wearing a suit on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I was so busy looking at the suit that I forgot what he personally looked like. Idris also proper bloke tier. Why is Christopher Nolan C tier? You know why. Donnie O'Sullivan, proper bloke. A proper bloke. John Oliver, on the other hand, bottom of A tier. A little bit over Boris Johnson. This, I don't even want to put on the fucking list. I mean, this is the worst. God, British have the worst of the worst. Here, I'll put Piers Morgan on C tier because he's like secretly pro-Palestine. Yes, Tenet makes him worth C tier. He also wants to fucking deafen every single person. Queen, dead tier. Sacha Baron Cohen, also now rubbish. Used to be, I will put him at like at least a hard B, but lately, rubbish tier. Actually rubbish tier. KSI, don't have any opinions on him. Don't really know anything. I guess he's like a YouTuber who hasn't been embroiled in as much controversy as other British YouTubers, so he immediately, automatically gets B tier qualification. Speaking of YouTubers who are not embroiled in other issues, you know what? I say fucking KSI is A tier as well. Tobo, proper bloke. And last but not least, Connor, dog. Connor, dog. Veterans Affairs. A real top bloke. He is. There it is. Also proper bloke. There you go. He's also Welsh. There you go. I skipped it because Chatter was complaining. VRAM personality quiz. What? Listen to this music in the background. What is happening? There's so many rules on this. Hospilled instrumental. Holy shit. I wish I looked like that. Like Sam Sulek. Favorite type of dessert? Something sweet, something savory? What the fuck? How good are you at arriving on time? I've been here for an hour waiting for stream to end to watch on my phone. Coming from Nevada, so it depends on the traffic. Only on time because I live here. Flip a coin, I might not be here at all. Depends on how many twinks are at the Abbey. Which color Power Rangers is your favorite? Black. What's your stream schedule? This is literally the only time I'm awake and not live. Fairly consistent. What's that? About once or twice a full moon. I'm the king of late night. How do you feel about guests on the podcast? Who? More women, please. I want to know all about them. OMG, I need all their tea. I assume that's me. How do you suck dick? Ew, I'm a top. On my knees for every brave boy in the blue like a girl boss. No gag reflex. My own, and usually with an inquiry. Which Patreon tier are you? I wonder which one mine is. How do you feel that others cut you off? Not much. The world just needs to hear when I have to share something about dicks. Don't get me started. What video game genre is your favorite? Shooters, MMORPGs, roguelikes, couch co-op, flight simulators. What is a couch co-op? I would say roguelikes out of all of these. Do you enjoy engaging with fans on the podcast with socials? Only if there's a blast off meme to steal. I carry the post occasionally. Okay. How often do you get up mid-recording? The house is my set. Where do you like to sit? Where everyone can hear me. Please don't look at me. Where I can see everyone, as close to the computer as possible. Do you like to do the show intro? I was born for it. Someone has to. 1 sec, doing my makeup or re-recording. How do you feel about Taylor Swift? Gaylor for life. Not even a question. I'm not even looking at the other ones. Someone starts crying. What do you do? Should I be crying too? Confront them with a hug. Should I cut this? Sobbing. Should I be crying too? I don't know. Kaya starts getting rowdy mid-recording. What do you do? Pet her. Let her do it. Beautiful and natural. Place. The Jets are playing during the recording time slot. What do you do? Are the hot players getting playtime? Totally not watch on my phone. There's a loud sound outside. What do you do? Grab the prop gun and commit as you walk outside. Go, Kaya, protect me. Look around confused and check your phone. Grab the pepper spray and brass knuckle rings from your purse. Secret member question. You can bite one person. Who is it? The gay one. No one, because I'm a good girl. No one's answering the group chat to decide what time to record. What do you do? Drink more shots. Are you guys coming? I'll be here streaming. Just keep baking. Don't worry about it. Message again in all caps. You are making the show happen even if it kills you each week. You're stubborn to a fault, but you've learned letting go a bit can help podcasts grow, since being dog dad is hard work and takes up a lot of time. This is your break from politics each week, even though you can't help but sneak in some you think is going to get enough drama for everyone to be interested. You'll figure out Windows 11 someday, but for now, you're going to try and focus on what everyone has to say. What everyone has to say this week. But once you do figure out, there won't be escaping the top of the hour ad break that happens at the top of every hour, regardless of your personality type, unless your personality has a Prime Gaming to use and subscribe to your favorite streamer you're about to see for 3 minutes of ads. However, this will likely be read closer to the bottom of the hour, around 6:35, which is shame. What? It's a script, right? Like, what is going on? What the fuck is going? What? Yeah, it has to say whatever the time is, right? That was crazy. Shout out to his family. Oh, God. I was so bad at this.
All right, I'm in it.
Fuck.
There it is, yeah.
Fuck. I'm fucking up the QTE.
That's what I like.
Oh,
Here it comes,
I hate
y'all.
this.
Let's go. All right, let's break this down.
Fuck. Stop making fun of me. Don't make fun of me. I'm Avicii.
Yeah, baby.
I took a pill in Ibiza.
Let's break this thing down one more time.
What the fuck? fuck? It's so hard.
Now we outside.
Ah, I did the wrong shit.
Turn me up some.
Ah! Why is it so fucking hard? It's so. That's our first ever 10-10, except only 74 people rated it, and it wasn't a real ad break debate. Wrong with my brain. It doesn't count. I'm so bad. Ah! Ah, I'm doing it wrong. This is so bad. Oh God.
Get ready, y'all.
Hop in the Discord. Otherwise, I'ma split you like a split cord. My man's still positive. Everybody is bored.
This is chaotic. Lethal Company featuring Nandre, Nesua, and Carter gaming trailer. Oh, let's go.
Here's the situation, guys. We gotta make $130 in one trip.
It's my first job. What if there's aliens that suck on your penis?
I can't lose this job. I got a family.
Oh, he's behind! Behind! Arachnophobia behind!
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Okay, well, I'll let you go first. Why you dance like you're 80 years old?
You can't get down like this. That's why you're jealous.
Guys. Guys.
Get out! Run!
Move! Y'all are alive! Oh my God!
He's alive!
Holy shit!
Oh, what the? I hear it. Wait, door hydraulics at 8%. What the does that mean?
Yeah, we're leaving.
Oh, what the?
What the are we doing?
That's how they deal with bad employees. What the?
Holy shit!
We've been playing Lethal Company's been fun. The Himbo's Aussie roommates.
Your motherfucker's living with Hasan, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. A lot, in fact, I guess. Last two times?
Yeah, you've lived with Hasan a few times.
Yeah.
What's it like having Hasan as a roommate?
It's great. Because we squat in his house, and like, because he's a socialist, he can't make us homeless, right? So we're just there forever, essentially.
Wait, but he did buy the house.
Yeah.
He's a socialist. Okay.
He bought the house.
Okay. And he drives a car.
He does drive a car. Interesting. It's also got 4 wheels.
Oh,
Curious.
Yeah.
A bit excessive.
Yeah.
I think
no one else gets to use the wheels.
Yeah.
Great.
Exactly. No, just for one man.
Great. And it's powered by blood.
Yeah. That's why we're there.
That's why
we're healthy Australians, you know. We have to
Right.
stick our finger in his car every day and just stand there.
What is this?
Yeah. Just checking you don't have diabetes.
This is one of my favorite types of old school OKBUDDY memes that like the outro card is half the fucking entire production. Even longer than half. More than half of the entire art is just the outro card. And this one actually is a new thing where it just has a blank space as well. When the Greeks discover the truth. Oh man, this makes me want to fucking have baklava, actually. Repost more assorted memes. Doug Burgum is in the Doug Burgum category. He kept talking about how he's from a small town of 300 people. It's like, we get it, bro. You love incest. I am now officially deranking Asa Hutchinson to the Doug Burgum category. What's up with your eyes, man? Why the fuck do they look that way? What's happening? At least Doug Burgum. Fuck it. I'm putting Doug Burgum on that came out looking worse than before. Who the fuck would ever vote for that? Doug Burgum, on the other hand, out of the Doug Burgum category. Actually, there is no way to make him look worse than before because nobody knew who the fuck he was. God. No, I'm going to put Doug Burgum back in there. That's his category. Okay, let's be real. I truly think Hasan could do so much good by covering Hunter Biden's child that he rejects. Her name is Navy Joanne Roberts. Hasan has such a huge following. This is our last hope. Please talk about Navy Roberts Biden. What?
And
is she gonna die? Like, why? Yeah, say her name. Like, what's happening? Is she gonna die if we don't say her name? Like, what's going on? Look at their history. They've been spamming this for hours. No way, really? Are you Hunter Biden's forgotten daughter? And Hasan has such a huge following. This is our last hope. Wait, what's happening to her? Are they killing her? What's going on? Biden acknowledges granddaughter in Arkansas for first time. Well, our job here is done. London Roberts. We did it.
We did it! We did it! We did it! Yay! We did it!
Go be a plumber, go be an electrician, go be on the front lines of the military, and then we should have equal rights. But until feminists are willing to do that, I don't believe we should have the freedom without the responsibility.
Okay, well, I don't think that I'm physically built for that. You might be, but I'm absolutely not. But you said you you said you were.
Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
Doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin? So you wouldn't be able to get married.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no.
We got him.
What if your son came home and said, "I think I'm black"?
Huh? That's crazy. She's so brilliant. Gosh, she's so smart. Fucking owned. Got inspired by the pie segment with Cutie. God, those pies kind of sucked. What is he hiding from us? I'm not hiding. I'm Pluto. I've been putting horns on all the robots I kill. For me, it was Sunday Funday.
You had him shot as you ran away. A hero. At 1,000 paces.
I know you're thinking in your mind, I got him. I will not remember this moment.
You don't remember?
For you, I made him mauled. It's a big deal, probably. What does that say about your life? That's sad. Get a life, please. I don't even know what this is. Is this Street Fighter? Hospital, the original song by Cam Kardashian. We already fucking have been listening to this a million times over, so I'm not going to listen to it right now because it gets stuck in my head. Never coming back, Pepe Hands.
Felix?
Bro, change OKBUDDY to just OKBUDDY Hasan Ha. What the fuck? All of the memes are from one guy. I'm duking it out with Keemstar in my chat right now. All right. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Felix Biederman is in the building. You can come a little bit closer, actually. Get right up in that microphone.
All right.
Let's talk about Israel cum retrieval.
All right.
I'm sorry. I interrupt this cum retrieval circumstance to just... This guy who constantly is like whining about me and is making videos about me. Oh, God.
Candace Owens is going to get fired.
Dude, I know. All right, let's get back to the cum extraction.
Right, but I forgot. I've always thought...
This motherfucker is still chirping. Sorry. Oh, my God. I thought it was offline, Keemstar. What happened? Sorry.
No problem.
Where were we? Shame. Shame. I have so much shame. All right. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm being rude to my guest. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Oh, my guest has a question for you.
Don't you think it's weird how like Anne Hathaway like isn't Jewish?
Huh? Ay, ay, ay. What a fucking waste of time. She's home. If I ran as far as I could, all the way across the room, what would I find in there? If there were a land across the horizon, a land without no or place, if there were a land of piss somewhere, not here. That's such a good fucking, that's such a stupid meme, but a good one. Jank 24 will potentially introduce high school graduation rates, income growth. Also in the USA, there is Obamacare. And even with that needing a lot of work, we have smaller wait times, primary care, and ER. Obamacare. Please let me sleep.
Okay, buddy time is
Do you believe that Russia was actually going to get rid of Azov Battalion? Do you think that was a successful operation? Do you think that, especially when most of the debates, depending on is for Israel. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna do Okay Buddy tomorrow. I'll do Fun Day tomorrow. Why are you doing this? Like, did he look at my lawyer, dog? I'm going to jail. What is my lawyer doing, dog? We are all going to jail. Israel's. Do you think Hamas can truly go October 7th?
So Gen Z, you can suck it. Can't tell me what to wear.
I mean, listen, we're doing Okay Buddy. So guess what? We fucking did the damn thing. We did all of it, actually. Top of this week, we cleared it. Top of this month, I think we cleared that too. Yeah, I mean, I frequently look at this goddamn subreddit, okay? It's just, there's not a lot of action on it. There's not a lot of action on it, except for Toxic SJW, apparently. You thought you would create your haters from banning. Turns out it's from lying about doing Okay Buddy. Yeah. Just took the quiz. It still says 6:35 p.m. That's terrifying. That's unironically, that's scary. What the fuck is that? Why is it like that? Month-long coverage of genocide. Wonder why Reddit is dry. Dude, the worst thing I did was I literally killed the entirety of the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex, because like they don't usually do politics. So I basically killed all of them. Like they're dead. They're all dead now. Because there's nothing to upload. They've died. And I feel bad. Like I feel like I have a responsibility to do more like normal React content. Having dynamic variables is part of most web scripting. Yeah, the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex is like, they're starving, dude. I'm down to do Alan Woke. HasanAbi Productions killed the complex by creating a monopoly. No, you didn't. Clips Complex is dead because they got demonetized and 2 channels basically have a monopoly now. So few are getting monetized. It's not this cycle. It was down before this. It's the fact that YouTube doesn't monetize now. I have to talk to my YouTube guys and tell them, the fuck are you doing? Break up the big banks. I think the problem is that the IDF chatters are less fun than normal hogs. Yeah. I think your engagement with ReactGate, ethical reacts, changed the YouTube algorithm to discourage it. I think ReactGate played a role in it. I think I think my 2 months of nonstop, endless coverage. I think the bot channel fucking cooked everybody. And I think the what else? HasanAbi Gaming is thriving, by the way. It's like not even a joke. A lot of these VODs pop off. Some of them don't. Like Spooderman. But then it's like Lethal Company popped off. Boostly 2v2v Tuesday popped off. Cyberpunk decent. Cyberpunk 2.0 is a whole new game. New Mortal Kombat is sick featuring Ludwig. We destroy them at GeoGuessr 2v2v Tuesday. God damn. No, it wasn't the React Gate. It wasn't the current news cycle. I promise you it's demonetization. I've been tracking this for a long time. I'll talk to YouTube. And try to get it back. What is this? Steven. HasanAbi clip channels talking about how the political coverage every day was their own personal Gaza. You're avoiding drama. A lot of the smaller channels thrived off drama. Is a good thing. This channel is a decent one. Hasan Reactions. Is this another botted channel? Oh, it's not? That's a good one. That's a good channel. Damn. Look at that. 100K vid. 138K vid. Okay. That's a real one. Oh, yeah. This is a real channel.
Bro, just
the guy on this channel is sick. Hell yeah. I saw the next Cyberpunk update coming. Yes, I know that they have a top of the hour ad break on the new Cyberpunk. I watched it 10 times already. Wait, what? Anya Taylor-Joy, Chris Hemsworth, Furiosa, a Mad Max saga? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? It's finally here. It gave me an energy. My God, thank you. What is it? The CGI is terrible? Send me the trailer. Let me look at it. God damn, it's Kojima approved? Just threw an ad break now, by the way.
Whatever you have to do. However long it takes. Promise me you'll find your way home.
Home.
Furiosa. Give me this promise.
Bro, you said CGI looks bad? I think that's just how Anya Taylor-Joy looks. Is that Anya Taylor-Joy? I can't even tell. What the fuck? A young Furiosa will devote the rest of her life to finding her way home. This is her odyssey. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
God, Anya Taylor-Joy looks so weird.
darkest of angels. The question is, do you have it in you to make it epic?
It needs to be much louder. It needs to be much bolder. And it needs to look less fake. But, I mean, I'm sure the original product will look different than the fucking... It's stylized. It doesn't have to look perfectly real. Stylization over realization. What do you mean? The last Mad Max was stylized too. This is double the budget of Mad Max, by the way? Really? Did I watch a new Hunger Games movie? No. Fucking studio signed that fucking contract with SAG and now all the money went to her salaries. This is what socialism does to a motherfucker. Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, oh, I forgot to watch the Karl Marx. Dude, you motherfuckers almost got me. I almost forgot to watch the new epic rap battles, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Epic Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. Epic rap battles of history. This is wild to put a fucking straight up Nazi against Karl Marx, okay? Just gonna point that out before we even get started.
Mr. Motor City needs some medicine red. My lines are a production, your lines are bred. Disassembling timepieces is how I got my start now. Watch me tear your ideology apart. You scream, unite the workers, free the class slaves. Lose your chains, trade them in for mass graves. I would stop it. Wow, appalling amounts of body bag. When a world leader likes you, that's a red flag. I produce with my two hands, you're a destitute tramp. Scheming to trade bootstraps in for food stamps. Any person tried to seize my private property will catch a torn prez to his private parts properly. Who takes advice from a broke slob? It's laughable. I wouldn't wipe my tailpipe with your DOS capital. If you'd saved a penny for his daughter you named Jenny, you might not have needed to bury quite so many. Who's that proud young Hegelian, heavy drinking card carrying? Future thinking legal.
Young Hegelian? What the fuck? Yo!
Man. Who's that proud young Hegelian, heavy drinking card carrying? Future thinking legal letter income proletarian? It's Karl Marx, prepare me Reichstone. I'm dropping you like Hitler dropped your name in Mein Kampf. My codes of didn't cause mass grave. We did get that from books, but you didn't read shit. Your self-made man studies them from a tourist. Your daddy's two hands gave you a free farm and forest. You were the first of 6 kids till the 7th killed your mother. Maybe that's why you smiled at your workers like Big Brother. Your Model T, total lack of style is killing me. They can take shit from you according to ability. Do what your first car can't and back up. Beating is like your city in Brazil. Nuts! Don't step that close without some beer shampoo, son. You lived in Cologne. Look like you could've used some. I drip with style like a dipstick drips oil. You look as sick as your chronic dick boil. I'm mass producing abuse on a utopian hobo. I'm throwing you for loops like the F of my logo. I gave men work, you brought nothing but harm. Take your bourgeois pig shit back to Animal Farm. Your factory conditions were bleak.
Scientific Marxism is done. Is over.
Crowded machines cranking out for severed fingers a week. You controlled what employees could think, drink, and eat. And when they marched for better wages, shot them dead in the street. In truth, what you produced were alienated working men who would clock into Detroit and lose themselves like Eminem. And now your Great Lakes state ain't exactly a great sight. You were West of Michigan and Flint's water pipes. You griped about oppression, don't leave me impressed. You're not hot, Carl, that's
ask you, shit on your chest. For a man to state less, you got an awful lot to say. I pay you $5 a day to go away. Buddy Angles bankrolls you with this textile bill. I guess the capitalists are cool when they're paying your bills. You're a hypocrite, a nitwit, is love with substance issues. Step off your soapbox, take the soap with you.
Look, dummy, shedding money is the communist vision. Engels Bank was the crank that got the revolution spinning. We gave everything to see the common people advance. I'm so down for the cause, I even pawned my own pants. You grew so out of touch, you sabotaged your only kid. It's a stomach cancer, showed more love than you did. So congrats, your legacy is in ashes. Remembered as the fascist sympathizing cause of climate change and car crashes. From your newspaper to your Nazi factory, cross the pond. Frankly, Hank, it's clear as which side you are on. This battle's been applauded like that hemorrhage in your head. I leave a floor as expected, found on road dead. Oh, war! Oh, yeah!
Damn, dude, Marx cooked him. Marx W, dude, it's over. Dude, signups for communism is going through the roof, dude. It's done. It's over. I'm shocked that I wonder who wrote the lines for Marx, because like they obviously he even hit him with the Ford found on the road dead. Did he say Auschwitz side are you on? No, I mean, dude, Epic Rap Battles literally did they did a Hitler one, dude. They were crazy. They were crazy back in the day, okay? Put some respect on the white boys. Epic Lloyd read a bunch of Marx for this. Ron DeSantis about to ban ERB from Florida schools. Hitler unironically cleared Darth Vader Lamau. Oh my God. Yeah, they used to make a lot of Hitler ones, I remember. I mean, this one is just, Carl won. Let's be real. I might be a little biased, but yeah, here it is. Hitler versus Vader. It's a trilogy. This is number 2. Where's number 1? Translated? Please stop. You know what you're doing. Where is the number 1 one? Search bars at the top, bro. Ninja Turtles versus Renaissance artist slap. Ludwig said Lenin sounded like your stream. The greatest compliment anyone could ever give me. Dracule Flow 4. I want to thank you in advance for gaming like you promised. I love that motherfuckers are like they're saying ahead of time, like, oh, thank you for gaming like you promised. First of all, I didn't promise gaming today. What I did promise, however, was OKBUDDY, which I did do. So I promises made, promises kept on that front. So I don't want to fucking hear nothing from you motherfuckers. Okay. However, as you may have noticed, I am fucking wide awake. So as the audience hemorrhages forward from this moment on, we will play some Alan Wake. Don't worry. Promises made, promises kept, baby. Okay. But before I do that, I have to pee. Oops, hit the wrong one. I'm gonna pee first. Are you coming to pee too? Okay, time to shit my freaking pants. What was I doing? I don't remember any of this shit. I'm wide awake, but how do we pull out the gat? Chat, how do I pull out the gat again?
I felt another surge from the lamp.
Oh.
I could use it again. The glow in the lamp went out, shifting the light in the room.
There it is.
The light carved out something new from the darkness.
Pulled out the gat. Oh, come on. It's so dark. What the fuck? Oh shit. Is there anything in here? No, I don't think so. Does this game suck? No, it's actually really good. It's actually a lot of fun and really good. Oh shit, this part gets really scary. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Don't fucking say that. What are you game with Will? Just wondering. Well, I'm not playing a fucking multiplayer game right now. I promised Chad that I would play Alan Woke. Yes, Chad has talked about how this is connected to the... What the fuck? Chad has talked about how this is connected to control, yes.
The dark place wants to drown me. I'm losing myself. I have to fight it. I have to remember. The clicker. The light switch. I lost it. But I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare. Not real, and yet more real than anything. The danger
So
and the horror
meta.
real. It feeds off my mind, twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral in the darkness. I dive to the bottom to find the answer, the map, and the key, and the compass. It's combined to form a door leading out. But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean, that's not an ocean. And a lake, that's not a lake.
He's looking at him like, damn, bro, you're cringe as fuck. Wait, I was this close to the end of this part? Oh my god, what kind of jams is he gonna play now? Okay, this part's actually, this song doesn't sound as bad. This one's kind of a bop. The other one is Christian rock, straight doo-doo, straight dookie on them.
I can see you there, but you don't see me anywhere. I'm right in front of you, I'm right here on this winding road. What are you looking at? Is it your face on a pane of glass? 'Cause somehow this window becomes a trap on this winding road. Will it ever let me go? Forever I am fading to black. Forever I am circling back just to fall into this trap.
Okay.
This winding road.
Some, if not all, are semi-big Finnish artists. Wait, I'm still here? What the fuck? The chapter ended, but I'm still stuck here. What? Shoebox. I don't have no items. Wait, am I just now playing as a different character? Like, I'm just Alan now? No more lady? Did Alan... Is that what you're supposed to do in Alan Wake? Like, you just play as a different... Why is it scarier? Oh, what the fuck? It's scarier because I don't have a gun.
The payphone was ringing. Somehow I knew the call was for me.
Bro, this is literally Max Payne. This is actually Max Payne. The vibe, this is... I'm getting PTSD flashbacks to like being an incredibly young boy playing Max Payne. Entirely too early for when I was supposed to play a game such as that one.
Hello?
Alan Wake?
Yes.
Do you know who I am?
No? Who is this?
Democrat ran city.
There are spies all over. Shadows.
A sense of deja vu washed over me. Had I had this conversation before?
Alan, listen to me carefully. Caldera Street Station, the subway. You need to go there. I'll call you again later. Make sure to pick up.
That guy's
I know
definitely
you?
Finnish.
I know you from somewhere.
I'll call you again later.
We're in this together. Don't worry. I got you now. We've been working great.
I'm losing you. Hello?
Don't worry, Alan. Don't worry. Subway pass. Free subway pass, dude. You don't want to be a fare hopper. You don't want to be a fucking fare hopper, you know?
The man had said Caldera Street Station. I had to go there.
Democrat-run cities is right. I probably should. What are these noises? Oh, Caldera Street Station is to the right. I guess I'm supposed to be following the noises.
The Caldera Street Station sign was there, but the entrance was missing. I had to make it appear. Maybe I could use the lamp to reveal the station entrance.
Fuck.
The lamp was dead in my hand. I needed to find a light for it.
What? What?
Fuck. Okay, don't mind me, just passing through. Shadows stirred like there was someone there, but there was no one. I wanted to keep it that way.
Bro, where the fuck do I get the... I don't want to walk around. I'm scared. Where do I get the light? Where do I get the light, chat? What is happening? Oh, maybe in here? Did I get a light? No. Okay, I'm not going in there. It's too dark. Bro, this is scary as hell. Hello? Is there anybody in there? No, there's no halal cart vendor here for me to harass racistly. Charge your lamp with another light source? Yeah, easy for you to say. Where the fuck are the light sources? Is that a light source? I mean, there's a homie right there. Bright white lights. Dude, I went there. It won't let me charge. It says no charge. I went to the flashing lamp. Look. What's that noise? It won't let me get closer. And when I hit X, it says no charging. That the light up there? That steady light? Fuck, I'm so scared. Oh God. Oh no, there's a dude there. Dude right there in the shadow. Oh, there's a bright light up there. Oops. Maybe that's where I charge it? What is this? Writing on a typewriter, Hasan had returned to the very source of terror inside him, Max Payne. As a child, Hasan had suffered psychic damage from the title, too mature for the young boy. It was through Alan Wake 2 that he would finally confront his fear of spooky things. Could he conquer that fear and welling panic within himself? I rose into the darkness, and the darkness became me. With Kaya by my side, I thought maybe I could accomplish such tasks. Except, Hasan saw a TV on the corner. ADHD. Honestly, it just seems like I'm
There was a light
schizo.
at the end of the alley ahead.
Like, it just feels like I'm just schizophrenic. And I think I'm like, I'm writing shit. What? Writing television. Oh, it's the movie. The TV. And then I write shit, and then it turns real. What the fuck? Another dark shadow in the corner. In the corner of my eye. I think to myself, why am I still playing this game?
Is this the way it was on the page?
What the hell? Oh, hey. We met at Door's show.
Okay, they're laying it on
Alan
too thick.
Wake, the writer. I'm Alex Casey, looking into a murder.
Come on, what is this?
There's a piece of evidence, a manuscript of a novel. You wouldn't know anything about it?
A manuscript? What manuscript? I need to see it.
Rumor had it the manuscript contained the details of the murders. A murder cult was following the story to commit their gruesome acts. Was Wake their leader? Had he written it? How far would he go to create a perfect work of art? Or would he be the next victim? Stay here.
No, wait! I need a gun!
No chance.
What the fuck? Bro, ain't no way am I going in there right after he fucking died with a gun in his goddamn hand. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Torille. Another byproduct of Democrats making crime legal. Fuck.
Casey!
Damn it.
Oh.
I remember dying in this alley in a dream I had. He was just gonna keep killing me here, loop by loop. You're not gonna get what you want. You think you know. You know shit. You don't really want to know.
What?
You're gonna get what's coming to you.
This was an echo of the books I had written for years. Picking up Casey's gun felt like I was assuming the role of the detective.
Oh, come on, brother. Now? Really? No, strap acquired is not good. It's not good. Strap acquired implies
It was
death and-
locked from the other side.
Dude, I know what this is. I got a fucking flashlight and a gun. You know what that means. That means shit's about to get way more scary. Like at least 12% scarier. Which, when you think about it, doesn't sound like it's that much scarier, but it's 112%. You know what I mean?
I had a light now. I needed to get back to the subway station entrance.
Wait, he's gone. So in this universe, he's not here. In the other universe, he's there. It's multiverse. I know what this is. This part isn't scary at all. You should let your guard down. Fuck no.
With the alley in darkness now, restless shadows block my way.
Okay, I'm just gonna back away. It's all good, boys. Have fun. Whoa, what the fuck was that? What is happening? Bro, chill, chill, chill. Bro, they're coming at me. What was that? What? What the fuck was that? Did I get him or did I not get him? Wait, what is... Dude, I'm so tense. I'm so tense. I'm just gonna sit under this cardboard box, bro. Can I open this door now? I don't think I should be following these fucking arrows. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is always a bad idea. No. Some shadows are real, some are fake. Okay. What the hell?
There was something hidden here. Light would reveal it. A phrase repeated over and over. The words resonated with meaning. Had I written this?
Words of fix. What? Wellness retreat increases maximum health by 50%. Wheels within wheels restores 50% of max wealth. Oh my god, why don't you fucking write yourself all the words, dumbass? What the hell is this? Just write it all. Just fucking give myself a God ray right now. God, he's so dumb for not doing this.
In the dark, miles apart. Made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging heart went too far. I will never lose myself again. I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. I lost my way. I was trapped in a place with no escape. Nightmares taking me over. Now I'm wide awake. Now I'm wide awake. I was like a million times. The waves I break. Nightmares finally over. Now I'm wide awake. Now I'm wide awake.
Okay. Fuck is this? Uh-oh. Oh. I just got you baited. I was unironically singing this shit the other day. Thanks, Hasan. No, me too. Me too. It got stuck in my head. Dude, stop! 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 Don't come at me, man. Don't do it, man. Bro, what am I supposed to do? Come on, chat, just tell me what's happening. Like, what am I supposed to shoot them? What am I doing? I don't like that. I don't like this at all. I don't like the uncertainty. I don't like not knowing. I'm afraid of the shadows, okay? Yeah, go ahead. Make fun of me. Okay, I'm running through it. Fuck it. YOLO. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Fuck. That's just a shadow. Oh, that's a face. Oh! Oh, I'm wide awake! Ah! Ah! Oh, what the fuck? I'm wide awake, bitch!
Faded out until they didn't. They were trying to stop me.
Shadows faded out until they didn't.
I could fight back.
What do you mean they faded out until they didn't? They fucking... Oh, God, he's such a whack writer. Even when he's in the midst of, like, heated battle, he's just like, the shadows faded out until they didn't. Like, what the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
Open the subway entrance now.
You're so bad at writing. You're so bad at writing. Fuck, this game is so scary, but he's so bad at writing. I lost it. I lost it. I'm out of juice. He's canonically a bad writer? Yeah, no shit, I can tell. First of all, if he was a fucking good writer, he would write himself some bitches, number one. Number two, he would write himself a weapon. Number three, he would write himself out of the situation. It's that easy. I myself, if I'm writing in this circumstance, I'm like, hey, I'm in the Bahamas, okay? Sipping cocktails. But there are rules? No, there are no rules, man. There are no rules. Fuck you mean?
I needed to find another light to go deeper inside.
Fucking Resident Evil ass inventory system. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I fucking hate this. Why am I playing this? Why do I do this? Power outages do occur. Please carry a portable light with you. You may not be the only you out there. Identity theft is on the rise. Oh, how great. This one says don't write. Probably for the best if we're being honest. Really shouldn't. Fuck. My controller keeps vibrating, but I don't have a charge, I guess. I don't have a charge. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Shut up. Funny ass writer, dude. Wow, Eric Andre's defunding really showing in this station. Eric Andre? You mean Eric Adams? My man said Eric Andre. Oops. Well, I'm cooked. How do I get another light? Does this work? The problem with games like this is I'm too scared to think, okay? Like, I'm entirely too scared to, like, actually fucking figure out what kind of puzzle that's going on. It's just like, I'm too much of a goddamn pussy. So I literally cannot, I can't even get my shit in order to, like, solve any goddamn puzzle. What is this gonna do? Why can't I get permalite? You know what I mean? Oh shit. We used to be a fucking country, man. We used to have a city. This is what happens when all of those fucking fair hoppers hop fairs, chat. You understand? Fine. Find what? Find me some bitches. Yeah, a lot of you are like, oh, fair hopping should be legal. Like, fairs should be free. Well, there you go. This is what happens. Not even once, dude. That's why I never fair hop. You die here. Okay, good to know. I'm going to stop reading the graffiti now because it's freaking me out. Don't write. Like, the world is trying to tell me something. Nightmare's finally over. I'm wide awake, but I'm not. Find Alice. Who the fuck is Alice? Death in 40 seconds? I know. Bro, chill. Don't even come at me, bro, Chacho. Don't even fucking do that shit to me. Wait. You didn't even have to smoke. What? Am I just wasting my fucking... I'm wasting all my shit, aren't I? There's nothing even in here. What the hell? Guns are illegal in New York City. Hasan, please turn yourself in. Brother, I promise you, if I could, I would. Like, I would turn myself in right now. Oh, come on. I don't want to go down there. Turn back around. You missed the ladder. I don't want to go up. You die here. What is that? Align the echo by approaching it from a specific angle? Oh.
I had written books about Alex Casey for years. Something lingered here. A line from a half-forgotten story.
Did I align it?
Rain tried to wash away the sins of this city. But some sins, the evidence of the crimes committed, could never be erased. Not by the rain, or any amount of therapy from Dr. Jack Daniels. It remained bruises under my skin, like tattoos. Bruises in my soul. Scar tissue on my heart. The rain never stopped falling. And I never stopped drinking.
Wake.
What? Where? Is he on me? What the fuck? I heard a shadow man. I heard a shadow man again.
Wake.
What do you want? Are they friendly or not? Fuck. Most shadows are neutral, only fight if they fight you. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Fuck, dude. The nightmare is finally over is not... What do you want, man? Stop saying my fucking name. Okay, there's definitely a shadow in here that's menacing. Like that one, probably. Bitch. Turn off your flashlight to avoid getting seen by them? You're out of your fucking mind, dude. Definitely just gooning in a corner. Ooh, there's a light in here. Oh, hell yeah. Quick save time. Bro, they can't come in here, can they? What the fuck? Why am I hearing shit? Where mama at? Where mama at? Bitch. Where mama at? Oh, someone's humming. That's menacing. Unless it's the toilet guy. Toilet guy, right? Janitor. What was his name? Heat? Yeah, it is.
Hello. Oh. Hey, Alan. You snuck up on me.
What?
Sorry. Have we met? Memory problems again, huh? Yeah, we've met. Tim Breaker. We've shared notes. Hey, I've made some progress on the map if you want to take a look. I still haven't found my mystery man, though. You're making a map? Trying to. It's hard to map a dream, though. I keep ending up in unexpected places. I find interesting things like those strange markings that react to the light, but never the one thing that I'm looking for. Feel free to check the map out. Oh, I've been stockpiling supplies while I poke around. If you find a stash, take anything you need. I appreciate the help.
Be careful, don't attack the neutral ones. They will jump out of the game and attack you in real life. Okay, bro. Good one.
Who's this mystery man? Oh, it wouldn't be much of a mystery if I knew. All I have is a name.
Alan Wake.
Warland Dorr. The talk show host? No. No, that doesn't sound like him. The guy has many disguises, but a talk show host? No. I'll keep looking.
ACAB includes Dream Crop, Zero this fool. Bro, I'm a cop. I'm Saga. I'm Sage. Or Saga, whatever. Oh, dude, you found a lot of stuff, man. Good job. Congratulations, dumbass cop. You see this shit? That's what you found? This? What's in here, bro? Huh? The fuck is in here, bro? Dumbass. Let me look at this fucking
Well,
map.
that's my crazy wall. I'm just trying to make sense of things. Don't judge me.
I'll trade you walls any day.
Facts, missing time, no memory until now. Have I always ended up here? Will I forget when I get out? Abducted, aliens, doors, UFOs, polyhedrons, dreams. Me, but not me. Others I know, yet they are different. The red-headed woman. Remember, I was at the morgue. I was about to give the FBI evidence to FBI. Door transported me here to this dream reality. Why? Wait, what the fuck? So I guess he's cognizant of the fact that he was transported to this dream universe. Where's the manuscript, homie? Come on. This looks like a pretty affordable apartment. This is the most affordable apartment you can get in New York City.
See you around, Alan.
Try shooting him? I can't. Game doesn't let you shoot NPCs. I've tried, trust me. Oh, I've tried. Does he have something in his hand? Bro, this game does make you into a cop, honestly. I'm like literally constantly checking to see if he has a weapon. Does he have a weapon? He's gonna have to fuck me up, right? That's crazy that none of them fuck me up. I think it's luring me with a false sense of security. And then it's gonna jump me in a moment when I'm in my weakest. If he holds anything shining, let him shoot him. Oh, calm down. Wait, I shouldn't go this way yet. I'm gonna follow the red arrows. What's up, bitch? You holding? You holding? Put it down. Put the gun down. He looks like he's holding. What? Oh my god, the auto aim fucking cooks me. I gotta go down again? Shining arrows says go up. And then this shining arrow says go down. So what the fuck am I doing? Oh. What is this? A Words of Lamp? Main attraction restores 50 health each second for an using flashlight boost. Provides 10% chance to stun enemies. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to stop it at this point. I have a little baby who's like crying in the corner in the funniest ways possible. I have a little baby crying, but not like whining loudly, but going laying at the door and wagging her tail a little bit, knowing I'm talking about her. He hears both me and my mom talking about her and says, Kaya. Yeah. She gets bored when I'm not paying attention to her after a 9-hour session. Austin is not house trained. Say tuna in English accent. Tuna. Okay, which one should I get? Main attraction? In the headlights or Lucky Strike? She craves the mulch. You guys are fucking nasty. Nightmares finally over. Now I'm wide awake. Now I'm wide awake. Dun 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 dun. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's been another wonderful banger stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll go hang out with my family and with Kaya. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna do. I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? For Saturday Fun Day. Peace.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. Jason